If you're listening, you're a member of the Road Gang because this is Road Gang Radio.
Saddle up. We're wasting sun.
It's Jimmy Mack. It's Lindsay Lawler. It's New Orleans. It's Nashville. A show about making a living. A show about making a life. It's the biggest...
Is that a fat joke?
And the best collection of voices in trucking, transportation, and travel. Not only in this world, but beyond.
We're looking at you, Zebulon 5.
Let's turn this sucker over.
I think that's your cue, Phone Master Dre.
Oh, I was waiting for that all day yesterday because it is a good old Tuesday at Road Gang Studios, a.k.a. Fastport Studios, with your host, Jimmy Mack, and me, Andre Thibodeau. Hello.
Hello, Andre Thibodeau.
Hello.
What do you know? What do you say? 18 innings were played yesterday.
Dude.
Holy moly.
Tell me about it.
Holy moly. It is tied for the longest game in World Series history. Oh my, oh no, no way, Shohei Ohtani. Good God Almighty. The man's remarkable. I don't know if you guys know this, but in the National League Championship Series, and people don't believe them, who don't follow baseball as much anymore as they did when they were kids, the guy in the NLCS pitched 6 innings, struck out 10, and hit 3 home runs, was 3 for 3 with 3 home runs. Last night he said, hold my beer.
Yeah.
2 times the Dodgers were down and looking like they were in terrible, terrible shape. Only for him to come up, hit a home run, and tie the game on 2 occasions. But that wasn't the craziest thing. The game goes 18 innings. Clayton Kershaw comes out of the bullpen. He's retiring. This is his last hurrah, and he actually gets them out of a bases-loaded jam to set up Freddie Freeman, 2-time MVP, to hit a home run in the bottom of the 18th to send Chavez Ravine into apoplexy.
Now, he said, hold my beer.
He said, hold my beer.
Watch
By the
this.
way, I don't know if you know this, in Game 1 last year of the World Series,
Tell me.
Freddie Freeman hit a home run in extra innings to win the game. Yeah, that's why Ohtani, who has like a gazillion home runs, bats first. That's the gag. Yeah, you can walk me.
Yeah.
Then you got to face Mookie Betts and Freddie Freeman. Good luck with that. Thanks for playing. Extraordinary game. Brad Paisley, by the way, speaking of country and Western music news,
Fantastic.
did the national anthem
Yes.
yesterday and just brought out his guitar. He had a little bit of that John Fogerty look, put me in, coach, I'm ready to play.
America.
And then just shredded the guitar.
Yeah.
America, put your big boy pants on, get in the box, and hit a home run.
And some of these country singers, they don't age.
Some of them don't. He doesn't age.
No.
Dude doesn't age. It's like you and me, buddy.
Amen, brother.
Like you and me, buddy. I'm telling you, I meet all kinds of people all the time. Like, wait a minute, you're older than me? I hate you.
SPF.
That's what you want to be, by the way. You want to be a zaddy.
I'm kind of doing that now, buddy. I woke up like this.
I had a good Samaritan story to open us up with, but I thought we'd save that for later. A great bus driver, truck driver story that I want to share with you guys in a little bit. But dig this. Rodentus rotundus. Across the great state of Texas, rodents competed in Texas Parks and Wildlife's inaugural Fat Squirrel Week, with a squirrel named Chunkosaurus Rex taking the top spot.
Was this voluntary?
I don't know. Did they raise their hand? Yeah, by the way, I remember Claire's squirrel that she used to play at the end.
Oh, yes. Thank you for reminding me of that.
But yeah, I mean, I don't know. It's like, I'm in. Well, of course, there's nuts involved. Of course they're in.
Feed me.
Fat Squirrel Week, which is inspired by Katmai National Park's annual Fat Bear Week, aimed to find the fattest squirrel across all of the state Texas parks. Oh, I get it. You see, nobody's volunteering, but nobody's being pulled in either. People are just tracking the fats. Chunkosaurus Rex, a resident of Dinosaur Valley State Park in the Glen Rose area, was crowned the competition's first ever winner after a bracket-style competition on social media using votes determined it, okay? So you want to know who he took on?
Tell me.
Chunkosaurus Rex faced off in the finals against Chunk Norris from Fort Richardson State Park after fellow Final Four squirrels Nutella from Lake Mineral Well State Park and my personal favorite, rooting for this guy, Stanley the Texas Tank from Claiborne State Park were eliminated.
Chuck Norris doesn't harvest nuts. No, Chunk Norris doesn't harvest nuts. They harvest themselves.
Exactly, man.
Yeah.
Why doesn't Chuck Norris harvest nuts? Why doesn't Chuck Norris harvest nuts? His own nuts are big enough.
Amen.
They should have a Chunk Norris nutcracker. It roundhouse kicks the nuts in the face.
Yeah, buddy.
Chunkosaurus is a fan favorite at Dinosaur Valley State Park, moving surprisingly fast in his quest for acorns and camper crumbs. Texas Parks and Wildlife said on their social media, the contest was aimed at celebrating Texas native rodents as they packed on the pounds for the winter. Remember that, too. These are not abused. These are not abused animals like Dre was asking. Nobody's being dragged and force-fed, nuts. Dinosaur Valley is proud to be the home of this behemoth. We appreciate all the support for Chunkosaurus Rex during this hard-fought battle. That's what Dinosaur Valley State Park said on social media. I think it's really kind of cool, by the way. I think it's kind of cool that, it's Dinosaur State Valley Park, so they called him Chunkosaurus.
Yeah, that was a good start.
By the way, Tom Brady talks about the Christmas 15 that people put on. Nobody puts on 15 pounds at Christmas. They start eating, I think they start eating in about 2 days if they haven't already started.
Yeah.
Starter Pistol is the Thursday before Halloween, which is this coming Thursday, which is the day before Halloween, and then goes all the way to the Super Bowl.
Yeah, you just lube up with the candy, and then after that, it's just
You just
downhill.
lube up with the candy.
Yeah, dude, you're just lubing it up, and then you're just like, all right, now I'm just ready to eat carbs.
Well, I got to tell you guys, any of you guys lube up with I get what you're saying now.
Yeah,
I understand what you're saying.
Come on, maintenance matters is later.
You get loosened up. I understand.
Yeah.
Lubed up with the candy. Okay, grab yourself a chunk of chocolate. Because after all, it is National Chocolate Day. Lose your heart on iHeart. Have the audacity to listen on Odyssey. Yak it up on YouTube, where our good friend Trucker Bosun just extended the Nobles a hail and hearty happy morning. Make some FaceTime on Facebook, like our friend Rebecca Brewster often does. By the way, Atri announced it's 10 biggins. Got his 10 biggins, man. The economy is number one concern for truckers all across America. I mean, there's a lot of things on the list that always pop up, but, economy is number one. Hey, listen, live your best life on Live 365. Be a free-floating radical at RadioNemo.com. Maybe you're listening later. Maybe it's 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Well, then good afternoon to you.
Hello.
Ponder the possibilities of all of it afterwards on your favorite podcast platform, because this, my friends, is Road Gang Radio. Forget the lies of Zebulon 5 with its bumbling bloviator ruler, Dr. Philostratus, the proctologist of space trucking, and his, banana costume-wearing minion, Grease Charlton, because this, my friends, is the greatest live transpo show in the known universe. And you, like Phone Master Dre, like myself, like Lindsay to come, like Kevin Lindsay to come, can be a part of the action by simply dialing 615-292-6366.
I say 615-292-NEMO.
By the way, the British accents that are on their way over here later
Dang
on
it.
are not that.
No,
They are not that. They are distinctly Cockney and great.
I'm gonna
High
feel at home.
Strangeness. High Strangeness podcast is coming, guys.
I'm really curious to see how the conversation is going to go in comparison to what we listen to.
I think it's going to go exactly to how we listen to
I
it.
might have to give them a heads up on certain language, though.
I don't care.
Oh, okay, cool.
I don't care.
All right, fantastic.
I don't care. All of this, by the way, as Dre pointed out at the top of the show, has been broadcast and recorded from the Fastport Studios at the historic Edgar Degas House, only moments away from the birthplace of trucking radio, as Dave said yesterday, WWL 870 AM. Fastport, by the way, in case you guys didn't know, is out there solving those tough problems of recruiting and workforce challenge that are going on all across America. They're doing it through research, technology, but most importantly, they do it through people like Brad Bentley, who was here yesterday with our good friend Martin Garcia, Grand Poobah and Central Force amidst the NAPF TDS, the National Association of Publicly Funded Truck Drivers, another partner of ours, along with the CVTA. For registered apprenticeships, to veteran readiness, you can learn more at fastport.com or nationalapprenticeship.com. .org. And in just under 2 months, everybody here, hopefully we'll get Dre to come along, will, our friends from Fastport, our friends from Rees Across America are going to be joining us at the Vet Ready Summit over in Columbia Falls, at the Driver's Lounge with Dean Croak and I, and, of course, at Arlington National Cemetery for the Rees Across America Lane of the Rees. Hope you take that ride with us. We will have special programming on Saturday for that as Dean and I broadcast live from Columbia Falls, Maine. We also want to give a big shout out to Charles Jones Jr., Macy Matiste, and Mark Scriven, who are the Transition Trucking Driving for Excellence nominees. All of them Army veterans. There you go. All of them Army veterans. And we'll be there when one of them wins that Kenworth T680 Next Gen truck. It's going to be fun. Let's say we take an early break this time.
Oh, okay.
Maybe open up some time for a couple of phone calls or some further conversation. Also give me a chance to dig into some news on the other side.
Yeah.
But we begin where we always begin, with a chance to contemplate the glories of this great nation and to also get a bracing cup of Java from our good friend Pastor John of the Bennett family of trucking. For Mr. Dre, take us away.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets rocked alive, the bombs bursting in air gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Let's wake up and get our day started with a cup of Java with Pastor John, brought to you by the Bennett family of companies.
It's Tuesday. Good morning. I want to ask a question, but at the same time, I want to throw this out there so that you can catch a hold to it. It's found in Matthew 16. That's Matthew chapter 16, verse 24. It says, Then Jesus told his disciples, If anyone come after me, let him deny himself and take up his cross and follow me. Did you catch that? If you didn't, I'm going to break it down for you. Listen to what he just told them. He said that if you want to follow Jesus, watch this. He said, then you have to deny who you are, and then you have to take up his cross and follow me. So that means you got to put some things down in order to pick up where Christ wants you to go. You got to put some things down that you think of so important. But once you put those things down, then you have to make a decision of saying, I'm going to go forward with Christ. So my brothers and sisters, as you navigate the rest of this day, always remember, it's bigger than the moment. Because guess what? Greater is he that is in you than he that is in the world.
Java with Pastor John is brought to you by the Bennett family of companies, offering top competitive pay, industry-leading fuel discounts, and many more incentives. Visit drive4bme.com.
Thank you, Pastor. I am picking up what the Lord is putting down and also rising up.
Hey, by the way, our good friend Trucker Boson on the chat said, I'm not getting fat, I'm winterizing.
Oh, nice.
Isn't that nice? By the way, people are like, I put on 15 pounds over Christmas. I'm like, well, dude, maybe you're just winterizing.
Yeah, you just put on your snow chains.
Yeah.
These
chains I forged on earth. You will be visited by 3 casseroles.
On the third day.
And on the third day, the third casserole. We're really we just mixed up the nativity story.
Yeah.
With Christmas Carol.
What's that other story you had to talk about?
I ain't got to talk about any story. I can just go straight to Trucker Boson, who's giving us a call right now. So I'm going to say good morning. How you doing, man?
Hey, man.
Hey, good morning.
What's happening?
Oh, just enjoying this sunny, chilly morning up here in Ohio.
We have something interesting happening today because this morning was in the low 60s, and it's one of those crazy days where it's just going to get cooler because we had a front roll through, had a little bit of rain, and you know those days where it doesn't seem like it should get any colder, but there's like slow-moving cold air where it goes like, it just keeps dropping over the course of a couple of days. It's supposed to be in the low 50s by the end of the week here in New Orleans, which for many people, that's their high. But I got to tell you, man, it's like this great relief of fall. How cool is it where you are? You're in Ohio, right?
Yeah, right now it's about 42 degrees over here in Cambridge.
Nice. And it's getting sunny, isn't it?
Oh, yeah.
There's
a few high clouds, but they look like more of a contrail clouds than just normal clouds.
Well, I mean, maybe when we talk to the high strangeness people towards the end of the show, they're going to tell you that they are contrail clouds. Where are you going? What are you headed?
I'm on my way to Tucumán, or whatever the heck it is, Pennsylvania. Taking a load of turkey over there. Spent the whole weekend getting everything moved out of Arkansas and up to Omaha, Nebraska. So the moving part's done. Now we're just got to wait on the house to be ready in about a week and a half.
Oh, you're that close.
That close. Everything's up there. It's all in storage. And right now my wife and my younger son are staying with my oldest son and his wife until the house is ready. But 2 more weeks, we'll get the keys and get everything moved in. So it'll be all done.
Are you moving in yourself, or did you make the smart move and get people to do it for you?
No, we actually did it ourselves.
Oh.
Rented the U-Haul and packed everything up, loaded up over the weekend, and they drove up there Sunday, put it all in storage when I left out to head back out on the road. So in a couple of weeks, when I get back up there and take my home time, we're going to get everything moved in. So, I mean, that's a busy little 2 weeks planned.
I don't know how you I don't know sometimes how you guys do stuff like that. Like when I hear you are moving someplace, I always kind of figure that most truck drivers go, you know what, I'm not doing that. I'm gonna pay somebody to do that. So basically,
well, it's like I said in the chat the other day. Now I understand why I quit bed bugging.
Now that makes sense. That makes sense.
It's a lot worse doing it yourself than it is moving somebody else.
At least you're getting paid.
Touche.
Yeah, exactly. If you move somebody else, at least you're getting paid. I'm not getting paid for this one. I'm paying out my nose.
No, and I'll tell you this right now too. It's like somebody asked me once why, and I think Dre has the same attitude I do. I'll help anybody move. I'm happy. People are like, why would you do that? It's like I can leave anytime I want to. Mm-hmm. And anybody, and by the way, it's a really golden rule. Anybody that gets angry at me, I will tell people point blank, hey, I can give you about 2 hours. And if I tell you I can give you 2 hours, it's what I can give you. Because if I know I can leave, I'm fine. But I've literally had people where I've told them, Trucker Bosun, I can give you about 2 hours. And then at 2 hours, I got to go. And they look at you, Dre, like, you've betrayed me. I'm like, how did I betray you? I just gave you 2 hours for free. I don't know.
We're warned.
Yeah.
You know, and what I do is it's a great gauge of friendship. If somebody comes over and shakes your hand and gives you a hug and says, thank you, man, I couldn't have done without you,
exactly.
Then we're good. But if you literally get aggravated at me after I told you, you get 3 hours. I can get there. I can get there about 2, leaving about 5. And that's what I can give you. And you come in, you bust your ass, and you do your thing. I don't want a meal. I don't want a cold drink. Although that'd be nice if you give me one. I just want to thank you. When I leave, I'm done. And it's a great measure of friendship. If somebody actually has that moment of, now I have had people say, can you give me 1 more hour? I'm just about done. Yeah. I can do that too. That's different though. That's a different thing. Yeah, I don't need to get paid. I need to get thanked.
Yeah, be grateful.
That's it. That's kind of what it comes down to. All right.
It's the way it's happened.
By the way, are you a chocolate fan?
Ooh.
Oh, yeah.
Because today, by the way.
I like dark chocolate.
You're in luck because today, celebrated every October 28th, is nothing short of a special tribute to mankind's greatest culinary invention. With apologies to pizza, chocolate can enhance even the most luxurious dessert items. On the other hand, you can get your fix from simple candy bars. Try for chocolate with high cacao. You know what I'm saying? Cacao. Low added sugar is the way to go. Dark chocolate. You're onto something right there, man. That's a big thing.
Well, and I don't know if you ever see the videos, that chocolatier that does the sculptures. Oh my God, that dude is freaking amazing.
Oh yes, I know exactly what you're talking about.
He makes out of chocolate. Oh God, is he good?
He's like in Sweden or something, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know where he's from, but he does some amazing artwork with chocolate.
He did a Harry Potter one time. It was like I think it was the train or the locomotive, or I think he did Hogwarts. He did something insane, and I was like, all right, cool.
Speaking of that, Christmas is coming. I just say that because chocolate's coming now. Everybody needs to get ready for all this stuff. Claire and I actually, one Christmas for each other, got a Harry Potter Lego set of the Hogwarts train station. And we spent all of Christmas Eve just building it.
King Station.
Keeps you out of trouble, man. Keeps you out of trouble. My friend.
That thing's got over 8,000 pieces, I think.
Oh no.
Oh, you a fan?
At least.
Oh, you know who else is a fan? Yesterday, 10-4 recruiting, Matt Beach, insane fan. There's a lot of people out there who are insane.
I love
fan.
Legos.
Yeah.
Oh man, whenever they did the Weasley's house, that's why I'm like, well, I guess I'm gonna spend half my paycheck.
The Millennium Falcon has like thousands and thousands of pieces.
Talk about it.
Have you seen that sucker?
My buddy built it.
The Titanic one is so big it comes in 3 separate boxes.
Dude, you know what's insane? I went to Orlando 2 years in a row. I think it was like 2018 to 2019 or 2019 to 2020. And we went to Disney Springs. And have y'all ever heard of the Lego place they have at Disney Springs?
Who are you talking to?
Okay, my bad.
I've not been to that one. I've been to the one by Kansas City.
Yeah, and there's one in San Diego too, by the way. Where the Lego engineers. You know how they turn. You know what they do to make you, if you want to become a Lego engineer. You know what they do? They take you in this big giant room and they just dump like tons of pieces all over this table, and they say, "Show us what you got."
Figure it out. Well, over there at the Disney Springs one, I think Jimmy knows what I'm talking about. But like, it's not an incredibly big store. It's a really cool store. They got all the main ones because they're pleasing the people that are going to Universal. They're pleasing the people that are going to Disney. But it's what's around it, dude. They got a dragon coming out of the water, peeking over into the store. They got Star Wars stuff hanging out outside. They got man, it's insane.
You're going to love this, Trucker Boastin. I know I've said it a million times. My brother John, I kid you not, he actually, you remember the old, the ones that actually were in outer space? They used to have like the platforms with the mountains, the gray moon platforms where you would build like the NASA Lego stuff.
Oh, yeah.
So this is groovy, Dre. He actually got 4 of those moon platforms. Mm-hmm. And then he found every black and gray piece he could find of Lego that he built up over the course of 2 years. This is in the 70s. He built Minas Tirith from Lord of the Rings.
Oh, heck yeah.
He built Minas Tirith. Sick. He built Minas Tirith, and he won an art contest because of it. Imagine bringing that in.
We're just a bunch of nerds.
Nerdy Von Nerd. Okay, I got to go do some news here. Get out of here. I love you. Nothing you can do about it. You know the Pastor John drill. Thank you, Trucker Bosun.
All right. Thanks a lot, guys. Have a good day.
You as well, too. By the way, founding member of the reconstituted Road Gang, Trucker Bosun. Another one of those founding members, Marshall Platter, is shooting the breeze over on the chat. Good morning to everybody on Facebook as well. Here is my request for the day. I've got 2 of them. Ain't too proud to beg, sweet darling. Hit the like button on YouTube. If you're listening on iHeart, just head over to YouTube, hit that like button. If you're listening on Facebook, just head over to YouTube, hit that like button, go back to listening the way you want to listen. Let's just hit that YouTube like button.
And then, like I'm probably going to do here soon, share it on Facebook. Share it through everybody. Hey, if you got Instagram, share it on there. I don't know. Take a picture and put it on someone's car. Put a bumper sticker on someone's car.
I don't know. I mean, or you could be like Trucker Bosun and just actually put it on your truck. Listen, guys, this is really cool, too. We just put up a post over on the Book of Face. It's really groovy. It's one of those encouraging you to join a gang. Wait till you see one of the gangs that we pick for people to be in. this Halloween. We pick one of the greatest truck driving heroes of all time in a movie. One of the greatest truck driving, played by one of America's great action film stars, Mr. Kurt Russell. I probably don't need to tell you anymore if you know anything about truck driving movies. That's the reality. We do have a great show today. Kevin Lindsay is going to join us for Maintenance Matters. We got another edition of our friends giving trucking tributes from Reeves across America. Susan Patton will be here. After that, Highway to Health. I'm on the highway to health. Some good stuff and groovy stuff there. And then Lindsay Lawler joins us. Selena Fugazi is going to be here to talk about, of all people, remember who Lindsay wanted to talk about? Alanis Morissette. So we'll be shooting the breeze about that. And then the host of the podcast, High Strangeness, are going to be joining us. This is groovy stuff. There are a lot of you guys out there. Now, look, there are a bunch of atheistic maniacs. And by atheist, I mean British. They're really funny, talk about a lot of strange stuff. Their most recent episode is, well, they have a bonus episode, but their most recent episode is about Nazis and the occult. They're not in favor of either one of them, by the way, just to kind of put that out there. And you, of course, can call anytime during Kevin's segment, during Highway to Health, during any segment at 615-292-6366.
615-292-6366. Oh, wait, Nemo.
Hey ho, Nemo. He's got veins in his neck, Nemo. He got veins in his neck, Nemo.
Subscribe.
Veins in his neck, Nemo.
Like
Veins in his neck, Nemo. But yeah, seriously, go out there and go to our Facebook page and share that wonderful image. You ain't got to share the post. Even if you just want to download the image, save that wonderful image that we've just posted up there. We'd love to see that kind of circulate.
And speaking of Nemo, Jimmy, we have a fantastic night beat tonight, my friend.
Ooh,
is the word.
Let me
Spooky.
tell you about Nemo Night Beat. It is a Halloween edition. And speaking of that, you now can reach Lindsay and I at roadgang@radionemo.com, and you can reach Dave at nightbeat@radionemo.com. If you want to make a song request for Nemo's Night Beat, nightbeat@radionemo.com. If you want to request a guest or ask a question or, maybe find your company, help find some money and get Lindsay and I to come to a show at your company, you can go to roadgang@radionemo.com.
And I don't know if he told you or I told you, but we kind of got a couple ideas for the next couple of night beat. And I'm thinking we might do a cover one where the some of your favorite or best covers, if not better than the original. You know
what he didn't play yesterday was The Devil Went Down to Georgia.
Well,
and I think that would be a good Halloween one. But then again, I don't interfere with that. I do a lot of programming interference. But the two things I don't mess with is We Should Write and Nemo's Night Beat. I did pick this music along with Claire Marie to give it that New Orleans feel. Notice the second half has more of a Tennessee feel to it.
Yeah.
Trying to mix both places, from NOLA to Nashville.
There might be a little spooky here and there.
I will do a bit of news, and then we will groovily slide into Maintenance Matters.
In a video game, if you get enough experience, you level up. And when you level up, you gain more skill. And with enough skill, you beat the boss and win the game.
Sounds a lot like trucking, doesn't it?
Except in trucking, you don't beat the boss, you become the boss. And if you want to be the boss, you gotta meet the boss.
And that boss? Carrier's Edge boss, Jane Jazrawi.
Want your drivers to level up? Carrier's Edge has the training, comprehensive safety, compliance, and best practices on one website. It's a simple subscription with no contract and no commitment. Learn more. Try it out. Level up. CarriersEdge.com.
Hey, come on! We're starting the game!
All right, I'm coming. Wait for me. CarriersEdge.com.
Pro drivers, say hello to your perfect fuel stop, Racetrack. Perfect as in hello, everything you need on the go. Oh, hi there, dedicated truck lanes. What's up, hot and delicious grab-and-go food? And hello, cat scales, clean restrooms, and large, easy-to-maneuver lots. Racetrack has what you want so you can get in, get out, and get back on the road, turning miles into money. Next time you need to stop, say hello to the fuel stop built for pro drivers. Racetrack, whatever gets you going.
17 Sapp Brothers Travel Centers are known for great food, hospitality, and mom-approved showers and restrooms. But don't forget the service centers. Sapp Brothers ASC certified technicians can repair nearly any issue in shop or roadside, including axle repair. Dig into your free steak dinner with your oil change. That's a Sapp Brothers tradition to thank you for your business. Tires? Sapp Brothers will beat any competitor's advertised price on tires. And download the Sapp Brothers app for exclusive promotions in the shop, restaurant, and store. Your spot under the coffee pot is waiting for you at Sapp Brothers.
There are precious few nonprofits in the trucking industry, and even fewer that make a tangible difference in the lives of professional drivers. So thank goodness for the St. Christopher Fund. Since 2008, over 4,000 over-the-road semi-truck drivers have turned to the St. Christopher Truckers Fund when a medical issue took them out of work. The SCF steps in and pays necessary household expenses such as mortgage, rent, utilities, insurance, and vehicle payments. The SCF also provides free health and wellness programs for drivers. So find out how the SCF can help you, or help the SCF yourself. They'll turn your dollars and cents into that tangible difference for the professional drivers who need it most. Support our highway heroes with a donation at truckersfund.org. Welcome back to Road Gang Radio. Join Jimmy Mack and Lindsay Lawler's Gang of the Airwaves by subscribing to RadioNemo on YouTube.
We celebrate all kinds.
Make it official. After all, if you're listening, you're already in the gang. The Road Gang.
Oh, yeah, you are, because I'm one of the founding members, a.k.a. reconstituted, and then also spread the news, spread the word, subscribe.
Subscribe, by the way. Head on over to Facebook and tell those folks to get their butts over to YouTube to subscribe, but also to hit that like button. We had a really good like button day yesterday. I think we can keep on increasing the peace, as it was, spreading the word. Our good friend Lindsay Lawler, by the way, reached out to us to say good morning. I actually told her about Brad Paisley yesterday doing the national anthem at Chavez Ravine. And by the way, I will say this, though. Lindsay said it's still not a Super Bowl halftime, and I agree. But that being said, it was the opening Los Angeles game of the World Series. I mean, the heart of La La Land. And they picked Brad Paisley to come out there and do his thing. By the way, good morning to everybody out there. Really quickly before we get to Maintenance Matters, we will make a transition into that. On October 23rd in Donna, Texas, bus driver Arsenio Homer Sesteta was on his usual bus route. According to KRGV News, Sesteta was driving through Val Verde Road and Frontage Road. Before 6 a.m., he noticed a semi-truck slowing down in the intersection. He thought the rig had broken down, but he had a bad feeling in his gut. I got the hunch to get off the bus. I walked up to the truck, started knocking on the door. I didn't get a response, and then started knocking on the window. Nothing. Well, the driver's daughter was following behind him, and she got out with Sesteta, and they began knocking on the door. Well, it turned out they actually had to wake him up. He actually had some kind of spell or seizure or maybe even a stroke. We got him off the vehicle slowly because he wasn't reacting. We evaluated the situation as quickly as possible because if it was a stroke, every second would count, and that can make a difference between life and death. The truck driver was taken to the hospital. He is expected to recover. Details of the driver's condition have not been released, but the truck driver's family has since thanked Sesteta. Big shout out to that bus driver helping one of your brethren make it to the next checkpoint. Don't ever forget the men and women who drive buses, school buses, tour buses, and all that. They deal with a lot of the same stuff you do.
Oh, no, you're good. Go right ahead.
I'm just going to say keep that in mind as you see all those buses on the road. They're doing the same hard work you're doing and require often the same maintenance. So with that in mind, what do you say we get a little music here and we drift into Maintenance Matters? Featuring the talents of Kevin Lindsay, Manager of Technical Service for Travel Centers of America. Maintenance Matters is every Tuesday here on RadioNemo. Good morning to you, my friend. How you been?
I've been all right. How you doing, Jimmy?
Well, we were actually talking with our good friend Trucker Bosun, who called earlier into the show to tell us it was 42 degrees in Ohio, but with sunny skies, and the only clouds he could see looked like, like chemtrails. But it's a great reminder because even here this morning, the temperature, we had a little bit of rain yesterday here, and the temperature New Orleans style went from about 78 degrees to about 62 in the blink of an eye, and is supposed to keep dropping incrementally over the course of the week, so that when it gets even a little chilly in New Orleans, we know that all that work we've been talking about the last few weeks is really important to keep doing to get ourselves ready for winter. What is the weather like in your neck of the woods?
Oh, it's I don't know, around 50 degrees this morning. Not too bad. It's warmer than it was. I think yesterday we were in the 30s, if I remember right, yesterday morning. So it was a little cool.
And by the way, I've always said that the whole point of October and early November is it's cool enough to remind you to do all the stuff you have to do to kind of get ready for the winter. Do you remember where we were when we last left off?
Was I supposed to keep track of that, Jimmy?
No, I'm on top of it, by the way. I just wanted to.
I thought Dre was on top of that. You know?
Dre actually left the room when we brought that up. He just began to kind of slink out and make his way for the other side where I wouldn't hear him kind of slink out in shame. We actually were finishing up on belts, is what we were talking about. Talking about alternator belts and all that before kind of sliding into fuel. We were just about to look at contaminants in the tank. And by the way, when it comes to winter, I can't wait to kind of dig into the fuel tank because it's one of those things that a lot of people don't think about and they end up getting bit in the ass by it. So what do you say we kind of wrap up alternator belts and then we'll kind of pivot to fuel?
Yeah. Well, as we were talking last week about belts and everything, you know, the changing of the weather, the seasons and everything with the contraction and expansion, it really wears on those types of things. And it's one of those things a lot of people don't think about. So, most manufacturers do have a predetermined amount of usually mileage, that you should replace your belts and things like that. But, some of the best practices I've seen at fleets out there is every so many PMs or regular PMs, they go ahead and replace their belts to keep from having those breakdowns out on the road because, those are not only costly, but extremely time consuming, and can be extremely costly because when something breaks, especially like with a belt, there's a good chance there's some other damage, that could occur, especially underneath that hood at the speed some of that stuff, some of these pulleys are turning, at engine RPMs at road speed. So there's some damage can get done. So you wouldn't think of a belt causing a lot of big tickets, as far as repairs and things like that, but they really could. So.
Two things. The first of which is, and we began to kind of touch on this last time, the thing about a belt is that the belt is easy to replace. It's what happens when you go for any period of time without a belt, what kind of happens in the aftermath of that. The belt itself isn't the problem. Belt's a cheap thing. They're easy to purchase, no problem, put a new one on, which is why, as far as a maintenance thing goes, belts are terrific. As far as a broken belt goes, it's a disaster. I did have a weird question for you because I'm a big baseball fan, and I watched this kid, and it's the only way to describe him, this kid from Japan, Yamamoto, throw a complete game in the World Series. And it was happening last night with the Toronto pitcher, Max Scherzer. They actually got better, both of them, in the third, fourth, fifth, and sixth innings. They actually were throwing stronger. And what I wanted to ask you in regards to maintenance, is there a point where you can change things too much, that it's important to let things run a little bit because they might actually, I guess what I'm asking is, does a belt never run better than when it first gets put on? Or like people warming up, does it need a chance to kind of get into the kind of flow and groove of the engine that it's serving? Does that make sense? Can you do too much maintenance?
It does make sense. You could, yeah. But like with belts, they do take. There is like a run-in period, I guess you could call it, where, when they're initially replaced, it's going to take a few thousand miles, a few, possibly even, several tens of hours of engine running time for that belt to actually truly seed into where it's going to live the rest of its life, mainly, so to speak. Because they will stretch some. They have some give. They're going to stretch. They're going to wear in and fit, and so there is kind of a break-in period. So, and then once it's there, that's when that really long life we see on nowadays. It seems like we live in such a throwaway society. It feels like, with so many different components and pieces and parts and everything, but things are made a lot better, it seems, than they used to be as far as tolerances and things like that go. In the old days, the old V belts, they had a lot bigger tolerance and forgiveness for running loose and everything, because you could just tighten them up and move things out of the way. But nowadays it's not. But these things are made so much better, so tighter, that once they get into that groove, they could run for a long time without causing any problems. So.
I will tell you this segment has ruined me to some extent, because I swear to God, I was telling Dre this morning, I am such a baseball fan, and I'm watching this kid pitch, and I'm listening to John Smoltz, the Hall of Famer, former Atlanta Brave, complaining. He's right about pitch counts and the idea that, these kind of data points of like, once you get here, that's it. You've got to take the pitcher out. And this kid threw 123 pitches, complete game, and looked better on the penultimate pitch than he did when he started the game and he was a little bit shaky. And I'm watching him play, and I'm looking at his glove, and I began thinking about baseball gloves, the idea that, remember when you bought a brand new glove? It was a brand new glove is not the best time to have a glove. There's a peak point for things, and I kept thinking about this segment, and I'm like going, I hate Kevin Lindsay. He's done this to me. I can't even enjoy baseball without making comparisons to the maintenance of a rig.
Well, and you got to remember, when we were kids, you get a new glove. The first thing you did, you had to put like some oil on it, and you rolled it up, and you put it under your mattress and slept on it at night to try to get it to soften up.
You know what's crazy is my grandfather, I'm left-handed, my grandfather bought me a glove, and what he did was he bought it for me for Christmas. And he bought it at the top of the month and wrapped it and actually put it in his closet and would take it out every day just to soften it up. He wouldn't put it on his hand because he loved baseball. He just loved it. And he would do that. So by the time I got the glove, it was soft so that I could then just shape my hand into it, because he didn't want me to have to spend that. Talk about somebody loving you very much. I didn't even think about that till many years later. Good God Almighty! And it smelled new, so it wasn't like he didn't like take it outside and rub it in the dirt or anything. But I wanted to know that. I know that was like a little bit of a kind of a walk into the weeds, but there is a point where you don't want to get too anal retentive about your stuff. If it's working and it's a little bit older, but it's in good shape, just check on it, make sure it's going okay, right?
Oh, absolutely, right. It is, and and once you do that, you should be good, right? I do suggest, to have some type of long-term plan for taking care of things like that on the truck and just replacing them. But you've got to really base that on, the equipment you have, and how long did the old one last, and all those types of different things. Historical data can really help drive what you do for the future, right?
All right, we're going to pivot here now to fuel, because this is one of the things that my brother paid for dearly when he actually had to run trucks out of his weatherization shop. Let's just begin when it comes to the fuel tank. Better make sure you got a flashlight. Mm-hmm. You better make sure that you know how to look for contaminants. So let's talk about how to actually use I know that sounds crazy, how to use a flashlight when it comes to looking for contaminants. But you can get micro here if you want to. Talk about how to inspect that tank.
Yeah, well, really you do want that flashlight. You want to be able to see down in that tank. And, I don't know. I don't know how to start this or how to say this, but I really, some of our newer technology on things, these fuel tanks back several years ago, manufacturers started coming up with these anti-siphon inserts that go in these tanks, and it's to keep people from stealing fuel.
Right.
I get that, but I think that's one thing that has kind of happened, since that, because it's not as easy to see down in that tank with those pieces in there, with those anti-siphon components in the neck of that tank. But you really want a good flashlight, a small flashlight, so you can focus that beam down into that tank to see, and you're looking for anything that looks unusual. The fuel, you should be able to see all the way to the bottom. If it's cloudy or murky, then something's not right, right? You could see water at the bottom of the tank. That's actually fairly common because it is a natural occurrence. You got these, 100-gallon tanks on each side of a truck that have, 2 days ago it was 85 degrees and they got sun on them and there's space in them. And so that means there's air in those tanks, as long as those fuel tank vents are open, which they should be. So and then it cools down at night, and you're going to get some of that condensation. So you're going to get water, that you can see in the bottom of that tank, and that's where it should go, because the fuel is actually lighter than the water. So it always sounds funny, but that's the way it works, right? We know that oil floats on top of water, same with fuel. So, so when you look down in that bottom, and because there probably will be small amounts of water, pockets in there, that's where you want to look, because most things we deal with, contaminants we deal with, whether it's very small soluble pieces of, dirt and debris, different things like that, but it's going to migrate towards the water, because water has a tendency, is probably the most soluble substance we deal with, in our lives. You can almost dissolve anything in water, except for fuel, of course. So, so you can look at that, because it actually can help attract some of that dirt and debris out. And then once that water gets out of that tank, if it gets sucked up out of that tank, that's why it's good to have some sort of water separator on that truck. That way you can drain that as well. So, because when you do drain the water out, you're not only draining the water, you're draining contaminants as well, because there's a good possibility that's where they're going to migrate to, unless, of course, they're petroleum-based contaminants. Then they'll migrate to the fuel more than the water. So,
this is interesting, by the way. My dad once told me, and by the way, this is what happens when you grow up with a father who works in the maritime and oil and gas industry in the state of Louisiana. He told me that anything that is underneath the water in a tank is really not good.
Right. Right, because that means it's heavier than the water.
That's exactly it.
So it can't be good, right?
He said it means it's not good. He said if you drain a tank, anything that you didn't see until you drained everything else out is a real problem. And he said it's probably what the problem is. He said anything that actually makes its way past the water is the issue inside of the tank. And if you're and by the way, please correct me if I'm wrong. I'm actually asking genuine questions. Anything that is a contaminant that's floating in the fuel at the top is actually easy to get to. It's anything that actually, settles in that tank, genuinely settles. It means it's actually trying to live there, and it's going to cause problems. And if you don't do something about it, it means you have less and less room for not only fuel, but also water. And that's a problem, right?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. And that's the other thing, this water I'm talking about, that you get from condensation and everything. If it lives in that same spot in the bottom of that tank for too long, you're going to start getting algae growth and different things like this. Once you come up with any sort of biological growth in that water, it's only going to cause more and more problems. Because believe it or not, there are some species of algae and things like that actually can thrive in those types of environments, surrounded by that fuel and even cling to that fuel, to migrate around. So it's kind of a crazy thing when you stop and think about it. But, and what it'll do is it'll cause that fuel to look kind of cloudy, and could change the color of the fuel to an extent. Not enough to get in trouble with the revenue man and stuff like that, but
Well, the other thing is, don't ever forget this, man. There are some forms of biodiesel that actually are being taken from algae. Don't forget that, folks.
Yes.
I mean,
right.
There's a connection. There's a connection between that. That's the kind of reminder that it's like at the end of the day, guys, don't forget fuel. Most fuel is the result of something that used to be living that we are now using to power the world around us.
Yeah, right. It's it's kind of an odd thing. It's big. I guess you could say it's probably part of that circle of life. As we move along, this vastness of space that we're in, right?
Yeah, what is it? What's the great thing that we all, at the end of the day, we're all stardust, and that stardust settles into the earth, and then it also becomes the stuff that actually powers our ability to go to the stars. I did want to ask you really quickly, you brought this up, anything that is anti-theft is also anti-shade mechanic. I just realized that from talking to you, that so much of the defeat of shade mechanics has been not because people have lost the skill, it's because so many things are being built now in such a way that you actually have to be trained to the point of not figuring stuff out yourself, because it's all designed not to be stolen from. And that's a good thing, but it also makes it a lot harder to tinker with stuff and put it back together in an effective way.
Yeah, it does, right? I don't know. One of the biggest things for many of that I would really point out on these, we start talking about the fuel tanks, looking at them, and all these different things on the trucks, nowadays for different things. But when all is said and done, it's still nothing more than a tank that's designed to sit there and hold fuel. And for years we had vents in these tanks. We still do, because so many of these fuel systems nowadays rely on, basically nothing more than gravity. Most OEMs will actually tell you in their literature on most modern engines that when you go to replace fuel filters and stuff in the fuel system, that you should always have more than a quarter of a tank of fuel. And part of the reasons for that is simply that, gravity works, So that's everything picked up. Years ago we had crossover tubes from tank to tank that was underneath, but we figured out that wasn't a good idea because road debris knocks those off and you end up with these huge fuel spills. So now everything pulls from the top of the tank, and it's got a tube that goes down to the bottom of the tank, to pull up and to return fuel, to keep it from, because you don't want to just return fuel into the top and it splash and create all kinds of air pockets and stuff that gets pulled back up into the fuel that causes the engine to run rough. So you pull and push into that tank from the bottom. So when you're doing that, you think about that, the deeper the fuel level is, the more pressure there is, to pull it up. But not only that, but once you cut it off, if that fuel system in that engine or on that truck does not have any type of check valve to hold fuel in that engine, if there's not if the pressure is not enough to hold, that basically that vacuum in that fuel, because there shouldn't be any air in that fuel system, up in the engine, with a lower tank level, it can actually, gravity because the engine's going to be higher, can actually push and overcome the depth pressure of where that pickup tube is in the bottom of that tank, and all of a sudden you end up with a starting issue, with a hard start type of issue, or the extended crank, the kind of terms that we use, that you could get simply because it's got to pick that fuel up, and it can all come from lower fuel levels. So it's kind of strange nowadays, some of the little nuances that are out there on some of these newer engines and trucks. So.
I mean, and basically because when you start an engine, you're actually engaged in the biggest pull of them all. I mean, I hate to kind of simplify it to that point, but starting an engine is you talk about the idea of that pull that's going on there. I just want to remind people of them. And I know sometimes we talk simplistically on this segment, but it's like that's one of the points of this segment is that a lot of this stuff is incredibly simple. The complexity of maintenance is not in each individual component. It is in the overall picture. It's one of those things where each individual note of music is not that hard. It's when you actually have to have a whole bunch of them in rapid succession to create the music of the road. That's where people don't realize the complexity is not so much in each individual component, but in its kind of working as an orchestra together to get you to your next checkpoint. Let's talk about those filters really quickly before we run out of time here. You got about a minute to talk about when it's time to change those fuel filters?
Well, and that varies. That's going to vary on, the conditions you're running in, how long it's been since the last filter change. Are you using the filters that would be recommended by the OEM, or at least a suitable aftermarket filter for that particular engine? Because even though it takes time. It takes years to really truly understand what works best with, this particular truck, with this particular engine, things like that. But there are things that work like that out there. So, but generally speaking, nowadays with the way emissions levels and all these different things are, fuel filter, hey, I need my fuel filter changed. I've got low power. Most low power complaints nowadays are due to derates, not because of fuel system issues, it seems. I mean, it still occurs, but, because we do have a tendency nowadays, it seems, to overlook those simple things that used to be some of the first things we look for. Like, if the truck comes in with any type of engine complaint, anything going on, the first, let's put a new fuel filter on. Well, we do that. It's cheap insurance to make sure that part is really working good. But if you've had any type of contaminants and things like that, you want to make sure of that.
It's one of those things that often you have people at OEMs and often people who actually make products will say it's so good that you just forget about it. And part of your job is to basically don't forget about it. Don't forget about it. Even if it's running fantastic. That's one of the other big problems that has happened in this modern age. We always talk about how, the quality of things have gone down. Actually, one of the other problems is that because so much quality has gone down, the places where quality is really high, it's almost like having, 5 kids and 4 of them are terrorists and one of them is wonderful, and the wonderful one actually gets not people paying attention to him, that he actually gets, sloughed off, and then suddenly you realize he's got problems because nobody was paying him attention because he was always fine. Well, you were always fine. How many parents have told kids who wanted more attention, you were always fine? And it's like, well, now I'm not. We go all over the place here. Kevin Lindsay joins us on a regular basis every single Tuesday for Maintenance Matters. He is the manager of technical service for Travel Centers of America, who are the sponsors of this segment. Kevin, thank you so much, my friend. We will eventually get through all the winter planning once spring arrives. I promise you we'll get through all this stuff.
Oh, yeah, right. Yes, we will. Yes, we will. We will get there.
18 innings of baseball last night, Kevin. I didn't get to bed until the crack of doom. Have a great afternoon, all right, my friend?
You too, Jim.
All right. We will be back with Reeves Across America. It is Road Gang Radio. Go to truckdown.com, get out of the ditch. Maybe they'll send you to TA Petro.
Get $25 off on your next preventive maintenance service. Stop by TA Truck Service and save when you choose Castrol oil and a Fleet Guard oil filter. Now through September 30, 2025. Enjoy premium performance with trusted brands. Castrol, protection for the long haul guaranteed. Fleet Guard, run cleaner longer with filtration science. Our ASE certified technicians are ready to deliver expert preventive maintenance and more. TA Truck Service, Castrol, Fleet Guard, your partners in preventive maintenance.
Pro drivers, say hello to your perfect fuel stop, Racetrack. Perfect as in hello, everything you need on the go. Oh, hi there, dedicated truck lanes. What's up, hot and delicious grab-and-go food? And hello, cat scales, clean restrooms, and large, easy-to-maneuver lots. Racetrack has what you want so you can get in, get out, and get back on the road, turning miles into money. Next time you need to stop, say hello to the fuel stop built for pro drivers. Racetrack, whatever gets you going.
Get your giggles going for the highway of hilarity that is the adventures of Mac and Cheese.
Hey, Mac, you know what they serve at monster picnics?
I hope it isn't the mash.
3 human bean salad.
With a dish like that, how do they keep up their ghoulish figures?
Well, they must join Weight Watchers in the woods.
Don't be an ignoramus of the interstate. Tune in next time for Mac and Cheese.
Just one more hour until reinforcements, aka me, arrive to save the day. But until then, keep your eyes on the highway and keep on trucking with Jimmy Mack on Road Gang Radio, y'all.
Welcome to Trucking Tributes. I'm your host for Trucking Tributes, Susan Patton, and today on Trucking Tributes, we have a lot to unpack because this company has been supporting Wreaths Across America for many years, and they have just stepped up to the plate in a fashion that is just incredible. So please welcome to the show, Trucking Tributes today, David Pike with NFI Industries out of Camden, New Jersey. David, welcome to the show, sir.
Thank you, Susan. I really appreciate you having me today.
This is going to be fun. We have so much to let our listeners know about in terms of NFI Industries. So let's jump right into it. Who is NFI Industries and how do you operate?
Well, NFI Industries, just a little background, I've been in the trucking industry and the recruitment space for 32 years. And when I joined here 4.5 years ago, I think it's the biggest company no one knows a lot about. It is 93 years old, and it's based out of New Jersey in Camden right now, our corporate headquarters. And we are predominantly nothing but a dedicated carrier. So we have about 4,000 trucks throughout North America and operate about 150, 160 dedicated locations. We have a vast distribution network with about 250 distribution sites that we manage and operate for customers, logistics and brokerage. So we do it all.
What got you into the trucking industry to begin with, David? Why were you so intrigued?
Well, that is a long story, but I will make it short for the sake of what we need to discuss here. I was actually recruiting for the U.S. Marine Corps back in 1990 through 1993, and I had one of the young men that I'd sent to boot camp come back to me and tell me thank you. And that thank you meant a lot to me. And I didn't realize that that thank you was really my ability to help him change the direction of his life. And that touched me, and it became a calling. Then I was offered the opportunity to do this within transportation in 1993 when I got out. And when you can start helping folks across this country who may be underemployed, could be undereducated, could not have the opportunities, but if they're good people, they just want good jobs. And that is a very, very rewarding thing. So over the past 30 plus years, it has been my mission to remind everyone that we touch people's lives. We don't hire people. We don't. We put people in good careers that deserve it. And we change the face of this country by putting people into jobs that actually produce good income and good wages. And that feels good at the end of the day.
It surely does. I can see how that's very rewarding and has kept you engaged in this industry for so long, because what a value it is to improve and enhance someone's life and lifestyle. That's absolutely extraordinary. David, why the U.S. Marine Corps? You had a lot of choices there originally. What is it about the U.S. Marines that got your interest?
Well, I think I'm from the generation when Gomer Pyle was probably on. That might have been a little bit of it. But all joking aside, it was more about the honor and the pride and the respect that I thought the Marine Corps really presented. It wasn't about an education, it wasn't about a career, but I really wanted to go in there and prove to myself that I could be something above and beyond what I was capable of. And to earn the title of being a Marine was something I'm very proud of. And it really is that discipline, the honor, the integrity of being what a Marine Corps veteran is all about. It still carries on to this day.
I had one driver recently tell me, also a U.S. Marine Corps veteran, and I said, why the Marines? Why did you choose the Marines? He said, well, if you're going to do it, you're going to do it right.
That is so true.
I said, okay, I can buy that. I can buy that. How long, David, did you serve, and what did your military service look like?
Well, I served just under 10 years. So my first job in the Marine Corps was working in explosives and ammunition field. So I got to honestly blow a lot of things up and play with a lot of different pieces of ammunition and distribute it, go out with using units, and manage that for about 7 years, and absolutely had a blast. Every pun intended, absolutely was one of the funnest jobs you could ever do. Then I went on recruiting duty for my last 3 years between 1990 and 1993. And then I was medically retired because of all things, I ended up breaking my tailbone and doing sit-ups. And so they told me I could not re-enlist. So I busted my butt for the Marine Corps and I did not get to stay in, but I still love it to this day. So it was a lot of fun and I do not regret a bit of it. I wish I would have stayed in my 20, but I just not medically was able to do so.
You literally busted your butt. Now, how many
I did.
men can say that and know that that is absolute literal meaning? I busted my butt for the Marine Corps. Absolutely.
That's why I got discharged. Exactly right. I had my 10% disability for that injury, and I'm on my way to nothing much from the VA because of that. But it's still something I'm very proud of.
By golly, it's a great conversation starter too, I'm sure.
It absolutely is.
Excellent. I am speaking with David Pike. David Pike is with NFI Industries out of Camden, New Jersey. You are listening to Trucking Tributes. I'm your host, Susan Patton, and Trucking Tributes is brought to you so kindly by the folks at RadioNemo. We thank them for having us on the show this morning. David, it is no surprise to you, sir, I know, but we've got to share with our listening audience. Wreaths Across America needs trucks. And every day, the mission is growing, which is just phenomenal. How did you first learn about Wreaths Across America's mission?
It just happened chance, honestly, years ago, and have become acquainted with many of the people that work there, much like, Courtney and others, just by nature of being in this space and transportation, you get exposed to these things. But when I joined NFI, 4.5 years ago, I began to realize that NFI was doing a lot more than we realized. Because as you heard me mention, we have our transportation vertical, our distribution vertical, our logistics vertical. So a lot of us, like most companies, we're 19,000 employees. So you don't know everybody. And come to find out, NFI was covering some lanes for Wreaths Across America. We were providing warehouse space for Wreaths Across America. We were providing all the logistics validation for the independent contractors for Wreaths Across America. And collectively, nobody knew that. And so when myself and my team started grabbing a hold of this 4 years ago and quantifying what we did, it really became a mission that we have spread pretty widely throughout NFI at this point. And it has been very rewarding and is something that I know our leadership is all over because it's about the culture and it's about what we do for folks.
And we'll unpack that a little bit more, that mission to remember, honor, and teach. That's what this mission is about on Wreaths Across America Radio. And to tell you that we are impacting lives throughout the country. As I mentioned, we are growing. We, going into 2025, are well over 5,300 participating locations, in addition to Arlington National Cemetery, our first cemetery, of course. But as boots on the ground, our incredible volunteers step up and step forward and say, we will help support this mission. We grow by leaps and bounds every year. We need the trucks. The transportation industry, without a doubt, hands down, makes this mission work. And moves our mission forward as our theme for this year, keep moving forward. And it's so cool, David, that you got into NFI Industries and were able to finally say, oh gosh, we've got bits and pieces here and there, and then to coordinate it all together. Now, Courtney George, our Director of Transportation, tells me that this year you are going to be doing 9 truckloads. Is that correct?
Yeah, 9 loads. And for us, it's a little bit of a different model than most of the folks who will be picking up and delivering, as many of the carriers that support REEs are generally one-way over-the-road carriers. It's easy for them to go pick up a load in Maine and take it all the way back to Texas. We're a dedicated carrier. So all my drivers, 90+% are home every single day. So I have to pick up a load up in Maine and get it relayed in order to make it into Indiana, or make it into Kentucky, or make it down to Arlington, or wherever we have to go. Those lanes have to be well coordinated. So it's a pretty large effort for us. I have countless drivers that'll be picking up and delivering into Allentown, and to Cranberry, New Jersey. And then from there, other drivers will relay them to their destination areas. And then I'll have local drivers make the final deliveries out there in Indiana, Illinois, Kentucky, and North Carolina, New York. We'll be covering it a lot.
And that brings up such a valid point. Thank you for hitting on that, David, that if you are a participating carrier, a professional driver, owner, operator, and it just feels like it's just too much to get all the way to the state of Maine in order to pick up your load of veterans wreaths, we have 9 operating cross docks throughout the country. And so many loads are just that, to go from Maine to a cross dock, or you can pick up at a cross dock and then travel further on to your actual destination. So tell us a little bit about some of your cross dock operations, David.
Well, to our cross dock, I mean, we are a large enough industry, or excuse me, a large enough carrier, really business, I should say, is not the carrier side, but with over about 70 million square foot of warehouse space that we directly own throughout North America, it becomes very easy for us to coordinate and set up a location for us to cross dock to, set up to, something of that nature. So we find it very convenient for us to be able to do that pretty much anywhere we need to.
And it is such a blessing for us at Wreaths Across America because, as I said, your carrier can come in, your professional driver can come in, and with those 9 different operating cross docks, and you can go where you need to go and get to that destination. But by golly, the folks, the volunteers on the ground, the location coordinators, all of the volunteers that they coordinate as well to make sure that they have a successful National Wreaths Across America Day. By the way, this year, that's Saturday, December 13th, National Wreaths Across America Day. It is so critical. Each driver, each truckload of veterans wreaths is a critical component of what we do. So it doesn't matter if your carrier is taking a 1 load or you're just taking 1 load. Gosh, I just talked to a gentleman the other day who's packed up his 14-foot trailer and has done over 2,000 wreaths and has done 5 stops in States. So it doesn't necessarily have to be that conventional van. Courtney George is always telling us, our Director of Transportation, that only 2 things she can't load. That would be a tanker and a flatbed. But we build relationships throughout the trucking industry, and we work with companies just like NFI Industries to match relationships to make it possible. So if in fact there is a will, there is a way for you to participate. And please don't be listening to Trucking Tributes today thinking, maybe this, maybe that, because they are exceptional in the transportation sector of Wreaths Across America, of
very
making
much so.
it happen. And Courtney says, if you want to participate, if you want to be part of this mission to remember, honor, and teach, we are going to find a way to make it happen for you. So what can you tell me about some of your drivers, David, in terms of, do you select veterans? What is your process? How do you work that all through?
Well, we do, absolutely. As large as we are, with about 4,000 company drivers, we have a good segment of our drivers that are veterans. So we generally know who they all are. We track that and monitor that. So we have one that's been doing it. This will be the 7th year for Rees. We have others that'll be the 2nd and 3rd year. And so we have a few of our operations managers, more than a few actually, and some of our operation directors that are all veterans as well. So it is really near and dear to their heart. And I think that The piece that Wreaths touches is something bigger than most of this audience really knows. We see so many veterans organizations that support our military, but so many of them are what I call a singular cause or touch a very small percentage of the veteran population. But for those of us that have served, and for those of us who have families that have served, that now expands so broadly how many people it touches, from aunts and uncles to children to siblings to spouses that have sacrificed. And when you start looking at that, I don't know the exact number, but I'm sure it's touching 20 to 30% of our US population when you realize that veterans as a whole, especially those who have passed and served and sacrificed as they have, and that we're tributing with these, that's a large segment of the population. So for us, it is a very worthy cause because we can hit more of our employees, more of this nation's citizens by honoring their loved ones, regardless of how far down the family chain they were.
And David, you know, you're used to Wreaths Across America. You've been with us for a while. We're always saying it, and it is true to heart. And you just illustrated it with your description. The family serves.
Yes.
Not just the person putting on the uniform, but the family as a whole. And so many of our families are impacted. And, you know, that's what we always say when you look at Wreaths Across America. We're not decorating graves at Christmas time. That's not what this mission is about. The slogan, the mission, remember, honor, teach. And we're teaching that younger generation the value of freedom, to understand that freedom is not free. There is a sacrifice, and every single person in the family of the member who is serving is making a sacrifice and makes a sacrifice daily, and they're doing it. So you're so right. The mission touches so many lives throughout the country. And
absolutely.
Last year, we distributed 3.2 million veterans wreaths, and we know that we have already grown in 2025 by over 300 locations. And even as we speak, volunteers are stepping up saying, we will start a location. What does it take? It takes just that. First of all, your will to get involved, your motivation to get involved, connect with your community cemetery, ask permission to start a Wreaths Across America location if you don't have one already, and get signed up with us, and you are truly ready to rock and roll and get involved with the mission. And it's something that is non-political. It's every walk of life that gets involved and every individual that is touched by this mission. So thank you so much, David, for pointing that out, that it's just, it has that trickle down effect, if you will. Yeah. So now you must get started. I mean, you've got so many, and we haven't even touched on everything that you're doing for us. You must, when do you get started? When do you start rattling your cages and getting folks involved? And what does that look like?
Well, as large of an organization as we are, we really started this year probably around the end of Q1. So March, April timeframe, we were already beginning to reach out to our drivers, reach out to Courtney to make sure we were aligned with everything. The real earnest effort has been started in the past 60 days. We like to be about 90 days out when we're really in full gear to support wreaths. So it, to me, is a year-long event. We take, a break for what it's worth between about December 13th of this year. We probably won't pick back up wreaths until probably February or March of next year.
Well, as we all joke at Wreaths Across America, David, we all need to have a little breathing room.
Yes, we do. Yes, we do. But I've got to go back on something you touched on, Susan, about getting involved. And I think it's important for everyone that's listening today. Unlike so much effort that we all as a company have to put in to generate volunteer and generate support for any organization, Wreaths Across America has got one of the broadest support systems that we've ever been exposed to. As a company, it makes it easy for us to come to you and say, how do we help? And at the end of the day, the resources are there to guide us down the path that we need to go to. Whether it's Courtney, whether it's yourself, whether it's the folks that are lining up our loads, creating donation platforms for our company to go into, it doesn't take a lot for anyone at a company level to say, this is a pretty easy way to get involved. And it's just time. More often than not, I mean, we know obviously dollars are important in any charitable organization, but in this case, time. I mean, just to go volunteer a few hours on a Saturday morning, to me and to many veterans is extremely important. You know, Susan, we've heard it. It's out there on some memes. It's out there in the social world. But people die twice: is when they pass away from this earth and their soul leaves, and the second we stop speaking their name. So I want to continue this cause and help grow it, because every one of those tombstones out there is a story and was a human being. And we need to speak their names and remember who they are and why they sacrificed. And I think when we as a nation humble ourselves to do that, we really erase a lot of the divides that we have in this nation.
Absolutely. Absolutely. So, so beautifully stated, David. Thank you for that. And we are always humbled, particularly on Wreath Day, when we see the amount of families who come out. And of course, as we say, when you place that veteran's wreath on the headstone, we ask them to do just that. Please say their name aloud. I have one of the most fun stories to share with you out of Arlington a couple of years ago, when a family, it was beautiful, absolutely beautiful to witness, and I do a lot of the photography, and I was following a young family around, and they had little tots, little toddlers, and I think the veteran's wreath was almost as big as she was. And it was so precious, and she stopped and she said a little prayer. And she put the wreath down, and then she just got this just screwed up look on her face of real concern. And she stopped and she looked up at her dad and she said, "Daddy, I can't say this name." She couldn't pronounce and she couldn't pronounce the name, and it was just precious, because he said, "Sweetheart, do the best you can do." And it reminds me, and it reminds all of us, of the conversations, the teaching that's happening when families bring their young kids out to participate in wreath laying ceremonies throughout the country. It is just precious to overhear the conversations, the opportunities to teach about history, teach about service, teach about all those things that are so important to our mission as we remember, honor, and teach. It's just extraordinary. Now, I understand, David, that you've got some trucks that are probably going to be part of our annual wreath escort to Arlington National Cemetery.
Yes.
What can you tell us about that? Do you know who the driver is yet?
Yes, we absolutely do. It is our gentleman this will be his 7th year delivering for you guys.
Oh, I just got goosebumps. Absolutely.
Yes. So he is a veteran that I know personally. We won't share the names yet today, but we have gone to him, and he is a proud veteran, much like myself, who loves this company. He's been with the company for quite some time, but he's like so many veterans that leave the service. Many of us struggle to find our way when we leave the service, and that was him, just like me. And I found my niche into the transportation sector, much like he did. And he's fallen in love with NFI as I have. And so we communicate periodically throughout the year, just as friends, like so many of our veterans do, which NFI has a wonderful employee resource group, and one of them is just for veterans. So we're able to all congregate once a month and communicate through chat and talk about issues, talk about programs, talk about charities like Wreaths Across America. So it really helps us promote just goodwill in general to all veterans, and lets the non-veteran community at NFI understand our struggles. Because I do think that they're unique. We've seen things, done things, been places that few people ever will or have ever experienced. And for many of the folks that do support our veterans organization, getting that community together is extremely strong. So Jason, which is his first name, that's all I will share. But Jason has done this will be the 7th year. A wonderful employee for us, and we're excited for him to be able to do it. So we're getting everything decked out for him, getting all the media coverage that we need to do for internal promotions all set up, and it'll be a good opportunity for him.
I'm very excited. I'm going to seek him out now that I know.
Yes.
And absolutely get a quick interview with Jason as well. And everybody, thank you so, so much, because it does mean so much to our veterans. And so many of our carrier companies like NFI make sure that their priority is to give the veterans wreath load to a military veteran in their company if they can. And so many of our companies do that. So it just has that powerful, powerful statement and meaning behind it for doing the wreaths escort and to take loads elsewhere. It's not just escort. And many of our location coordinators make sure that when that truck is coming into their location, they go above and beyond in terms of providing police escort and Patriot Guard riders, and they make sure that they also have a very, very special entrance into their location or their cemetery or however they are set up throughout the country. And again, well over now 5,300 participating locations, wreaths across America this year, in addition to Arlington National Cemetery. And David, that's because individual citizens will get online or will call and say, I want to sponsor a veterans wreath, a $17 veterans wreath, as you pointed out earlier in our Trucking Tributes interview, has such a tremendous impact all throughout the country. It really is exceptional and extraordinary to know that the patriotism is truly, regardless of what you see in the media or don't see in the media, patriotism is alive and well in this country, and people understand the mission to remember, honor, and teach. You are listening to Trucking Tributes on Radio Nemo. Thanks for the Nemo crew for having us on. I'm your host, Susan Patton. I'm speaking with David Pike of NFI Industries out of Camden, New Jersey. By golly, they got all the information together. They figured out how, over the many years that they have been participating with Wreaths Across America, and it really is exceptional. 9 truckloads this year. There's going to be one of the drivers will be in the annual wreath escort to Arlington National Cemetery, operating cross docks and truly engaging so many people within their company, NFI Industries. David, what are we not chatting about that you think is super important to relay to folks?
Well, I think there's several things that we could share, but one that's near and dear to my heart, and you touched on it just before the break, our country has always had a difference of opinions politically at many, many times. But every one of us who's raised our right hand was swore to defend and uphold the Constitution of this United States and to protect our freedoms. We didn't care about religious backgrounds. We didn't care about political ideations. We didn't care about any of the labels that we talk about so much on social media. Every one of our veterans defended everyone's rights. And that's why I think from a very high level, we all have to have that moment to be humble, regardless of our affiliations, titles. We're still all Americans, and we're all still free, and we're still free to have those opinions. And we all have to learn how to respect and honor everyone's viewpoint, whether we agree with it or not. And every veteran that has served, every family that has supported their service members, all fought for the same reasons. And if we don't remember that, then I think we've got bigger issues. And we've got to remember that's what this country is about. It's our freedoms as Americans, and to celebrate the joys that we all have because of that. And in doing so, this is where I think it ties into finding those organizations like Wreaths Across America to where they are very ambiguous. It is not biased to any set. We honor all Americans who've served this country to protect our freedoms, and we will remember their names.
Well, David Pike, you've got me welted up with tears. Couldn't have said it better. And coming from a man who has served our country, has worn the uniform, has made those sacrifices in order to protect our citizens and protect our constitutional freedoms, that was exceptional. And yes, from your lips to God's ears, sir, absolutely. And that's what we are about, is to remember our fallen, honor those who serve and their families, and teach the next generation the value of that freedom. And we still fight for it every day. So David,
we do.
I can't thank you enough. I can't thank all the folks in your team at NFI Industries for supporting the Wreaths Across America mission the way you do, for stepping up and stepping forward and saying we are going to keep moving forward to be sure that the Wreaths Across America mission continues. Thank you again. I so appreciate your time. I know you're very busy, and we really look forward to meeting your team and seeing more of you folks in December here in Maine.
Likewise, Susan, we do thank you very much for the opportunity and to continue the partnership that we've had over the years and grow it in the future. So thanks to Wreaths Across America. It is our pleasure at NFI.
It's our honor. Thank you so much.
It's one simple act that helps Wreaths Across America fulfill its mission to remember,
honor,
and teach.
Sponsoring a wreath, one more wreath
means one more adoring father, one more loving mother,
one more heroic son,
one more brave daughter,
one more beloved family member,
one more dearly missed friend,
one more American,
one more wreath upon the gravestone of someone who served the cause of freedom,
honored for their sacrifice,
never forgotten,
always remembered
through one
simple
act.
One simple act. Go to wreathsacrossamerica.org/RadioNemo and keep the mission moving forward. Exceptional value and exceptional values. That's Bennett Trucking. A core commitment of faith, family, and freedom has driven Bennett to being the leading provider of innovative, integrated transportation solutions, both at home and abroad. Bennett's values are not just compatible with providing high-paying jobs and unmatched customer service. They're inseparable. If you're looking for an employer or a partner who believes the best business model is being a model citizen, then Bennett Trucking is the place for you. Go to BennettIG.com and find the folks who share your values.
Back to Road Gang Radio with Jimmy Mack, Lindsay Lawler.
Give me a minute, y'all. I'm coming.
And you, because if you're listening, you're in the gang. Take it away, founding member Phone Master Dre.
You are in the gang because we are live from Fastport Studios in good old NOLA with your host yet again, Jimmy Mack.
Hey, by the way, guys, Women in Trucking will be hosting their annual Accelerate Conference and Expo in a couple of weeks. That's Accelerate with a capital A and a big old exclamation mark. In just a couple of weeks, Jennifer Hedrick is ready to roll. The president and CEO of Women in Trucking is going to be walking Scott and Ashley through the event and what to expect. Plus, yours truly. If you guys don't know a lot about me already, I am actually doing an interview with them in the second half of Trucking with Oida coming up immediately after this show at 11 in the center, 12 in the east. And after that, by the way, we are going to be broadcasting the second half of the podcast from NASTC in Nashville with Lindsay Lawler, who was honored there with an ambassador award from NASTC for the trucking industry, Dave Nemo and David Owen and a whole bunch of other folks, including the lady who actually was the one who began Accelerate, Miss Ellen Voya. All that's coming your way after Road Gang Radio is over.
And David Owen does a little switcheroo and throws it over to Lindsay and Dave to take it over with Ellen Voya while he does some other things, and then he comes on back.
It's a really interesting conversation. You guys have a full docket of Road Gang Radio and lots of great stuff coming from Trucking with Oida and a special edition of Road Gang Radio over at the NASTC conference. So don't leave. Hit that like button on the tube of you. The more of you that hit it, I got veins in my neck.
Hit that like.
Veins in my neck.
Please do it.
Veins in my neck.
You get it.
Now, we got to do a little bit of maintenance matters in the last couple of hours. We're going to do a little bit of Highway to Health next. Dre, take us there. It, by the way, is one of the longest running segments here on Radio Nemo. We talk about the idea of making a living and making a life. This is kind of a transitional thing. In between that, you've got to make sure that you do maintenance on yourself. And when you do maintenance on yourself, you're able to both make that living and then have a wonderful life. With that in mind, Dr. Peter Cowie joins us on Highway to Health. He is a professor of medicine and clinical pharmacology at Thomas Jefferson University, former chief of cardiovascular diseases at the Lankenau Heart Institute, and holds the William Wyckoff Smith Chair in Cardiovascular Research. He is an internationally recognized expert in heart rhythm disorders and has played a pivotal role in developing innovative therapies for arrhythmias. It is our pleasure to welcome him. If I tried to read his entire bio, by the way, we would get lost in the weeds, and we actually want to have a conversation with him about healthcare deserts, but also his wonderful book, and by the way, alarming book, Failure to Treat. Welcome to the show, Dr. Cowie. How are you?
Oh, I'm great. Thanks for having me. I appreciate it.
I kind of want to talk about the book and just kind of jump in on the deep end, and then we'll kind of talk about what healthcare deserts are. The book is incredibly accessible. It is kind of foundationally based on anecdotes, the idea that we're telling individual stories, really personalizing it, but each one of them represents an ongoing problem in the healthcare industry right now. Can you talk a little bit about the decision to write it in this form and fashion, and why you think it's important that not just people in the medical profession and all stakeholders in the medical profession read this, but why every American should?
Well, first of all, my training background was such that my mentors made a big impression on me, and one of the things that they taught me was that if you really want to get your point across to, especially to patients, storytelling is a really unique and effective way to do it. People like stories, and especially true stories about things that happen in the medical field. It sort of gives people an inside look, and also features not just the practitioners in the stories, but the patients themselves. And so the book was an anthology of 20 true stories about people, practitioners as well as patients, who were harmed by this terribly broken healthcare system that we deal with. And not only did I tell these stories, but I also, at the end of each section, offered some practical advice to patients in particular about how they might be able to avoid the calamities that occurred in the book. So it was my way of telling the public that we have a problem, we have a series of problems, and that we all have to sort of get together to try to figure out a way to solve them.
One of the things that really hit me after I read through the book, we have a lot of over-the-road truck drivers who listen to this show, and there is a lot of attempts in the last decade or so to really do some intervention with a lot of these men. There are numbers that suggest, in particular with the men, that many of them aren't making it to their seventh decade. They're just not getting there. And so there's been a lot of real efforts, and some of it has been to kind of have a sense of camaraderie and fun out there on the road. And yet, I come to a story in this book that I think will really resonate with a lot of our listeners here, of what happens when you get these mass screenings of any sort. I kept thinking about all the different kind of mass screenings. You, of course, were focusing on a cardiovascular one. Can you kind of unpack that story? Because I think in many ways, for what our listeners deal with, it's one of the most important. They're all important stories. This one really landed with me because I know about what is going on out there on the road. Kind of unpack that for us.
I'd be happy to do that, but I need to tell you that my father was a truck driver. Tractor trailer driver. And exactly what you just described happened to my father. He did not pay attention to his health. His blood pressure was high. He ended up having diabetes, and he died way before he should have of those diseases. And so I am very sympathetic, not just to those blue collar guys that are out there really working hard, but in particular truck drivers. I used to go over the road with my father every once in a while, and I got to meet a lot of his buddies, and they're just salt of the earth people. They're really good people, but they just weren't being cared for properly. The book story that you referred to, it falls right into that category, because what happens in this is that this poor guy gets sucked into having a screening at a trailer somewhere that really didn't do a very good job, and he ends up being referred for a procedure that he doesn't need and is harmed during the procedure. The story lesson is, yeah, we all need to access the healthcare system. All of us need physicians and people who care for us, but that's not the model that you want to use. You don't want to go to a trailer. You don't want to go to some kind of freestanding clinic. You want to find yourself a very good primary care doctor. Now, the problem we have right now, as you know very well, is that they are in relatively short supply. We're not producing enough primary care doctors. Many of them have left practice. Some of them have decided to go concierge and charge enormous fees so that they can concentrate on a smaller number of patients. So the situation is not great, but finding a good primary care doctor who can direct you to the proper kind of testing and therapies that you need is really paramount. Finding it in the community or finding it, at the mall is usually not a very good idea.
Yeah, and one of the things that's so kind of deeply moving about the story is that he's a guy, Mr. J in this story, who takes care of himself. I mean, unlike some of the people that we often talk to, although we have a lot of men and women now on the road who understand exactly what you're talking about and have begun to make this commitment. And one of the things about a profit-driven medical profession is that it then allows a lot of subcontractors to step in and do the work of a primary care doctor, because so much of what's happening here could have been avoided by simply having, since you told me about your dad, I'll tell you about mine. He is currently 82 years old. He was 320 pounds at 79. He is now 265. And the reason he got there was that the doctor, his primary care physician, he got a new one, looked him in the eye and he said, "You are 79 years old and you still have brown hair. You are 320 pounds. He said, "You should be dead, given the way you treat yourself." And he said, "It just speaks to how powerful your genes are." He said, "If you make some simple adjustments in your life, including your salt and sugar intake and a little bit of physical therapy," he said, "with your granddaughter getting married next year, there's a good chance you could meet great-grandchildren." And that simple conversation changed everything for him. And what happens in this story, and please tell me if I'm wrong, the heartbreak of this is a conversation that should be had with a trusted friend who is in charge of your principal healthcare, who is in charge of figuring things out before they get to any kind of risk point. Is that kind of what we're getting at here?
I think you're spot on. I think you hit it right on the head. And I was very heartened to hear your story about your dad, because it turns out to be a happy ending. My father, unfortunately, didn't have a primary care doctor who was sitting on him about his weight, and he was also very heavy, sitting on him about his weight and his blood pressure and his blood sugars and stuff. And yes, what you said is exactly the case. Now, in the modern world, fortunately, there's a lot of people who are employed in the health professions who may not necessarily be a primary care doctor, but they may be in your family. They might be a friend that you can call and get some advice from. If you can find somebody in your life that you can trust, who can direct you correctly to get good health care, that's always an advantage. But eventually it all comes down to this concept of having a quarterback, having somebody who really manages all your care. There's another story, if you recall, about fragmenting care, going to several different specialists, for example, and never really getting somebody who's in the middle of your care to coordinate things.
No
and
point
how that
guard.
can be destructive
No
as well.
point guard. I mean, make a basketball analogy.
There you go.
It just is crazy.
Yep. Absolutely. It's the same concept. So that's that's the value of the book, is that it points out some relatively simple, straightforward things that people can think about and do to really try to preserve their health and navigate their way through a system that is really quite difficult.
Let's kind of talk, and we'll get back to the book here in a second. Let's talk about what healthcare deserts are. There are a lot of people out there who understand what a food desert is. It's not a hard leap if you get that concept to understand what we're talking about here. But there are so many areas that are underserved, and that there are people who literally, if they had access, would get much better care because they would make the effort. But the moment you start expanding the distance at which they have to travel to get to the places they need, given all the other costs and inflationary pressures these days, people start making decisions about things, to kind of let the maintenance of their well-being just slip a little bit every year. And so much of the book was about not just bad care practices, but incremental decisions based on a lack of a regular kind of keeping up with what was going on. So talk about the impact of not having simply geographical access to the things you need.
Yeah, this issue of healthcare deserts, as you say, has become extremely important around the country because of a very large number of hospital closures, closures of health systems. We've had 2 seismic changes in Philadelphia, with the Hahnemann University closing its gigantic hospital in the city, and then another relatively suburban health center called Crozer Jester that was 3 hospitals closing. In both cases, the systems were bought out by private equity, who decided to bankrupt them and basically rape them and take all the money and run. And that's how we ended up with this very large number of people who suddenly, and I mean suddenly, I mean within a course of like a few weeks, suddenly without any access to healthcare. And that includes emergency departments or primary care doctors' offices or consultants or anything. It's not just happening in the cities, it's also happening in rural areas. Small hospitals that have served rural areas for years are in financial trouble because of the way that they get paid. We expect that if all of these things happen with Medicare and Medicaid that are being proposed at the federal government level, that this is basically going to be like throwing gasoline on the fire, and we'll see even more hospitals and clinics closing. When that happens, what you said is exactly correct. People can't access the system, and so they don't until they're very, very sick. So you take somebody who has something like a strep throat that ordinarily could be taken care of fairly easily by a primary care doctor, but they don't have insurance or they don't have access and they don't have it taken care of. And the next thing you know, they have a rip-roaring systemic infection and they're in the emergency department. So the cost to the system isn't just, it isn't just the institutions that suffer, it's the individuals. The other thing that happens when you close hospital systems is that you burden those that remain. So our emergency room now is absolutely swamped. And waiting times of 5, 6, 7 hours is pretty common right now in our emergency department. So think about, even if you have good insurance and you have a problem, you go to the emergency department, you end up waiting or not seeing the doctor at all. We now have, listen to this, we have a 15% rate of people leaving the emergency room without being seen. So they just get up and walk out. They just can't take it anymore. They go someplace else or they just go home and suffer. That's what healthcare deserts do. They shift to existing hospitals. They cause all kinds of problems with individual patients, and it just burdens the system enormously.
You also make an argument, and one I also happen to agree with, kind of a reminder too, because often people's wrath is directed at the medical practitioner. And there are times that there is genuine malpractice that you talk about in the book, but a lot of times you want to make it really clear that often these doctors, many of whom, doctors and nurses who care deeply about these patients, are as much a prisoner of the payment mechanism, of the insurance system, that even if they decided to go out on their own and leave a network, they, as to quote you, they would end up with an empty office and going bankrupt soon after. And the problem is that, most people don't even know how to begin, that when you begin the process of medical treatment, that you need to know exactly how your insurance is lined up, which is a lot of work to do. And if you don't, you may find yourself running into walls left and right, where even the doctors who care deeply about you are often powerless to help.
Yeah, it's I can't tell you how frustrating it is to be confronted with situations like that, where you think about, for example, a doctor sees a patient in the office, orders a test, a perfectly reasonable test, and the insurance company denies it. 14% of claims now that go to commercial and Medicare insurance coverage plans are denied in this country. 14%. So the doctor's sitting there and ordered a test and wants that test. And by the way, there's a story in the book, as you'll recall, about this happening to a woman who had ended up having coronary disease, where the doctor ordered a stress test and the insurance company said no, and she ended up having a heart attack. The difficulty with the payment system, there was a survey, for example, of Medicare patients. 70% of Medicare patients said they thought that getting Medicare and going and navigating the system and trying to figure out how to get their coverage was extremely complicated and difficult for them to do. And in many cases, they ended up with coverage that they didn't really want or expect because they just didn't know how to navigate the system. It's horrible. It's horrible for everybody, doctors as well as patients, trying to do something in this broken system that we have.
Give me 1 second to take care of some bureaucracy. PeterCowieAuthor.com. That's KOWIE petercowieauthor.com. If you head over there, you'll be able to see Failure to Treat. It is a book, guys. It is incredibly accessible. It reads like a piece of narrative fiction. For those of you guys who are regular listeners who know Peter Stark's work, Last Breath, where he talks about the limits of adventure, has the same sort of structure where we are dealing with anecdotal stories about real life situations and real people. Each chapter then ends with an explanation of how you can avoid that situation, but also a stark reminder that this is a problem that cannot be fixed unless all aspects of the healthcare network and system, all stakeholders, which includes you, get involved in that. Can you talk about strategies, how we can break out of this panopticon that we're kind of caught in? We're caught in this kind of vast, almost prison network of, I hate to use the word Kafkaesque, but we're often sent down the hallway to fill out 3 forms in triplicate in order to get the form that we have to fill out. How do we break this system to make it both accessible in the short term for people to navigate it and then to reform it?
Well, I know that there's a lot of distrust of universal healthcare concept and so-called socialized medicine that people talk about. But unfortunately, we really have to go to a place where people, everybody in this country can access at least basic medical care. The ability to go to a primary care doctor, to visit the emergency room, to get their preventative therapies, vaccines, or whatever. We have to have a system where all of that is paid for. And if you want to build on that, it's kind of fancy insurance program. If you have a lot of money, whatever, fine. But the basics need to be covered. And Bernie Sanders is not the most popular person in the world, but he's come up with a concept of Medicare for all. I'm not sure that necessarily is the solution, but something that allows everybody to have access to basic medical care is a must. In order to do that, we're going to have to change our representation. The people who are currently in Congress and in the state legislatures are not ready to do this. They refuse to do it. They refuse to consider. You can see what's happening with this impasse at the federal government. They're not even willing to talk about taking back some of these cuts to subsidies and to Medicaid. They don't want to do that. Well, what that means is that voters need to go out and find candidates who legitimately understand the healthcare problem and pledge to change it, and then hold them to it. So if you vote for one of those characters and they go to Congress and they don't do what they're supposed to do, then they shouldn't get reelected. The only way to really change the system is for people to become galvanized and to participate in the political system that we have in order to change our representation. There really isn't any other way. I mean, we can't fight the insurance companies. We can't get clubs and go after people. We shouldn't be shooting healthcare executives. I mean, that's insane. But you can see how angry people are. Hopefully, their anger translates into political activity and political activism.
Yeah, and by the way, there are models, everything, for those people who have, what I call political misgivings or fear of one form of bureaucracy being replaced by another. There are models like in Taiwan and Singapore where they say, all we'll take care of universally is primary care. That would be enough.
Right.
Like I said, the Taiwanese are like, once you get past a certain point, you're on your own. You got to pay for stuff. But what they do over there, if I understand it correctly, is like, but as far as going to see your primary physician and getting a checkup, there's no charge for that. It's covered in what the nation covers. There are models that, while not, everybody's ideal, I think that there are a lot of people and a lot of consensus, including from some interesting pockets of red Georgia, where they are suggesting the possibility of, I just want my constituents to be able to go see their country doctor, qualified country doctor, who can give them the best advice before they end up in a strip mall in a line getting told to have heart surgery when they didn't need it, or being denied the right to a simple stress test when that would have made all the difference and not cost the taxpayers ungodly amounts of money or the tort system ungodly amounts of money to kind of resolve all this stuff. How am I doing?
I think you should run for Congress. No, that's a tremendous idea, and it's been floated several times. People have talked about this, and you're absolutely right about Taiwan. it does have a system that's exactly as you described it, where people just get their primary care. But that's the key, right? That's the key. If you have a good primary care doctor who can refer you appropriately or not refer you appropriately, it makes all the difference in the world. There are data to support this, okay? There are data to support better outcomes for patients who have good primary care support and worse outcomes for patients who don't. And we've seen this in our society. I mean, look at all of the indices of health outcomes in poor people, in African Americans living in poor pockets with incomes of less than $20,000 a year. Their health outcomes are terrible because they can't access health care. And I think you're absolutely right. I think we don't need to have a Cadillac system or a Mercedes-Benz system of care for everybody. That's not necessary. What we need is just basic good care for all of our citizens. And I think you're absolutely right. Nobody disagrees with this. I mean, if Marjorie Taylor Greene, for crying out loud, has been promoting this, and she's right. This is what we need for our citizens, and we need to act on it. And the next round of elections hopefully will make a difference.
Yeah, I mean, and the other thing is too is like we can, we don't have to have any sort of mandates or any. I mean, I don't mean that, but we don't need to have any. Like you said, that Cadillac system. We're not talking about that. We're not talking about this replacing one vast bureaucracy network with another. But there's a certain level of empowerment when a person actually is able to simply pick the doctor they want. Look, everybody can't afford the most expensive stuff and the high-end stuff because we all know about development and all that. But we go back to it. Just imagine the people in this book who, if they had simply gone and seen a primary care physician, how big their outcomes, how different their outcomes would have been. And this is something, as you said, I think that everybody can get behind. I want to talk a little bit more about the book because I really want my listeners to read it. Of all the stories that you write in this book, and of course all of them had an impact on you, was there one in the process of putting this together that you felt was absolutely the most important one to get in here, or one or two of them that you said, this one I've got to have, this one has got to be here because this is almost kind of the linchpin on which this whole thesis rests?
Well, I think there are a couple of stories that talk about the misappropriation of the money that we spend for medical care. This is the thing that hurts me the most. This country spends over $4.5 trillion a year on healthcare, which is more than the GDP of most countries on the planet, right? I mean, it's just an enormous amount of money, but it's being misappropriated. So there are a couple of stories about hospital administrators and how much they get paid and how many administrators we have, our regulations, how much the pharmaceutical companies are making, how much the medical insurance companies are making, and how much malpractice attorneys are making. There are so many constituencies that are pulling money out of the healthcare system, and it doesn't have to be like this. Relatively simple changes in the laws that we have governing, for example, we don't regulate medical insurance companies. I mean, we say we do, but we really don't. No. And they're permitted to get away with pretty much whatever they want. If they want to deny something, they just deny it. By the way, for the listeners, just so you're aware, that medical insurance companies cannot be sued. So if you suffer an injury because a medical insurance company said you couldn't have a test, you can't sue the insurance company. What frequently happens is that people sue their doctors, try to get recovery. We need to change the appropriation of money within our healthcare system. If we spent $4.5 trillion correctly, do you realize that $4.5 trillion translates into $13,000 for every adult in the United States? $13,000. So a family of two, a couple would have $26,000 to spend on healthcare if we just took that money and gave it out to people. But we're putting it all in the wrong places. So the stories that I think really resonate, I think most with my readers, and I've had a lot of feedback from readers, is the misappropriation. There's a story, as you recall, about a patient who's in the hospital and rings a call bell and never gets a nurse to come. Never has anybody talk to them, doesn't really get the kind of care that they expect in a hospital because they don't have enough nurses. They don't have enough technicians taking care of the patients. That's what we're dealing with. We're dealing with money being spent in inappropriate ways.
Yeah, and we had a conversation a couple of months back with somebody talking about the aging housing for the aging and how much of it was being tunneled out, where basically you have a company that sets up in one place and then digs a hole in the earth and then funnels the money out of the system. And there's a lot of that going on in the healthcare system as well, too. There's a lot of places where money is being sent that it shouldn't be sent. There's so much more to talk about. If we'll reach out to you again if you have the time in your incredibly busy schedule, Dr. Cowie. We would love to have you back, okay?
I would be delighted to speak with your audience anytime. I really appreciate it.
And by the way, they appreciate you knowing who they are so much. Many of them have the same kind of stories and hope to have a son like you. PeterCowieAuthor.com. Thank you, sir. Absolute pleasure to have you on today.
Thank you so much. Have a great week.
All right, you too. We'll be right back. Look busy. Lindsay's coming. Yeah, I mean, how many of these truck drivers would love to have a son who actually is a cardiovascular expert?
17 Sapp Brothers Travel Centers are known for great food, hospitality, and mom-approved showers and restrooms. But don't forget the service centers. Sapp Brothers ASE certified technicians can repair nearly any issue in shop or roadside, including axle repair. Dig into your free steak dinner with your oil change. That's a Sapp Brothers tradition to thank you for your business. Tires? Sapp Brothers will beat any competitor's advertised price on tires. And download the Sapp Brothers app for exclusive promotions in the shop, restaurant, and store. Your spot under the coffee pot is waiting for you at Sapp Brothers.
At Radio Nemo, we believe in finding your tribe, your people, your gang. But you can't find your gang unless you find yourself, and you can't find yourself unless you write, right? Lindsay Lawler's We Should Write is a podcast about the healing power of writing. It dives deep with creatives of all types to discover how putting a pen to paper helps them work their stuff out, and maybe gives you the permission slip to do the same thing. We Should Write, live at noon in the center every Wednesday, and then everywhere you get your podcast. Go to RadioNemo.com and learn how to write yourself to healing, creativity, and clarity. Right?
In a video game, if you get enough experience, you level up. And when you level up, you gain more skill. And with enough skill, you beat the boss and win the game.
Sounds a lot like trucking, doesn't it?
Except in trucking, you don't beat the boss, you become the boss. And if you want to be the boss, you gotta meet the boss.
And that boss? Carrier's Edge boss, Jane Jazrawi.
Want your drivers to level up? Carrier's Edge has the training, comprehensive safety, compliance, and best practices on one website. It's a simple subscription with no contract and no commitment. Learn more. Try it out. Level up. CarriersEdge.com.
Hey, come on! We're starting the game!
All right, I'm coming. Wait for me. CarriersEdge.com.
Road Gang Radio. We've talked about making a living. Now let's get a life. It's Jimmy Mack and Lindsay Lawler with the best stories, the ultimate road trip, the concert of a lifetime, and a home when you're not at home. The wheels have come off, but we're still rolling.
Sinister yet likable. That's the name of our show. Sinister yet likable.
Yeah, left-handed and gregarious. Here we are.
Speaking of that gregarious, beautiful laugh, happy belated anniversary to you and Claire Marie.
Thank you very much. And by
8 years married, is that right?
8 years married, and the one of the most fun things is that because we like giving gifts, we didn't forget. We were so ahead of the game, and Claire was heartbroken because she got a message the day before saying that there would be a delay in the delivery, and I wouldn't get it on Sunday morning the way that Claire had set it up for me.
What was it?
I got it a day earlier than they actually said I would. It was leg massagers.
Oh, that's a good gift.
Yeah, and it's funny because...
that's literally the gift that keeps on giving.
Yeah, Claire wrote me and said, sorry, it's kind of a re-gift because I got you this when we were over in California, but I'm using them now and you're never here, so I'm going to keep using these, and I sent you some new ones. I'm like, that's not a re-gift.
That's a great gift.
That's a great gift. it's funny because I don't know if I will send you the picture of the flowers that I sent.
I
that
saw
morning.
it online.
Oh yeah,
They're
and
beautiful.
yeah, and by the way, that's almost, although hers was made out of paper. That's what the bouquet kind of looked like. That was the color of her bouquet.
What is 8? Did you look up what 8 years together is?
I did not, and we talked about that.
Seamus and I have never done that. I always look at it every year, and then I don't do that. But
We talked on the phone about it, and said, well, let's go check this out. And then we got so lost in just having a really fun conversation about the fact that my mom and dad took me to eat where Claire and I got married.
you had a nice romantic anniversary dinner with your parents. I like that.
Really funny. And actually, what's really funny is that we called Claire and took pictures, and my dad actually arranged for her to have a gift certificate to her favorite restaurant in California.
Oh, that's
So
great.
it really was nice. They were really on top of it. And I said, why y'all make such a big deal out of this? And they said, because you guys, along with your sister, have the one marriage where there is no drama. We never even think about it.
Yeah,
They're
there's
like,
no drama. You don't have to see each other, so there's really no drama.
yeah, and it's so funny too because my sister actually looked at me and she said, "Who would have thought that you, meaning me, would have the second most stable marriage?" Because my sister will not concede that point. The second most stable marriage of this entire operation. And she said, "By the way, it's easier for you. You don't have 4 children." I'm like, "Yeah, that's life,
yeah,
isn't it?"
Yeah, for sure. And putting stable next to Jimmy, who saw that coming? Period. You
Well,
know what I mean?
I know. I mean, you didn't even know I rode horses.
I didn't. I'm learning all these things about you. Hey, by the way, the 8th year of marriage is known as the bronze anniversary. And so you can tell Claire it symbolizes strength and longevity, as bronze is a durable alloy of copper and tin. So happy strength and longevity anniversary to you and your.
The bronze. By the way.
You know what I looked up? Because Seamus and I have been married. Our next anniversary will be 19, so we're really looking to 20. So I looked up what 20 is, because we've never done any of that kind of year thing. And 20 is China. And so I was like, instead of let's get each other China, I was like, let's go to China for our 20th anniversary. There's this statue in China I really want to see. Obviously, the Great Wall. I know it's maybe not the greatest time to go over there, but maybe a year and a half now will be a good time to go to China. But that's a cool idea, right? When it's China, go to China. When in Rome, go to Rome.
That's an amazing idea. That's an amazing idea. And I think people would think that's the kind of idea that's cool, because it's not just cool to actually do it. It's cool to do it and then tell people why you're doing it. Why are you going to China? Well, it's our 20th anniversary, and it's the year of China.
Oh, now I get it.
And people go, that's amazing. What is, somebody ought to look up 19. By the way, shout out to Trucker Bosun, who also let us know that the 8-year point is the bronze, by the way. Good morning to him. Good morning to Marshall. Lindsay, I have to tell you, I know it ain't the Super Bowl, but good God almighty, I played it for Dre this morning. Brad Paisley hit a home run, pun intended, last night. He was just terrific, especially after the first guy botched the Canadian national anthem. Wasn't good.
I didn't see the Canadian. I just looked up the Brad one after you had sent that. He's just so good. You want to know something? I'll tell you, somebody who, for people that don't sing out there or play guitar, you're a very different singer whether you play guitar or don't play guitar. And you're a very different singer when you are playing guitar while you're singing. So Brad Paisley, whether you like his voice or not, has so much musicality because of his crazy level of guitar playing skills. Because you like my dear friend Emily West, who's one of my favorite singers in all of Nashville. It's funny, I'm watching her voice or hearing her voice change because she's been singing her whole life, but she's all of a sudden learning guitar, and it's changing her voice. It's making her stronger. And so what happens is, even if you've got a great voice, I don't play guitar. I poke around on it, and I play piano more, but there's something I'm lacking that I can't do, because if you hold the guitar and you sing with the guitar, it can take you in certain directions, and it becomes this dance that your voice and the guitar do. So it's cool for me to watch Brad Paisley because he's first and foremost a guitar player, and so it's neat to see his musicality on his vocals that goes hand in hand with that.
I had the same thought. I as I was watching it, and because my dad said something very similar. By the way, speaking of my dad, he and I were up till 2:00 in the morning to watch that game come to its absolutely galvanizing conclusion. One of the best baseball games I've ever seen.
That's going to be a core memory with you and your dad too.
We were talking about healthcare outcomes, and I brought my dad up in the last segment, and openly admitted it. He said, "There's no way I make it to the end of this game." 3 years ago, he falls asleep in the chair. 3 years ago, he falls asleep in the chair. He said, "I missed the end of this with you." And I swear to God, my mom woke up with a start because he was able to get to his feet and shake my hand. And he couldn't have done that 3 years ago.
That's amazing. Yeah. And speaking of healthcare, you guys were having a great conversation on Highway to Health preceding my arrival here. I think you had a few extra thoughts, but what a great thing to know that your dad has made such a turn and taken real hold of, really, that's like him signaling. It's got to feel good for the entire family, signaling, I want to be with you for a lot longer.
Yeah, and the signal of that, the idea that when we drive up that he can actually help my mom out the car like a good gentleman would, for his wife, who is 1 year younger than he is, as she likes to point out, although she also complains that he has chestnut hair. I want to get back to the
always be younger than him. Yeah.
Always be younger than him. I want to get back to the Paisley thing here real quick because you made such a great point. I was thinking about this the other day with two people in particular. I've been watching a lot of Mark Knopfler of Dire Straits, and I've been watching a lot of Charlie Daniels. And I realized something about both of them. They both, because they are such virtuosos with their instrument, Knopfler is a guitar player at the same level as Jimmy Page. People forget that a lot about him. He's in Frampton and Gilmore country. That's how good Mark Knopfler is. And Charlie Daniels, when it comes to playing a fiddle and playing it hot, and especially when the devil jumps up on a hickory stick and says, boy, let me tell you what. I realized that Charlie Daniels and Mark Knopfler really aren't, quote-unquote, singing in regards to range or chops. What they're doing is they have impeccable diction and they tell stories. Yep. And, the devil went down to Georgia. He was looking for a soul to steal. He was in a bind because he was way behind and he was willing to make a deal. And so much of that you can do.
He was the original Eminem, by the way. Keep going.
By the way, you ought to watch that. There's a video of all those kids watching him do this for the first time, and all of these African Americans. There's a number of them who were like, that brother is spitting better than 90% of the people that call themselves rappers, and he's great at that stuff. But I realized that he and Knopfler, like if you listen to the Sultans of Swing, I mean, it's just Knopfler talking rhythmically. The real musicality comes in their instrument, and you're right. There's an amazing thing that happens with a great guitar player or a great fiddle player is listening to them have a conversation with themselves. It is so cool. And Dre and I both remarked on that with Brad Paisley's National Anthem, because as good as at the end, he's so smart that he actually starts so low and he takes free lower rather than going higher with it. But what makes it work, and we both said this, we get to the end, man, and you saw it. He does that thing with that guitar, man, and it just puts it in another level. The guitar, the shredding guitar, is the anthem. He's telling the story of what happened at Fort. What is it? Not Francis Scott Key wrote the song. Fort McHenry. He's telling the story of what happens there. It's the guitar that's singing it. And that's a really kind of groovy get. I wanted to make sure I'm clear. Guys, I don't give away my politics a lot all the time, but I am not for a vast system of monstrous healthcare. I am not for this kind of, overall sort of system that somehow manages to bureaucratically serve 360 million Americans. I just believe that we all have a right to primary care, and to kind of go at Scat Pack is saying, I think if you go to the doctor once a year, you don't have to go to the doctor acceleratedly wise after that you can then just go to your doctor, just get checked up on. And
I'm going to make a very political statement.
Go on.
I think everyone deserves to be healthy. How dare I? Yeah. I think everyone deserves a shot at health and happiness. How dare I?
Yeah. And I'm kind of with you on that.
Not really a political comment, obviously.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, I think everybody, if they're allowed to make choices, should be able to pick a doctor that is close by them, that they trust, and to have a relationship with that doctor that prevents them from spending a lot of money and having to go to the doctor more and spend even more money. That's kind of where I stand on that, but that is as far as I will take it, because I am like Dave Nemo. You guys might think you know where I stand politically. You're probably wrong, as Lindsay can tell you, as a couple of her friends have found out who have thought I was one thing and been like, wait a minute, I think you kind of agree with me. Yep.
It's one of my biggest I don't think a lot of people know where I stand either. By the way,
a lot of people would be surprised.
Yeah, but here's the other thing. What's funny, people assume I hate when people assume that they think they know what you think, so they just start spewing at you. They're like, you know what I mean. And I'm like, actually, no. And I usually stay quiet. But it's funny. People either think I think one way because I'm in entertainment, or they think I think another way because I'm from Texas. And by the way, I think parts of both and all of those things. But it's just so funny when people just start talking, not even at you, but they think they're talking with you. And I'm like, you haven't taken a breath yet to maybe ask what I think. You're just assuming what I think. And the people that assume, here's the thing. If somebody asks me what I think, I will gladly have a conversation. If somebody assumes they know what I think and talk at me, I already know where your mind is at. I already know it's not worth a conversation. And I just smile and nod. Smile and nod. Smile and wave, boys. Smile and wave.
Smile and wave. Ask me what I believe in, Lindsay.
Jimmy Mack, tell me what you believe, my friend.
I believe in Road Gang Radio.
I believe I can fly. Yeah.
I believe in Road Gang Radio. Here's my big ask of the day. I've been
I believe I can do. Oh, you can't sing that guy's song anymore.
Yeah. Yeah, you can. You just make it your own. Actually, I want somebody to cover that song and just be like, I am not paying tribute. I am taking ownership of this song so that people can sing it again.
Now, yeah, I'm just start saying I wrote that song. I wrote I Believe. I'm the original performer of I Believe I Can Fly.
Yeah, and you could go to him and say, do you want more press? You can sue me. Would you like more press? We can give you more press. We can put you out there a little bit further.
I like that. Hey, and now we're in a moment. Speaking of I Believe, I would like to read something, if you wouldn't mind, that I posted on Facebook yesterday.
Please.
It's a little long. Do you mind?
No, it's exciting, by the way. It was going to be the second half of this half hour, and we're almost there, so do it. I can't wait.
We can come back to it.
I don't want to come back to it. It's worth the 15-minute mark. It's important.
Well, and I just sort of, when I sat down yesterday, Jim, I just wanted, and even though I had mentioned it on air, and I told a couple people, but I've realized, and you and I talk about this a lot, I realize the more I talk about things, the less I actually do those things. So I've just kind of stopped talking. I'll mention things, but I've stopped going into details on a lot of stuff until like it's happened or is happening or whatever.
This has happened.
This happened yet. What is today? Tuesday. This happened on Sunday. So I wrote about
Good
this
day
on
for
Monday.
it.
Yeah, that makes sense. So I'm just going to read what I posted, and then I'll read what I posted.
And go over there if you guys follow Lindsay on Facebook, and once she reads this, please hit the like button and congratulate her. But go ahead, please.
Yeah, well, you don't have to, but
they don't have to. I'm telling them to because they love you. Go on.
Oh, okay, that's good. Yesterday was special. I didn't talk about it much leading up to it. I wanted to keep it low-key for myself to protect the energy around why I was doing it. Because even with good intentions, I think sometimes people's comments, questions, concerns, and opinions have the potential to taint the meaning behind things that are very personal to us. But now that I've made a new commitment to myself, my hope, and my faith moving forward, I feel more open to share. October 26, 2025 will forever be the day I took a hold of my spirituality, but also surrendered to it. Yesterday, my mother and I got baptized. She first, and then she turned around and baptized me, which in and of itself is such a beautiful thing that the woman that brought me into this world got to solidify my commitment as well in baptism. And by the way, I was also sprinkled as a baby, but I didn't have a lot of say in that. Wham, wham, wham. I'm sure she and I have different reasonings, however, ultimately the same reason, as to why it was important to each of us to do it in this current time. For me, it was unavoidable. For the past several months, every time I walk into Rolling Hills community, I've been overcome with emotion, seemingly out of the blue. And then 2 weeks ago, Pastor Jeff was using verbiage that kept pinging my ears, words and phrasing that was really resonating with me that morning, so much so that I was convinced that he was speaking directly to me. He was talking about the belief that we are in the middle of the 5th great awakening of our time. I firmly believe we are in the middle of awakening. I myself have been going through one for quite some time. And he was talking about the supernatural nature of this connection to spirit, and the woo in me loves a good supernatural correspondence. And then they mentioned that it would be a come one, come all baptism in the next 2 weeks, which, by the way, made it super simple to do without need of pomp and circumstance. It was all set and ready to go. All I had to do was show up and surrender. So to back up a bit, these past 10 years or so, myself and my family have gone through some very heavy stuff. I know most of us have. And I've also done a lot of work on myself. But the more and more present, grounded, and connected to spirit I've become, oddly, the more stuck I've felt. Personally, professionally, physically, financially, etc., just felt stuck. Not for lack of gratitude practices and prayer and meditation and clearing a lot of yuck out of my life. I got my priorities in line. I set boundaries I never had. I put myself and family first before others. Madness I had succumbed to. And most importantly, I learned to love myself, like really, really love and see myself, which is 1000% what I had been lacking. And I became very in tune with the work of Jesus on this earth and Christ consciousness, which is, to put it simply, guys, love over fear. This has taken constant presence, like minute by minute. Over the past years, I can still slip into anger and fear, Jim knows this, and fall back into anxiety or unrest, but I've been able at least to snap out of that quicker and quicker each time. And so what I came to realize a few weeks ago, that with all that work and mental and bad habit and self-doubt clearing out I've done, I really needed to fully be energetically washed clean of it all and recommit myself to my walk in faith so I could have a fresh start on this earth. I truly feel I got that on Sunday, and I'm so grateful. Now, I don't pretend to believe everything will be perfect and simple now, but I do know beyond a shadow of a doubt that I never have to feel alone again. I know I am loved. I know how loved I am, and that I will spend my days on this earth carrying that love forward to all whom I come in contact with, to the best of my earthly ability. And so, I'm grateful for this new lease on life by the grace of God. And so it is.
Congratulations, by the way.
Thanks, friend.
You know, that's one of the great things we talked about all the time. It's like, it doesn't matter when you decide to come home. All that matters. By the way, that's one of the times when you are never late for the party, where everyone is glad you have arrived.
And you know what's crazy? You're right, Jim. What's crazy? I even toyed with even posting anything, but we should write. I've been saying to you lately, I need to keep practicing what I preach. And so it was important to me that I wrote about it and my why for it, because to me, it was really about integration because it combines even my woo-ness and my sort of not going to church and figuring out who I was and my spirituality and what words do I want to use. And I realized it doesn't matter. It can be whatever I want it to be or need it to be. But I knew I needed to write about it. And it's crazy. The amount of people that have reached out to me, I did not write that for the likes by any means. It's, of course, the most likes I've gotten on anything in a long time. And that was zero what it was about. For me, what's been crazy are the people that have messaged me and said, either I've been thinking about it, or I've never thought about it, and now I am, or told me that they have, and it's the most important thing in their life, and I didn't know that about them. And it's like people dance around things that are important to them because they feel like it'll make anybody else uncomfortable. And it's such a strange thing that it's like we have, one person has to proclaim for other people to do so sometimes. And I guess that's fine. But it was just very interesting to me, some of the people and some of the most beautiful comments. I just feel closer to humanity today outside of whatever the religious aspect of it. That's not even truly what it was about for me. It was my own personal thing. And I just feel closer to a lot of people today. And I've also had people say, can we go to coffee and talk about what you did? Because I'm sort of shocked. And I'm like, that's interesting too. So yes, we can.
Yeah. And the other thing is too, it's like, you want to tell people, look, I'm not Paul on the road to Damascus. This is more of a culmination of a lot of stuff that I've been, and I'm speaking for you here because you and I have spoken about this. There's a lot of places in regards that you have wanted to go. There's a lot of places that you have wanted to be. And I mean that exactly how I said it, places that we want to be. And I mean that in both ways that the word be means, to be present, but to also be ourselves in that presence. And in many ways, it's a culmination. I think a lot of the people who want to have a conversation with you will be, how do I put this, nicely surprised that it's still you.
Yeah, exactly.
You know,
well said.
I
People
mean,
are like, what are you not going to be fun anymore?
What are you talking about? And it's like, I will tell you this on a much more minor comparative. One of the nicest compliments I've ever received was Colonel Adam Rock when we were in England. I'd known him for a year and a half already, and when he said, oh my God, it just dawned on me you don't drink.
Yeah.
And I said, that is the best compliment you ever could have given me. That is the best compliment I have gotten in a long time. And it's the same thing. It's like, it's still you. It's just you having made a decision to cross one more threshold and take one more step into the life that you have dreamed. And that's a good thing. And that's a groovy thing. That's a groovy thing. So congratulations.
Thank you.
Welcome. I hope that the people who were waiting for you on the other side treat you with all the love that we have treated you up to this point, and we will continue to take that journey with you as well. I did want to get back to something here, though, because I haven't. You talk about the idea of a memorable moment, about holding on to moments. You were right about last night. I'm going to cherish that moment for a long time. I'm going to cherish what my dad and I did last night for a long. Dre will tell you, I came in on an unbelievable high.
Even though you were probably dead tired.
Well,
you won't even feel it till later.
I probably won't. I mean, Dre will tell you, I came in on such a high. Lindsay, I have not seen a baseball game like that. I know Marshall watched a lot.
It really went till 2.
It was tied for the longest game in World Series history, and it wasn't a slog. I mean, the crowd. I showed Dre the video of it, and by the way, it literally the clock struck midnight essentially when Freddie Freeman did what he did. So. Shohei Ohtani, who is the greatest player in the world, and by the way, maybe the first rival ever to Babe Ruth. As I told people in the NLCS just this year, Lindsay, he pitched 6 innings, struck out 10 people, and hit 3 home runs in the same game.
Come on.
That's literally taking Picasso and Beethoven and making them one person.
Is that record breaking?
Nobody's ever done that before. Record breaking. It's inconceivable. And then, as if to make things even better, he gets into this game, and every time the Dodgers fell behind, Shohei Ohtani would come up to bat. On 2 occasions, with the Dodgers in terrible trouble, he hit home runs. Then it goes to extra innings. Clayton Kershaw, who's going to the Hall of Fame as a pitcher, has announced his retirement. This is the last time he will ever play baseball. Bases loaded, in extra innings, and they have to go into the bullpen and get Kershaw out to come pitch. And he comes on with the bases loaded, and he gets the Dodgers out of it so that they can live to fight another inning. And then Freddie Freeman, 2-time MVP winner, who had won last year's game with a dramatic home run in Game 1 of the World Series, comes up to bat in the 18th inning and hits one last seen headed for the constellation Orion. I mean, he parked it. And as I was showing Dre, when you hit a home run at Dodger Stadium, they start playing Randy Newman's I Love L.A., the place went insane. And my dad and I just leapt to our feet. I was also leaping up in gratitude.
I have a visual of you and your dad doing that jump in the air and chest bumping each other.
Well, actually, it was more me reaching over and grabbing his hand so we could both stand up at the same time. But it was really fun. It was a great night. It was a great night for America.
What did you eat? What did you eat while watching this?
Oh, this is really terrific. My mom actually, this was really fun. My mom actually got a skillet pan out and made hamburgers and then said, wait, and then filled up Dre will love this. She peeled potato chips. She fried potato chips for us. Damn. So we had potatoes that she peeled so that she could make potato chips for us, and she made them in a cast iron skillet. So we had potato chips and hamburgers as we watched the baseball game.
Can I tell you something just to show you how connected you and I are?
Yeah.
We also had hamburgers and potatoes from a skillet last night. What are the odds? Ooh. Just saying.
You know what that means? You know what the real meaning of that?
They weren't as good as mine were. Just Owida or not Owida, Owida. Owida.
By the way, I'm on Trucking with Owida today.
Cool.
I am the second guest on Trucking with Owida. The first guest.
Can't wait to listen.
The first guest is the president of Women in Trucking, talking about the Accelerate conference. I've done my bit for Owida for the next hour or so.
Great.
We got a great show today. A return guest that I know you're excited about.
I am. Selena Fagrassi is coming back. She's a music journalist out of Chicago, and we had her on about a month or 2 ago talking about her Pearl Jam book, which is Pearl Jam Live, which was such a great conversation. And then she, happened to mention that she also did the Jagged Little Pill book, which is 30 years of Jagged Little Pill.
Did you forget about me, Mr. Duplicity?
To bug you in the middle of
dinner.
Something about how she says dinner. Whew. So we're going to be talking about 30 years of Jagged Little Pill. And Jim, actually something I want to talk about, which I found really interesting as I was diving into this book, the idea of 30 years ago. So I was 16. So this record was formidable for me through high school and college, obviously. And I worked in radio from starting in high school. So we were playing at a hot AC station. So we were playing Atlantis all the time, of course. But what I realized is how anthemic these songs were and how I sang these with all my gusto, but I never really knew what I was talking about until later. All the themes that she was talking about are so deep and profound, and I sang it like I knew there was something there, but I didn't know what was there. You know what I'm saying? And when I figured it out later in life, I was like, wow, I'm so glad I gravitated to that. It makes me feel better about myself and where I'm going with my future. So I'm excited to dive into this book and talk to her about it. And after that, a guest that I know you're excited about.
Oh my God!
Yes,
did you listen to? I know you listened to a couple. I mean, this is one of the most ridiculous, inappropriate, and fun podcasts I've ever listened to, Lindsay. I mean, it was
ridiculous, inappropriate, and fun, like Road Gang Radio.
Like Road Gang Radio. I mean, some of it was so great. It was so great. High Strangeness. The two hosts of High Strangeness are going to join us. We'll be back on the other side.
And you know what? We're gonna switch it and flip it. We're actually gonna do country and western music news next, Jimmy Mack. We're gonna have Selena on a little later. We're gonna get wild and crazy around here and turn this ship around.
Check your time zones, folks. Road Gang Radio means business. Let's dig into country and western music news. I love it.
Let's do lots to talk about.
Pro drivers, say hello to your perfect fuel stop. Racetrack. Perfect as in hello, everything you need on the go. Oh, hi there, dedicated truck lanes. What's up, hot and delicious grab-and-go food? And hello, cat scales, clean restrooms, and large, easy-to-maneuver lots. Racetrack has what you want so you can get in, get out, and get back on the road, turning miles into money. Next time you need to stop, say hello to the fuel stop built for pro drivers. Racetrack, whatever gets you going.
From the wee small hours of the morning to the crack of dawn, RadioNemo has been there with you.
Whether you've got the overnight or you're the first wheels on the road, RadioNemo's been where you need us to be.
Providing the laughs, giving the facts, playing the tunes, and keeping it rolling.
We've been your light in the darkness, your first cup of coffee, and a voice of sanity.
Semi-sanity, actually. We're all a little crazy here. Crazy for the men and women who keep this country going and moving and doing.
Crazy for trucking, crazy for truckers of all shapes and sizes.
Is that a fat joke?
Not if we can help it. Because it isn't just about the rules and regs. It isn't just about the day-to-day. It's about your health, your homes, and your hearts.
So we wanted to say thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you from everyone at RadioNemo for sticking with us, standing by us, and keeping the traditions rolling into the future.
It's one simple act that helps Wreaths Across America fulfill its mission to remember,
honor,
and teach.
Sponsoring a wreath, one more wreath.
Means one more adoring father, one more loving mother,
one more heroic son,
one more brave daughter,
one more beloved family member,
one more dearly missed friend,
one more American,
one more wreath upon the gravestone of someone who served the cause of freedom,
honored for their sacrifice,
never forgotten,
always remembered,
through one
simple
act.
One simple act. Go to wreathsacrossamerica.org/RadioNemo and keep the mission moving forward.
Well, hey, y'all. Welcome to the Ho-Ho. What did you call me?
Excuse you.
Welcome to the Ho-Down, because it's time for country and western news with your Music City mistress, the honky-tonk queen herself, Lindsay Lawler.
Woo! That's what I'm talking about, yeah.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Well, boys, welcome back to your country and western music news, because on this show, boys and girls, we celebrate both kinds.
Both kinds.
On this show, we celebrate all kinds.
All kinds.
And by the way, on this show, we celebrate both kinds, all kinds, forever, ever, because did you know you can head over to Spotify and just type in country and western music news and hear everyone we've ever done since June on this platform?
I did not.
I didn't either, as a matter of fact, until this time.
Yeah, it's like, Lindsay, hey, Jimmy Mack, what's going on? Hey, did you know that we exist as a podcast?
No idea. No idea. But it's amazing. How cool. This is what Our friends Tara and Nick, Dre, all the people behind the scenes work really hard to put this together. So go over there, go to Spotify, type Country and Western Music News, hit the follow, like. Thank you. Okay, I wasn't gonna start with this one, but I'm gonna start with now because of what I watched last night. So my husband and I and our friend Todd, who's staying with us, watched the new Mission Impossible last night, called like the last something. Dre, you're all excited. Why are you so excited?
I've been wanting to watch it. I'm a huge fan. Continue.
Well, yeah, we watched last night. It's ridiculous, but also epic and fun. It's just fun. You know what you're getting into when you watch these movies. It was very epic. I'll put it that way. But here's two things before I tell this Jessica Simpson story. It actually, oddly enough, all falls in together. But 2 days ago, I was so excited, Jimmy and Dre, because I saw this video of this eagle that walked up to this person's front door. The eagle walked up to the front door and was basically like, come on, my friend is hurt. He didn't say that, but that's what. And so the guy and his dog follow the eagle. The eagle walks him down to a creek, and his eagle buddy is stuck in the mud. And so the guy gets the eagle out of the mud. He gets him back to their house. He washes it. And now the eagles hang out in this guy's yard and play with the dog. What a beautiful video, right?
Right.
What a great thing. Yeah. Guys, it was AI and my heart was broken. I was duped. The minute I fell in love with it, I was like, oh, shoot, I should probably check the comments. It's probably AI. I'm an idiot that I fell for it. But I also started thinking, I'm like, oh my God, what is real? What is real? Now, granted, this has always been because of the news. But then we watched Mission Impossible, the new one last night, and a lot of it's about that. That's, the entity taking over our brains and our minds and the world. Okay. That sort of, but also sort of not has to do with this. So Jessica Simpson recently talked about a time where money was really tight. And the only reason I'm talking about this story is because actually I do know that to be true after growing up with her. Her dad was a pastor growing up, and he led our church youth group and all these things. And the reason oddly, Jim and Dre are comparing that to the AI thing is because Jessica I think she's on the verge of being a billionaire, quite frankly, Jim. But she does come from little. They did struggle. I watched her growing up, and I think somebody could look at her as this mogul now and be like, well, what do you know about struggling? I did watch her struggle growing up, and that's only the message I want to say. I did watch her fight for everything she has. She didn't come for a lot. Do you see the connection to my AI story? Does that make any sense?
Yes.
Okay, good. Thank you. Okay, so she spoke about her dad being a preacher. They lived on his $30,000 preacher salary, and yet still, both she and her sister, Ashley Simpson, they still, everything those girls wanted and drug for, they did the best they could. They fought for those girls. She said, I'm a preacher's daughter. My dad made $30,000 a year, and her mom was a house mom, was a house mom. She said, I know what it's like to go to discount stores every once in a while and try to search for something great. She says, I knew if we made those things great for people, we would succeed, talking about her new clothes and everything that she's doing now. So she says, I love being the underdog. I love being the little engine that could, because I don't lose endurance, and I have gotten to the top doing this. Anyway, I just wanted to bring it up because she does have a new album out. She is spending a lot of time in Nashville. Say what you will about her voice or her music. The one thing I would say about Jessica Simpson that I do know personally is that woman is a fighter. She does certainly can let the haters get to her, but has worked her butt off and has really turned off what everybody says. She may be cuckoo, but so am I, so are you. So I just felt like bringing it up because she's getting a lot of hate, and she also kind of doesn't care, and I think that's cool.
I wanted to bring up the AI story and then kind of slide into Jessica and kind of talk about that. Carrie. I'm sorry, I'm losing my mind. Jessica. Jessica Simpson. This is an interesting kind of dilemma, because one of the things that scares me about AI. So look, you got pulled into it. At some point, it all started to feel too good to be true, didn't it?
Yes, for sure.
Okay. The real breakthrough.
Trust that? Is that what you're saying?
Well, not just too good to be true. This is interesting. Have you ever seen, speaking of Jessica, watch all these connections. Have you ever seen the final 15 minutes of Baby Jessica, the rescue?
Yes, for sure.
It's only made dramatic because of Ted Koppel's voice of explaining what's actually going on. It's a crowd of people. It's people packed together, and it isn't until it takes the crowd a moment to realize what's happened. And then the applause starts as a smattering, and then finally, once they kind of stabilized her and make sure that her little hand has to be braced against her face to prevent her arm from breaking any more than it's already broken, and then he begins to move out of the crowd, and then it hits the crowd, what has happened, and the relief and the applause begin. But it's more broken applause and tears. It's never sustained. It isn't this big moment of cheer. It's a very human, awkward moment. I am willing to bet, maybe I'm wrong, that when you watch that AI journey, it played out close to something like a Pixar situation.
Yeah.
And what Pixar does well is Pixar often, if you notice, people will trip. People will have an awkward pause in between things they say. That's what too good to be true means.
So Pixar does keep it uniquely human.
That's what Pixar does. That really plays it out beautifully. It's because it's human beings making it. Because there's a big difference between using computers to make your art better and using computers to figure out what your art is. And there's a big, big difference there. And one of the things that when we see people manufactured, the more manufacture we put in front of them, the more it becomes hard to kind of conceive of them being human in the first place and struggling. Sorry I didn't do my normal thing about summing up what you had said in a different way. I did it because I wanted to get to this point, is exactly that. We only see what people who handle people want us to see, and when they do that, we get further and further away from who they actually were. And I was watching Johnny Cash's Great Hurt video, and the courage of that video to show some rough places from his life when he was actually an addict, when he was struggling in his marriage, when his career was unraveling, and all of that is a great reminder that when we make things too perfect, we're not only lying about the way the world is, we're preventing ourselves from being able to emotionally connect with people because we only see them as the manufactured perfection that the studios and the corporate entities want us to see them as. That's my TED Talk. Done.
No, thank you for coming. Thank me for coming. Yeah, no, I was just I was just so mad that I got lost in the damn eagle, but it just made me, I guess it makes me even lean into this show and what we're doing over here live more and more. A, that we can have the open forum conversations, but B, that we can be just, real and raw with people. And that's what we do. And we should write to, keep it real and raw. We have to do as much as we can to take the good from AI, and that's fine, but also beware of the negative and trust your gut. If you think it's fake, it probably is. Dang it, I really wanted that dog and eagle to be best friends, man.
And by the way, what is negative about AI is often what seems not negative, but what seems too good to be true.
Correct. And scene. Yes, Dre.
Well, I would like to see more of those AI videos because I don't know why it's the ones with bears and deers busting through the toilet bathroom while the guy's on a toilet.
I haven't seen that.
Yeah, so be lucky, okay? Be proud.
I'll send you mine.
Right, go
on. I'm glad you mentioned Johnny Cash because his wife just got honored recently. It was a very special night in Nashville this Sunday because Tony Brown, June Carter Cash, and Kenny Chesney were all finally formally inducted into the Country Music Hall of Fame. During this, it was very star-studded. They call it the medallion ceremony at the Country Music Hall of Fame and museums at their CMA Theater in downtown Nashville. And a bunch of Hall of Fame members, guests, family, friends, they all showed up for the celebration. And this was the 156th, 157th, and 158th members being inducted in the Country Music Hall of Fame. Which actually, if you think about it, Jim, that's interesting to me because it's like 158, that's a lot of people to be inducted into something. And then it's also not when you think of the history of country music and how long it's been around. So it's a strange thing. You think, well, certainly every name I know is in it, right? Sure. Not the case. Not the case. So all these iconic members of the Music Society here in Nashville, these are all huge members of the society here in Nashville and the world. Kenny Chesney, of course, we all know who he is. Tony Brown, he's an iconic music producer, by the way, for people like George Strait and Reba. You may or may not have heard of him, but you certainly have heard his music. But who I want to touch on a bit here more is June Carter Cash, because it was shocking to me that she wasn't already in the Country Music Hall of Fame.
I am stunned.
Right?
I am stunned.
I know. It's strange to me. But the late June Carter Cash, she was welcomed into what they call, Jim, the Veterans Era Artist category. And her segment featured these really great tributes from, first of all, it started off with Casey Musgraves and Daniel Tashin did this amazing duet. So Daniel Tashin is a badass songwriter in town, great voice, very well respected here in Nashville. So Casey Musgraves and Daniel, they performed Ring of Fire. And then Keb Mo, awesome. Keb Mo and Ruby Amafu. Hey, Dre, if you don't know who Ruby Amafu is, she's a Nashville cat. She's insane. Look her up. But Kemo and Ruby Amafu, they did Keep on the Sunny Side together, which is really cool. And then Lucas Nelson, of course, Willie Nelson's son, he did It Ain't Me Babe, which was pretty cool as well. And then Country Music Hall of Fame member Emmylou Harris took the stage. She did the medallion presentation for June Carter Cash, and she said, it's truly a privilege to stand before you this evening as we honor my beautiful friend, June Carter Cash. They were friends, and how cool to be able to honor her friend like this. She talked about June's kind-hearted, nurturing spirit. She also talked about her competitive side, saying that they had some really intense Scrabble games that they played together quite a bit. She says, and I quote, June was, of course, the ultimate Southern hostess, attending to our every need and comfort. That is until she brought out the Scrabble board, and then all bets were off. She said it was amazing to be able to take part in this long-awaited opportunity, clearly long-awaited opportunity to celebrate her dear friend, June Carter Cash. And then she welcomed Carlene Carter, her daughter, to the stage to accept on her mother's behalf. And Carlene Carter said, Mom would love this. She is here. I know in everyone's heart here tonight because I know she made a difference in this world. I know she made a difference in Nashville and the music community. How cool, Jim, to be a son or daughter of somebody. You know how much your parents have made a difference in the world. I know how much mine have. You know, to be able to stand there and say, I am the spawn of somebody that I admire, that I respect. That's a pretty cool thing. Not everyone gets to do that. And if you don't, all I can say is be that, in the words of Michael Jackson. Make that change. If your parents weren't that for you, be that for somebody else in the world.
A couple of things. First of all, absolutely, as the son of a woman who has been named the Alumni of the Year by her high school and a father who was named National Irishman of the Year by the Ancient Order of Hibernians, it is a wonderful thing to watch people that you love get celebrated. Second of all, much like not matching wits with a Sicilian when death is on the line, do not play Scrabble against songwriters.
Good point.
I mean, that's just really what it kind of comes
Or
down
Jimmy
to.
Mack, because by the way, I'm a songwriter, but you would 1000% beat me at Scrabble.
Oh my God.
You're a writer, just writers, period.
Writers, period. Anybody who likes to play with words, do not play with them. I also want to point out that on a different note, just like June Carter Cash, the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame actually recently resolved one of its greatest eras. Warren Zevon is going to be inducted as part of their veterans circle. And that is a big, big deal, especially this time of year when Werewolves of London is getting played every place. I saw him walking with his hair was perfect. Werewolves of London. But yeah, I always love it when those kind of things, like we talked about this a couple of years ago with Fred McGriff at the Baseball Hall of Fame. It's just a nice moment when people that everybody's like, wait, how did this not happen? We got to take care of this right now. This got to get taken care of right now. And when they take care of it, I'm always loving the fact that people do acknowledge we waited too long. I will say that there is. I was looking a little bit.
But think about that. There's only like a couple a year, so it's kind of like the citizen driver thing. To bring it back to trucking, there's only a couple a year. There's so many. There's X amount of millions of truck drivers. There's only so many people a year. There's only so many truck stops. So it kind of comes back to don't celebrate that it. Just celebrate that it happened. Period. We'll get to you.
I'm gonna say something though. Okay. And I agree with you. I totally agree with you. That being said, June Carter Cash, Warren Zevon, Fred McGriff, those people should not be inducted in veterans committees. They should be inducted the moment they're eligible. Having said that, there are people who will get there eventually crowd. I understand that. But like if Drew Brees is not put in the NFL Hall of Fame in 2026, there's a problem. And I think June Carter Cash, especially now, given what we know about her contribution to his life and his songwriting.
She needs an award just for being married to that man.
Yeah, that's exactly it. But
also think about, there is an element of, and then I'll wrap it up with this, but there is an element of getting inducted to any Hall of Fame, assuming it's a legitimate one, is a massive honor. So we don't want to muddy the water. We don't want so much noise. It's like we don't want one every month. You want it to be, even if they don't get to you, even if it's posthumously. I always feel like I'm saying that word wrong.
You said it right. You actually, we've worked on it. You said it right. That's why you feel like you're saying it wrong, because you always said it wrong, and then we got it right, and now it's like, wait, I've always said it wrong. How can that be wrong?
A whole new. I got baptized, and all of a sudden I could say posthumously. Come on.
Come on. How about you? Me and the Naz getting it down. By the way, I can't beat you at Scrabble because you now ride with your best friend, the Naz.
Oh my gosh. It's so silly. But anyway, it is a special thing. So you don't want to have it be too much noise. So anyway, very exciting. June Carter Cash, now a member of the Country Music Hall of Fame. Okay, this is just really silly and little, but I have to say it anyway because I giggled about it. Reba McEntire, of course, she's that charismatic country icon we all know and love. Hey, y'all, this is Reba McEntire. But to her family, she's still just the silly redheaded cowgirl from McAlester, Oklahoma. And she says that I just thought this was a fun Christmas gift if anybody wants it. She said her sister, whose name is Alice, she said for Christmas one year gave her a toilet seat cover. And on the top of that toilet seat cover, it read, "The Twinkle." She said, because she said, my sister wanted to remind me, I'm not a star, I'm a twinkle. It keeps me grounded. I don't know. That's just very silly and little. I saw that in People magazine in their story, and I want a toilet seat cover that says "The Twinkle."
By the way, since we're closing in on Halloween, and I'm always a big fan of scary movies that I think our audience would love, if you haven't seen it already, featuring Reba McEntire in her finest performance. She and Michael, that movie is great, and I think in a great movie where Kevin Bacon and Fred Ward kill it, I still think the best thing in that movie is Reba McEntire and Michael Gross as the survivalist. It is the best love affair I have ever seen in a comedy.
Could we make a case? Could that be a Western?
I don't know why you haven't suggested it already.
I just did.
There's no case for it being a Western. It's a bunch of cowboys who were taking on an invading force on their community. And I'm not even stretching that. That's not even like metaphorically. That's real, dude. Absolutely. Western of the month. Here we go.
Boom.
I need it. Thank you. And you made my dreams come true. You want to know how I found out about that movie?
Talk to me.
Woke up for the first time, hungover about 16, 17, and that was the movie that was on.
It's not legal to drink until you're 21, Dre.
Yes, it is in Louisiana. So,
understood.
You're talking to a baptized lady.
You listen here, boy.
You're going to hell.
I got the Lord on my side. But listen, let me tell you, waking up to that, yeah, dude, you can't go back to sleep after that. And I had to go to work the next day, but I was just like, I woke up to that trimmer just staring at me and Reba being like, shoot it!
Reba. I'll tell you what, my friend Laura Tremaine and I, we love Reba McEntire very, very, very much. But that movie and the poster of it, she's standing like on the top of the hill and she just looks like she's, a gladiator. Yeah. But Laura and I are both like, listen, if the Tremors are coming after me, that's when I lay down. It's like, how am I going to fight that? I'm done. If the Tremors are coming after me, anyway, Twinkle toilet seat cover, in case anybody would like that. One or two more things to get to. But before that, Jim, coming up today at 11 a.m., as we do every Tuesday, Thursday, and Friday here at RadioNemo on Road Gang, right after Road Gang Radio, is Trucking with Awida. And today, not only are we talking women in trucking, there's a very special guest, my co-host, Jimmy Mack. Jimmy, what are you talking about on the show today?
They just wanted to ask me some questions about me.
Where were you the night of?
Actually, the big focus, and if you guys want to get a sense of, they asked me, about the scope of what we've done over here is really, and they're both very well aware of it because, we work with them on a regular basis. We're actually introducing a new segment from our friends at Landline in the coming weeks, the Landline Login. The big part of the conversation is all that we've kind of accomplished here in the 4.5 months. And we kind of started to touch on that on Monday on Nemo Nation, Lindsay. Mm-hmm. This, like I said, what you're listening to right now, Country and Western Music, Lindsay Lawler's Country and Western Music News, is an actual existing podcast. And every segment that you love, The Last Empty Places, Western of the Month, they all have their own podcast pages. As a matter of fact, I have a really good suggestion for this particular podcast and this particular live segment. Since you are on Spotify, there wouldn't be a bad thing if you put together a Spotify list every week for every episode with some of the music that you really think that the best represents the people that we talk about. And then you
Sure.
can actually put the link.
There is a We Should Write Spotify playlist, by the way.
That's
as
why I
well,
thought
that
of
has every guest who comes on, the songs they pick, whether it's theirs or the one they want to talk about on the show. Those I do have a running We Should Write playlist.
And I thought about that. It didn't have to be every single person you talk about, but could you be like, this is the theme song of this particular, podcast, and give it a playlist, and that we could put the link inside of there. We talk a lot about that kind of stuff as we really dig into. And of course, Ashley and Scott, as you said, will be talking to Jennifer Hedrick about women in trucking and the Accelerate Conference and Expo in a couple of weeks. That's Trucking with Oida coming up immediately after. And then immediately after that, Lindsay, you and Dave Owen are all going to be talking at the NASDAQ conference with Ellen Voya. And that will be playing straight on through after Trucking with Oida, the second half of that podcast, which we played the first half of yesterday.
How cool.
Go on.
So Snoop Dogg and Michael Bublé, they're both coaches on The Voice right now. Which is fun because, man, I love a good juxtaposition. And I love hearing their different perspectives on what they tell teams. Actually, we think Snoop Dogg is like Snoop Dogg, he is wise, guys, believe it or not. He is a wise man, believe it or not. And last week, NBC announced that Zach Brown is joining season 28 as a, Jim, this is so funny, they call it a mega mentor. When I saw that, I'm like, what, is that like Mega Shark or versus Crocosaurus? Or have you seen those? There's Mega Gator versus Mega Python, which, by the way, my friend Tiffany is in, and we still have to give her hell about that to this day because it's her versus Debbie Gibson. I digress. But I wonder, Mega Mentor is on NBC's The Voice now. So Zach Brown, Jim, is going to be the Mega Mentor, and he told People Magazine recently that he said some of those singers are way better singers than I am. Now, I bring this up because I love anybody who acknowledges that. Anybody in entertainment that's as big as somebody like Zach Brown and was like, I'm not saying I'm the best singer. Like, I do what I do what I do well. I'm not saying I do this part the best. I just think that's cool, especially if you go on a show like The Voice. And he says that's the great thing about music is somebody can be like an X-Man. They have these superpowers, but they have to figure out all the life skills, the business skills, the discipline, the perseverance, and learn how that all goes together. And so that's what they're kind of saying that they're trying to teach. Zach Brown went on to say, I think in the best case, we're all expanders for each other. As humans, we try to sharpen each other. We try to help each other. But I was definitely inspired by these people, and it makes me want to be a better singer. How cool is that?
And really cool. Really cool.
I think that's awesome. So he goes on. He's a mentor for the knockout rounds, which they call it, and he is the mentor to Snoop Dogg and Michael Bublé's team. But in addition, Jim, Joe Walsh of the Eagles will be joining the competition. He's the mega mentor for Team Reba. Speaking of Reba, for Team Reba and Team Niall Horn. So that's a pretty cool conglomeration of artists there all together.
My Maserati does 185. They took my license. Now I don't drive. I love Joe Walsh. I love Joe Walsh.
I know that you do.
That guitar at the end of Hotel California is just Joe Walsh. That's all I'll say. Great mega mentor, Joe Walsh.
Well, I'll just say it was, it's that episode that I'm talking about actually just aired last night, Monday night, live-ish, on NBC's The Voice. It is also streaming now. You can watch it now. But I just wanted to bring this up, Jim, because I like The Voice. But as far as these music competition goes, American Idol is my jam. I'm so bummed. Seamus just got asked to work on American Idol here in Nashville. Seamus, my husband, and he couldn't do it because he's on something else. But I so wanted him to do it because I watched American Idol in the very beginning. Actually, Jim, I was in LA live at the very first crowning finale of American Idol. It went to Kelly Clarkson. I was there as a correspondent for radio. I will never forget, Jim. I will never forget that moment. The power it felt on the very first one when you watched a nobody, Kelly Clarkson, I mean that with love, become
me, please,
literally become American Idol, and all the confetti came, and she's saying, "A moment like this, some people wait a lifetime." It's a beautiful song. She sung it that morning, and you just saw somebody's life change. It was so powerful and so cool. And then American Idol got wonky in the middle. But now, these past couple years, I think they've done, past couple seasons, a really cool job in telling people's backstories, even if it's not true. I don't even really care. Because they're all really inspiring. It's positive. It's none of the ugliness. It's all really powerful, talking about single parents and disabled people, all these people that are getting a shot to change their life and do it for themselves and their whole family. And I am in. Man, I am drinking the Kool-Aid. I am in for American Idol, and I'm excited about this season, Jim.
I have kind of got to the point where I am a fan of these shows in the way that you can be a fan of things now in bits and pieces. Does that make any sense? There are things I would never like.
I fast forward a lot.
Yeah, but I mean that I fast forward, but I also feel good about when I have loved the idea. If you tell me that something is must see. You can't watch every piece of baseball I tell you about, but you can watch Brad Paisley sing the national anthem now when I actually text you on the spot. I can tell you, with Dre showing football clips to Dre, Dre's not going to watch Notre Dame football, but he is going to watch a long clip that I can just pull up for him. And I love those kind of shows where it's you need to see what happens. You know what I'm saying?
Give you the highlights.
A girl named Tom on The Voice was the first time I saw that was years after they did it.
There's a girl named Tom and a boy named Sue.
There you go.
And speaking of that, Jim, not speaking of that at all, on this day in country and western music history in 2007, we lost the great Porter Wagoner. He died in Nashville. He was 80. He passed away from lung cancer, but Porter Wagoner helped launch the career. By the way, if you don't know this, he launched the career of Dolly Parton. And, well, he had a hand in it. Let me say that. Dolly was Dolly and made herself own.
She'd have gotten there without him, but he certainly accelerated. He accelerated it.
He accelerated. He gave her a platform. She would have found another, but he had his own U.S. TV show, which ran for 21 years until 1981. Porter Wagoner signed his first record deal in 1955 and had hits including Carroll County Accident and Green, Green Grass of Home. So we love you, celebrating you up in the sky today, Porter Wagoner. That's your country and western music news here on Road Gang Radio. Jim, coming up next, we're going to get spooky.
The High Strangeness Podcast, Gav, Chucky Steele, and Sarah King. Come here at that time of year.
Cometh the moment, cometh the creepy man or woman.
Huh?
We'll be right back. I hope you will too.
Get $25 off on your next preventive maintenance service. Stop by TA Truck Service and save when you choose Castrol oil and a Fleet Guard oil filter. Now through September 30, 2025. Enjoy premium performance with trusted brands. Castrol, protection for the long haul guaranteed. Fleet Guard, run cleaner longer with filtration science. Our ASC certified technicians are ready to deliver expert preventive maintenance and more. TA Truck Service, Castrol, Fleet Guard, your partners in preventive maintenance.
There was an era when truckers were out there, alone. Long rides, dark nights, miles from home.
As part of the Road Gang, though, Dave Nemo helped change all of that. As a voice in the darkness, Dave kept drivers going with music, jokes, and of course, friendship. And if you miss those days, Radio Nemo's got something for you. Nemo's Night Beat puts the gang back together with an hour of trucking tunes and road songs, classic comedy, and those fun factoids that you came to expect. Nemo's Night Beat is Dave at his very best every Monday night at 7 in the Center on iHeart, Odyssey, and Live 365, as well as Tuesday night at 9 on Reese Across America Radio. So head on over to RadioNemo.com and join the gang on the beat. Nemo's Night Beat.
It's a trucking, transportation, and lifestyle show like none other.
Man, you call this a life?
Road Gang Radio is back for another half hour of the best transpo show in the known universe.
We come in peace. Well, actually, we're falling to pieces.
Let's see if we can achieve liftoff, Phone Master Dre.
It is time to lift off into some strangeness with Jimmy Mack and Lindsay Lawler live from the Fastport Studios on Road Gang Radio. Hello
Welcome
again.
back. It's the most spooky time of the year. Thanks for bringing us back. Phone Master Dre, keeping us on the ones and the twos. You do it so well. Can I still call him Sexy Jesus now that I've been baptized?
Of course, man.
I think I call even more.
He's inhabited by the spirit of the Naz.
Yeah, let's go, Sexy Jesus.
Jesus, take the, I was going to say modules, but the faders. There it is.
Jesus,
take the board. Turn me up in the headphones, y'all. Okay, Jim, this is going to be fun. I know you love October. Are you sad that this is our last week of October? Does that
No,
bring up?
no. I'm fine because, as you well know, that I love to have the week before Christmas be about the horror stories people tell before Christmas.
I know, you're so weird and wonderful, and I love that. So today we're about to talk about a show that explores, speaking of the weird, the wonderful, the paranormal, and the downright disturbing corners of our world. Jim, talk to me about what's about to happen.
Gav Chucky Steele is not only a horror filmmaker, but also hosts another podcast, not the one we're talking about, called Podcast on Haunted Hill, talking about horror films. And Sarah, when she's not crocheting horror characters, I really want to get into that, actually hosts...
That
old chestnut, by the way.
Very specific, by the way.
They are both the host of the High Strangeness podcast, which, man, it was great to go on literally a binge festival catching up on this stuff. It is a show that brings you the weird, the wonderful, and downright disturbing, by the way.
Downright.
By the way, they had a bonus episode recently, Lindsay, about the lack of the rapture that just had me in stitches, by the way. And yes, guys, you were right. It is Puritan. It is Protestant. Ain't no Catholic believes in that, man. They always think they can bribe their way out of hell.
Horrifying.
Stories and true life craziness from the world we live in. Gav, Sarah, welcome to Road Gang Radio. It's great to have you both.
Yeah, thank you for having us. We really appreciate that you guys have been listening to the show and you like it.
Yeah, it's so exciting.
Well, and we're happy to have you. I hear you're joining us while you guys are on holiday. Is that correct? And if so, please let us live vicariously. Where are you? Where are you?
We are on the East Coast, halfway up England on the East Coast, where it's kind of cold and windy and there's a choppy sea.
And that's holiday for you, though, yes? I'm just clarifying.
It was just to get away a little bit. It wasn't really a proper holiday. It's just a bit of a break.
Yeah, we always try and find something spooky to do while we're on holiday as well. So
I'm guessing you're finding inspiration for a next episode where you are, correct?
Yeah, earlier on we went and found an old abandoned church, which is from the 15th century, where apparently a witch was buried at the church, killed and buried at the church, buried alive, and then she had a wooden leg, and this tree goes all the way through the church, and she said that her wooden leg was going to be like a curse, so it would go through and destroy the church, and this tree did.
Oh my God,
we saw that earlier. Yeah,
amazing.
Yeah.
So one of the things about y'all's podcast that I just love, and and Dre has been listening this week too, and I told him to hold off. We held off on the last thing on the bonus content as we were catching up, and so I brought it in this morning. So just listen to it together. So we went and listened to it together, and we got to talking. The overlap and the way you guys talk, and of course we understand why that is, but there is something that really does something that some podcasts kind of get away from now, is that it's so conversational. It feels like you've joined two friends in the spookiest coffee shop you possibly can imagine, and literally somehow you manage to keep the thing on the rails while at the same time going all over the place. So can you talk a little bit about developing it and putting this thing together in a way that both feels incredibly conversational and at the same time, we're talking about Nazi occultists and paranoia and conspiracies and Jesus taking the wheel and driving only the good people home. So kind of unpack all of that.
Yeah, well, for us, the show, the other podcast I do, not to speak about too much, I tried to make that kind of like a radio show. And I did that one first before I started doing this one with Sarah. So I was already doing a podcast. I said to Sarah, who's my other half, I said, did you want to do something? Because we both really like spookiness. We like we don't like true crime. We like getting into the idea of serial killers, why they do it, etc.
And kind of like the mental state of people, and the weird ways the brain can take you when you think you're in control of yourself, and you kind of not, because your brain has got different ideas, and why people do what they do.
So we always sort of talked about these things anyway. So I was just like, well, do you want to do a podcast? And I said, well, let's do it in a different way where it's a bit lazy for me, but where Sarah will do the research, then I come at it as she tells me what her notes are on a certain subject. Then I come back to her and try and be the audience and ask the sort of questions. But yes, we do derail and go off on a little segue at times and start talking about random stuff, but we do pull it back again.
We manage. I mean, I think it's because we both have ADHD as well. We kind of wander about all over the place, but it's because of the way we are together.
Yeah.
I think we've always been like that, haven't we? Conversation, and we talk about things and we try and work stuff out. So it's kind of come into the podcast with that. That is what we hoped for, I think, is that it would be like you could listen and it would be like you were just joining in a conversation, you know, and so I'm glad it comes across that way.
We when we first started doing it, the first 5 or 6 episodes, we had to, or I personally had to try and stop talking over the top of Sarah, because we were just generally like we are. We've got to remember that other people are now going to be listening to on a podcast, so it's okay. Talk now, you talk now, I talk, and it's an easy thing to not do when you're in a conversation flowing, when your brain wants to say a million things. But
actually, this might be one scenario where ADHD comes in handy between the two of you.
Yeah.
because it's like you might, if you didn't, hearing some of these episodes, it's like if one of y'all's or both of y'all's ADHD hadn't sparked, we may miss a whole nother trajectory of the show. So lean in, I say.
Absolutely.
Lean in, make it your superpower, is what I say.
Definitely. Yeah, embrace.
Yeah, well, the fact that Sarah has notes, she can kind of pull it back, and occasionally I'll be like, okay, come on, we've got to pull this back, because I do think of the audience at home listening or whatever. So we do try to pull it back and carry on topic, you know.
It's interesting, too, because, as you know, Lindsay and I do something a little bit similar, not the same thing at all. And one of the things that we constantly find ourselves having to do is that Lindsay actually will make a mental note and literally check the clock and know at a certain time, I'm going to stop whatever nonsense is happening right here, and we're going to get back to the bureaucracy of letting people know exactly where we are as we kind of move through this. One of your more recent episodes, and I just loved it. I felt like it was like this gift waiting for me as I made my way through the podcast. One of the more recent episodes is about the Nazis and the occult, and I have to tell you, as somebody who believes that the Nazis could have possibly thought out the thing, they were the ones who actually almost unleashed the Ark of the Covenant on the whole world. But I love these stories, by the way, because so much of what we're seeing right now in the world with the, when you see the ascension of authoritarian stuff coming up, a lot of these people live in their own kind of sealed reality. And there was something about the weirdness of it that I think a lot of people forget. They always think about the Germans making trains run on time, like Mussolini, who didn't make the trains run on time, by the way. But there is a sense of, we always forget how strange these guys were. These were some of the weirdest people to ever have a major seat of power, right?
Definitely.
Yeah, it was strange when we started getting into it and then looking into it. And like I said on the show, like if the Germans or the Nazi party and Hitler themselves, if they actually really concentrated on the war itself, there was that slight chance that they could have won the war that they were trying to win. But because they were kind of quite into just these other things like the occult and such, or just different certain things which are not so normal.
Esoteric kind of stuff, and
because they're into these things, they kind of took their eye off their prize, so to speak, of winning the war, what they wanted to do. So it's really interesting that they kind of derailed themselves a little bit slightly with these, I don't know, these ideas and thoughts and things.
But I think you're right, and when we speak about Nazis and things like that, people just immediately jump to, obviously, all the Holocaust and that kind of thing. And I think, what we were trying to go for was like the behind-the-scenes kind of thing that people might not know about the Nazis and the National Socialists, because it was so weird, and obviously trying all these different things and the super weapons and the occult and stuff like that is kind of like so crazy, but never gets spoken about, really. So
it's just an interesting subject, and that was our 100th episode, which we just sort of did. So it's kind of like our big 100th episode. We thought we'd do something interesting, and that was a really interesting subject to get into. Obviously, the Nazis and Hitler and horrible what they were doing and stuff, but this other stuff is really quite fascinating. As Sarah said, you don't kind of look at all that stuff all the time, so it's interesting to.
I'd love to know about y'all's, let's say, maybe mission statement or bottom line here. A lot of companies come out and they're like, okay, here's our core values. And because the weirdness and the spookiness comes down to opinion and perspective and what's weird and spooky to you guys. So in y'all's view, that word means you guys together, by the way. I'm from Texas. But in y'all's view, what qualifies as something as high strangeness? Because, what's the difference between a weird story and one that really actually crosses the threshold into we might be dealing with something unexplainable here. Do you have a party line there?
I don't know, really. I suppose it's just anything that we consider out of the ordinary, which is, I don't know, it's quite a bit, isn't it, really? I mean, we're quite out of the ordinary ourselves, so it's got to be something quite weird.
All our episodes are really, excuse me, all our episodes are really different and very, like, we're episode on stalking, where you might not look at stalking as a high strangeness, but at the same time, if you look into the behaviour and reasons why someone's doing it, that is a real strange thing.
Yeah,
very strange.
And you go through most of our, you go through most.
By
of
the
our
way,
episodes,
I'm sorry. I hope all of our listeners think that stalking is strange. By the way, yes, that is considered strange.
Yes, I hope so. Yes. And we've got so many different episodes of different things.
Because we've done like Bigfoot, an episode about Bigfoot, an episode about UAPs and UFOs and things like that. We've done ghosts. We've got some kind of special Halloween episodes as well, right up to like just true crime, stuff that people would know, like major serial killers, Richard Ramirez and things like that. So it's kind of like all across the board.
Yeah.
Murder mystery. We've got an episode on hoarders, people who hoard things, and so it kind of goes across the board, really. I think we did one on amputees, didn't we? Elective amputation and things like that. So it kind of really does go across the board, I don't know.
It's not really a line, really.
No.
It's if it comes across to us as strange, we're in there with it.
We're there.
Well, I have to say real quick, Jim, the hoarder one, that one I heard in it that one really creeped me out, because here's the thing that y'all do really well. You introduce things, but you go into your own detail of the show, but I feel like you also leave enough up to the imagination, where I'm listening to your story on the hoarder episode, but I'm also going to crazy places, putting myself in there and feeling really dirty and scratchy, by the way, while I'm listening to it. Like, you leave enough space for the listener to go where they want with it, as deep or not deep as they want, while you're kind of directing the story. So anyway, I think that's really cool, whether you're doing that consciously or not. That's what comes across to me.
I hope it's consciously. I think that's Sarah's great research and notes, really.
Thank you.
Sometimes Sarah will say stuff to me we're doing episodes, and it creeps me out as we're doing the episode live. I'll be like, that really creeps me out. The Jimmy Savile one, that horrible BBC presenter in England, which obviously I think most people know of nowadays. That one really, that sickened me when she was telling me about that. So sometimes some of the episodes can really get to me as well. So I tried to act as the audience, like I said, especially even with reactions.
I think Christmas, was it Christmas one year? We did a cannibalism episode as well, didn't we?
That's sweet
as well.
Nothing spells Christmas like cannibalism.
Here's how to be friends, though, guys. Last week we did a Friday episode. We did a half an hour with an adventurer, explorer, author who came on and talked about cannibalism with us. By the way,
oh really?
Yeah, our guest, by the way, just to kind of give you a sense of the High Strangeness podcast, he's not kidding, by the way, when he says this. You can often hear his genuine surprise or sometimes revulsion when she introduces certain things into it. And you guys, in the moment, will often ask the question, because it's interesting. It's a smart way of kind of prepping a podcast, that you know just enough to be able to kind of stay on your feet, but not enough so that you're actually have prepared responses. So what ends up happening a lot of the time is one of the two of you will ask your partner a legitimate question, like, hey, wait a minute, go back and explain that in more detail, and then you'll have to kind of explain it more, or one of you will have an emotional reaction to something because it's clear that there are things you are hearing for the absolutely first time. And I'm wondering if there's going to become a moment where one of you says, that's it, I'm done, I'm not listening, can we change the topic, please?
Yeah, I the Jimmy Savile one actually legitimately made me sick, like to the point I thought I was going to be sick, because it was Sarah telling me about it, and because we're doing this podcast, I really need to get in there and hear what she's saying, and then I'm thinking about it. And so and because I'm thinking about it, I then almost picture it, and I not want to, and then that can take you places. But even Sarah before has done stuff, and I can see like tears in her eyes when she's sort of speaking about some subjects which are just really sad or something. So we do try and keep it completely live reaction as such. We don't really edit the show.
No,
It's one take,
Yeah.
and we put it out.
Yeah, it's an honest review of kind of the
The
material.
human side.
Yeah, the material that we're speaking about, it is an honest review of it. If it upsets one of us, then you'll hear that.
And we do try to do a warning before the shows, which are really bad, because some of them are bad.
Yeah, there is some that are quite horrific.
But we do fun stuff as well, like Bigfoot.
Yeah.
So
It's a good balance. It's definitely a good balance. But I'm wondering how much you guys, which I'm sure a lot, but learn from this as well. Because have you ever started an episode thinking, well, this is complete nonsense. This is straight up nonsense. And then ended the research believing there's actually something going on here. Have you convinced yourself of the madness ever during research and writing these shows?
I don't think I've ever kind of convinced myself about anything. I'm quite open-minded. So I do believe in the possibility of quite a lot of things really, and also in the possibilities of the mind and the brain and the way that people's kind of general workings can go. So I don't know if I've ever surprised myself with anything. Or convinced myself about anything. How about you?
no, because we kind of have to. We have many episode ideas, but we don't always do all those ideas. So generally, the episodes we're going to do, we do a slight little research to make sure they're fairly legit before Sarah starts doing the full-on research. I think there might be times when I've come at some stuff not completely into the same frame of mind you are, and you've persuaded me through what you've said and stuff and research. But I can't think of any examples.
All right, so I have to ask you, Gav. I have to ask you about this. Is there a horror movie that you guys watch every Halloween? Do you have a series of Halloween traditions as they come up on top of us? Because I kind of want to know about you guys as you kind of operate together, the things you enjoy together. I know how much you love horror movies. Is there anything you guys gravitate towards this time of year?
My eldest child always loves to watch every year, Trick or Treat.
I was going to say that one. That would be one for me as well. I watch that every year.
It's not the old 80s metal one, which was like Trick or Treat. It's Trick or Treat.
Trick or Treat.
It's the anthology.
Oh, okay.
Trick or Treat.
Yeah.
Trick or Treat, the anthology. Yeah, that's it.
Yes.
That's like that's now that you could put that every year, watch that Halloween, because it's really good stories. It's a good film, and it's kind of like with Christmas movies. You have certain Christmas themed films, like It's a Wonderful Life, wherever I watch this every year. That you can watch. The classic Halloween I do always like. I have seen it to death, but I do like the original John Carpenter one. I don't know.
I'd say definitely those two.
Those two are pretty much up there. Any John Carpenter film really on Halloween's good as well, really.
Yeah.
So you're both going to love this, by the way. When my wife and I went to Universal's Halloween Horror Nights, the first time that I went with her, because she'd been numerous times before then, when Claire and I went, they do 10 haunted houses at night. And I'm talking about when Universal Studios does a haunted house, they do a haunted house. One of them was completely, you walked through the movie Trick or Treat. You walked it.
Oh wow!
Amazing.
Nice. Whereabouts was that? Which Universal Studio?
The one in Orlando. It was the Orlando one. And
okay.
When I tell you, they had Lindsay. One of the things that's in that movie is there is a little monster that we think is a little boy that has a head like a pumpkin and is carrying around a pumpkin lollipop. That little they brought kids in who were wandering the entire thing. So every place you went, the guy, it kept turning up, and almost every scene you walked in, you went from the witches coven in the woods. Yep.
No.
You went. You had to deal with the vampires, all of it, and you had to walk through a giant woods. Is how they did it until you walked.
I have
through
a
the
6-year-old. I couldn't watch that because I would think every time I put my kid to sleep, I'd be, are you gonna kill me? That was all I'd be able to think. Scary kids. I can't with scary kids.
By the way, one of the new Fangorias is all about scary kids. The entire episode is about scary kids in monster movies, which are like a thing that makes me crazy.
Oh no,
no.
I love Fangoria.
Well, what's scary? What's scary? I want you both to answer this, and you can decide who goes first. Ladies first, I would suggest. But you guys work through you work through your issues as you want.
That's absolutely fine.
But I'm so curious what scares you guys more, especially, and Gav, you make these horror films as well on the side, besides two of y'all producing these stories. I want to know what scares you just in general, but then which also scares you more, the scripted horror or these unexplained real life events? Because there's a big difference between the two. A, which one scares you more? And B, just what scares you? What shows up in your dreams,
in general,
nightmares at night?
Okay. I'd say, I'm going to sound silly here, but nothing really scares me. I don't get scared of the dark. I'm not scared of monsters or anything like that. The thing that does scare me is the sea and the deep sea, and the idea of being in the deep sea with no kind of way of being saved. That's what actually frightens me. I would be no good if I was in a shipwreck.
We did do Lost at Sea episode.
We did a Lost at Sea episode.
Yeah.
We also did Monsters of the Deep as well, didn't we? Episode. But yeah, so the sea scares me, but nothing else really.
Sarah, that's enough.
Other questions.
Sarah,
Yeah,
that's enough.
Just the most powerful essence in the world.
Your
That
other
makes sense.
question.
I'm with you.
Yeah, it's just kind of what's in there, and I can't touch the bottom, and it's scary.
No, it is a scary place to see. Yeah.
But yeah, to answer your other question, sorry, I would say real life horrors scare me more.
That's what's good.
Definitely.
Yeah,
Definitely.
the human, I was going to say for me, I'm not really too scared of things really. I used to be a bit scared of spiders, but Sarah owns many a tarantula, so I'm fairly used to them now. But yeah, they sleep next to me, so I don't actually sleep with them. What I think scares me really is the human mind, and the fact that the human mind can break as well, like mental health as well. I had a mental health breakdown like many years ago, and it wasn't for a few days, and that was just a very scary place to be. And then thinking of all the people in the world who have these problems and some can't get any help or speak to someone about it, then certain things can happen through mental health. I think humans scare me the most out of anything. Real life.
I'm just confused though, Sarah. I don't know why you're so afraid of a place where both Moby Dick and Cthulhu live. I don't know why you'd be so terrified of those places. I mean, the sea is one of the most terrifying things ever. I mean, it's just like, it is a monstrous dark pit from which we have no understanding. Why would any of that terrify you whatsoever? Okay, so you guys have covered a lot of strange material, and the extras are always going to have stuff inside of them. I realize that. Are there any topics that you guys have shied away from, not because it's not appropriate, but because you don't feel like you're ready to take them on, or anything on your bucket list of, we got to get around to covering this nonsense or this horror soon?
I do, or we have listeners' ideas and suggestions that come in, and sometimes they are ones where it's children getting hurt, possibly. I tried to shy away from that a little bit. We're not really into animals being hurt either.
We have kind of covered a few where it's involving children and stuff, but we don't go into detail too much with that, because obviously we're both parents as well, so it's kind of
it's a hard one. Yeah. We shy away from those, but we haven't particularly shied away from any subjects of yet.
No, I don't think there's anything in particular we've kind of gone, oh God, we can't do that, or we can't talk about that. I think some of our episodes are actually quite hardcore, aren't they? Quite intense. Like we covered the Chicago Ripper crew, which is really horrific. That was really cool. I think that was one of the episodes that upset me when we were talking through that. So I think we're quite brave, I think, really, with the episodes, and we don't tend to shy away from it, but we try and do it in a dignified way.
And put a warning.
On the subject matter,
And if we do like a hard episode, the next couple of episodes will be a lot softer. There'll be something which is a bit more fun or light-hearted, so to speak.
Yeah.
Little Grand Guignol where you give people both a hot shower and a cold shower. Gav, Chucky Steele, and Sarah King can be found on the High Strangeness Podcast, the highstrangeness.buzzsprout.com. It's a really fun website with a really great cartoon of them on the cover of it. Lindsay, you got time for one more of your kind of questions, one of your rapid-fire questions. What you got?
Well, I'm just curious. I was going to say, give a quick overview of what you said. You do have kids, and what, UK, you guys do things a little differently than we do. What does Halloween night look for you guys? Both I don't know how old the kids were when they were young. What is like a perfect Halloween night celebration for you guys?
Well, when I was a kid, funny enough, my parents, I don't obviously live with my parents anymore, but when I was a kid in my parents' street, like Halloween wasn't really a thing. It was very much an American thing. It really wasn't over here at all. So growing up for me, there was nothing. But nowadays, like my parents' road, for example, is just heaving like any street for Halloween. Loads and loads of people and stuff. So for me personally, I do quite like going trick-or-treating with my kids. They are getting a bit older now, so I do quite like them dressed up. But this year, for the first time, I'm actually with Sarah for Halloween because we live quite far from each other. So we're going to actually have trick-or-treaters come around and watch the movies and stuff and just enjoy that, really.
Oh, that's fun.
Yeah, it should be really good. My kids are kind of grown up now. My daughter's 20 and my son's 22. So no trick-or-treating, but I used to love taking them out. That was the highlight of the year, and they loved it so much. It was so lovely to go out and see all the houses all decorated, and the kids really enjoyed it. But yeah, now it's nice. Me and my daughter generally stay in and hand out treats to the trick-or-treaters and just do a big horror film marathon.
Yeah. And England has really embraced Halloween now, past probably 10 years.
Yeah,
really embraced it.
So many more houses decorated.
Yeah.
And it's becoming more of a big thing, isn't it?
So yeah, it's a big thing over here now.
Yeah.
Well, thank you guys for taking the time. Like we said, it's the High Strangeness Podcast, and you can head over to thehighstrangenesspodcast.buzzsprout.com. You guys are adorable and awesome. Adorable, I don't know. Is scary adorable? Maybe it is. You make it more likable, guys. So you're thank you for bringing us all to the dark side in a very light way.
Well, thank you for having us on your show today. We appreciate it so much. And have a really spooky Halloween, guys.
Yeah, happy Halloween.
Thank you both. Gav, Chucky Steele, and Sarah King. Guys, you should check them out. It really is a great ride. Our kind of people, just with different accents.
Your kind of people.
Your kind of people, too. You're getting there, Lawler.
I'm getting there.
You got the Naz. The Naz has got your back now, dude. You're going to be good.
Nothing to fear. But listen, I'm gonna start writing spooky stories. Who knows, guys? It's Road Gang Radio. Don't go anywhere. Joining us next, Selena Fragrassi. We're talking Jagged Little Pill.
Exceptional value and exceptional values. That's Bennett Trucking. A core commitment of faith, family, and freedom has driven Bennett to being the leading provider of innovative, integrated transportation solutions, both at home and abroad. Bennett's values are not just compatible with providing high-paying jobs and unmatched customer service. They're inseparable. If you're looking for an employer or a partner who believes the best business model is being a model citizen, then Bennett Trucking is the place for you. Go to BennettIG.com and find the folks who share your values.
Feed into sputtering laughter with the adventures of Mac and Cheese. Break for fun.
Hey, Mac.
What's the good word, Cheese?
You know the real reason witches ride brooms?
Why is it that witches ride brooms?
Because the cord on a vacuum cleaner is too short.
That joke swept me away.
Don't be a rube of the road. Tune in next time for the adventures of Mac and Cheese.
You know Castrol for passenger car oil and racing, but did you know that they're in the heavy-duty over-the-road market? Well, Castrol CRB Multi 15W40 and Vecton Long Drain 10W30 are now available at TA Truck Service Centers nationwide. This is the partnership in preventive maintenance. TA Truck Service and Castrol, offering you premium products and performance at great price points every day. Castrol, performance for the long haul, guaranteed.
If someone tells you they need to get a life, tell them to join us here at Road Gang Radio with Lindsay Lawler and Jimmy Mack. Let's seize the day with Phone Master Dre.
Ooh, like we just said, it is going by fast. So we are seizing that day from Fastport Studios here in NOLA and also in good old Nashville, a.k.a. Franklin? Yeah? Hello, Lindsay.
Yeah. Hey.
Hey, Jimmy.
Let me take care of some bureaucracy here because we're going to be talking to a new friend we've made, and I don't want to rush any of this conversation, so I'll take care of this in the front end. Don't forget, after this show, Trucking with Oida, we'll be talking, by the way, with Scott and Ashley, and I say we, I mean me, on that show in the second half hour. The ladies are all going to be getting together in a couple of weeks for the Women in Trucking conference and joining Joining our friend Scott and Ashley is going to be Ms. Hendricks, who, of course, is the head of Women in Trucking. She's a CEO over there to talk about that amazing event, the Accelerate Conference. Immediately after that is the second part of Lindsay and Dave's conversation with David Owen of NASTIC and Ellen Voya as well. As Dre says, David Owen takes his leave for a moment, and Lindsay, Ellen, and Dave get a chance to dig in deep. That'll be immediately after Trucking with Oida. Tomorrow, an hour after this show ends, an hour after last week's replay of We Should Write, Lindsay is going to be having another edition of that. And I wanted to make sure we unpack that really quickly here, Lindsay, so that if we get to the end and don't have enough time to do that, I want to preview that. Who are you talking to tomorrow?
Tomorrow, my guest is Teresa Bruno, who is a best-selling author. She is marketing guru and celebrity jewelry designer. She lost her business one year in this crazy turn of events, and also lost her husband to suicide in that same year. Had a crazy unfolding of her life, and we're going to be diving into the healing power of writing, Jim, as this book that she's written called "He's Not Coming Back." And kind of how she's opened up and healed her life through some insane events. She will be in studio here with me. She lives in Alabama. She's making the drive up in order to be in studio with me tomorrow. So looking forward to that. You can join us live tomorrow. Okay, our next guest, Jim. I'm so excited to dive deeper with Selena Fargrassi, who joined us. I think it was last month as we were talking about Pearl Jam, which also made me go, another favorite of mine after getting to see their show for the first time live, actually, growing up on their music, but I finally got to see them live this year. But when we had her on to talk about Pearl Jam, we found out that she also has the Alanis book, A Jagged Little Pill, and I was like, please, dear God, let her come back to talk about that. So today, we're thrilled to welcome back Selena Fargrassi, not just because she's an acclaimed music journalist and cultural historian, but because this album we're talking about today shaped an entire generation, including my own. Selena Fargrassi is with us to talk about her book, Alanis, 30 Years of Jagged Little Pill, which is a stunning deep dive into the album that became an emotional awakening, really, and spiritual mirror for millions of women and the men who love them across the world, around the world. And Jagged Little Pill, it wasn't just a record, guys, whether you realize it or not. It was a reckoning. It was released June 13 of 1995. I was a sophomore in high school. What about you, Jim?
I actually was in the professional world with a badge.
Great. That you could have arrested me. I'd just like to remind everybody that I'm younger than you. How old were you, Dre?
I was running around in my diapers.
Okay, screw you.
Huggies.
Okay, screw you. Okay, well, this record shattered expectations. It rewrote rules that women were allowed, what women in music were really allowed to sound like or feel. And it gave a language to rage, desire, shame, spiritual disconnection, body image, and healing at a time when the music industry still preferred women to be polished and quiet. Enter Alanis Morissette. So we're going to dive deep. Selena is a Chicago-based music journalist with more than 17 years of experience. She's written for Spin, Loudwire, Pace, Nylon, Chicago Magazine, goes on and on and on. And she's been a pop rock critic for the Chicago Times. She's interviewed icons like Jack White, Chrissy Hynde, John Bon Jovi, Alice Cooper, and the list goes on. She's the author of several acclaimed books, including the Pearl Jam Live and this one we're talking about today. Please make welcome back to the show our friend Selena Fargrassi. Good morning.
Good morning. What a lovely intro. Thank you guys for having me again.
Oh, you're quite welcome.
Thanks for coming back and still wanting to be our friend. We love you.
Of course. We're friends forever now.
Yeah, Lindsay, of course, has some very specific questions. One of the things that really is fascinating about this, because as Lindsay mentioned, this ends up getting turned into a musical. This ends up getting turned into something bigger than that. Now, look, we've all kind of talked about one-hit wonders. I'm not calling Alanis Morissette a one-hit wonder, guys. But people often have these big cultural moments, and then they make choices saying, I can cash out my chips and go home to some extent. And that she has this kind of, this supernova moment because the album is spectacular. And in many ways, people kind of then receive from the public view. Now, because of a couple of songs on this album that are so iconic as opposed to ironic, there are so many, it kind of stays with us to a large degree. But this is the kind of person that could only have existed in regards to the career she has, the recognition she has now, because of the moment she walks into. Because the idea that what she's engaged in, and this is a weird question, is Alanis Morissette a world builder in the way that we now constantly talk about expanded universes and all that kind of stuff? Is she on the vanguard of that, where you actually can have one kind of significant, monstrous moment with a lot of accomplishment inside of it and then move on. Am I making any sense, or am I just throwing you into the deep end of confusion?
No, you're making sense. I think when we talk about moments, I think Alanis really created one, right? I mean, she stepped in at the right time, of course, but I think she created a moment for not only a tide in the change of music then back in 95, but if you think about all of the confessional singer-songwriters we have today, the Taylor Swift, the Olivia Rodrigos, I mean, Alanis created the moment for them to carry it on in the years since. So when you're talking about building a world, I think very much so she did, and that's why so many people love this album and return to it year after year after year for 30 years at different life stages and find new meaning, because she did create something really special.
And what's so, Selena, I don't know how old you are, but I assume this album obviously played at some point in your life, obviously made an impact. And what to me was so crazy, especially revisiting it now with your book, as someone who was listened to it over and over in both high school and college, and then worked in radio. So we at a hot AC station, of course. So we were hearing this all the time. What's interesting is I felt these songs in my bones. I sang these at the top of my lungs before I fully understood them, if that makes sense. And now, as an awakened adult woman, going back to this music, to me, it almost feels, Selena, like I'm opening this diary that I didn't even know I was keeping at the time. And it's like this full circle moment. Can you talk a little bit about why, if in fact you agree, why some of us sang these songs with so much passion, even though we didn't understand it till later in life what we were talking about? Does that make sense?
Oh, yeah. I mean, when this album came out, I was 13, and I talk a bit about this in the intro of my book, that it was my uncle who introduced me to this album and to Alanis. And it's a funny story. I was in Catholic grade school, very innocent 13, and he played the album and You Ought to Know came on, and those words came on. I was like, oh, my God, what are we listening to? And he literally told me, I know this doesn't make sense to you now, but please remember the album and Alanis, because it will make sense to you in a few years. And it certainly did. So I agree with you. I had a slow build with the album, but when I locked into it at about 14, 15, I felt the emotions in it first, right?
Yeah.
Like she has so many emotions that come to the fold, whether it's anger or it's vulnerability or anxiety she brings a whole plate of emotions. And so I felt that first, but you're right, as time went on, and even today I'm unlocking different reactions to the music because I'm at a different life stage, but they're so universal. She did something so special with universal themes here.
Yeah, wow.
Like I said, I'm going to turn this over to Lindsay because I know she's been so stoked about this too. I wanted to ask you a question a lot of people have wrestled with, because I remember her kind of coming out. I was in my early 20s at that point, and I remember her coming out and my thought being like, this is one of the first female kind of front people who feels like part of the grunge movement. And there's been a lot of debate and kind of discussion. Is she alternative? Is she post-pop? But in many ways, it's interesting that you would gravitate towards her as well as Pearl Jam, because there is something in her work that has the same sort of friction that you find in Pearl Jam. Do you feel like she is part of that movement of, we need to tap into something more primal to kind of get back to the roots of rock and roll? She has an important place, I think, in the music of the period in regards to not just the subject matter, but the style of it too. There is something that seems to be gravitationally in the orbit of what was coming out of Seattle.
Oh, yeah. And I think we talked about this last time where I was like, I have a type. I literally do. So it's this 90s kind of dirty, grungy, but I think the word is raw, right? Like it's not polished, it's authentic, and it hits you like a ton of bricks, whether you're hearing Nevermind for the first time or you're hearing Jagged Little Pill. And I think you're right. And I think part of that is because alternative radio really kind of adopted Alanis and took her under their wings because of K-Rock, really. They were the first ones on a whim to play You Ought to Know. It wasn't even a single yet. They found it in a trade magazine and they just popped it in, and it stopped the world. Literally, people almost had car accidents on the LA freeways when they heard these songs unedited coming across the radio. But yeah, she could have gone any kind of direction because she was so many different kinds of sounds, and there's so many sounds on this album. But she became an alternative radio star, and of course, Flea and Dave Navarro are featured on You Ought to Know, so that kind of helped it as well. But I think when we're talking about the umbrella of the term of grunge and alt rock, I think she absolutely fits in with that. And it's exactly what you said, is she brings forth that real passion and honesty that just the way the grunge bands did.
What's so, Alanis has spoken openly later in life about being a highly sensitive person and an empath.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know, have you seen the documentary Sensitive, The Untold Story, Selena?
No, I saw the Jagged one though that HBO did, which was interesting.
Yeah. Well, so there's one it's on Gaia, which you can also find on Amazon anyway. And she talks about, it's called Sensitive.
Oh, yes. I did see snippets of that. Yes, I know what you're talking about.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
So she dives into this empathic side. And why that really resonated for me, being a songwriter myself, I found it really interesting to realize that she took hold later in life of that, not really understanding what the empathy, and I mean, we're all highly sensitive. I don't think anyone is like really special. We all have our things that we're highly sensitive about. But I'm curious your take on how understanding that Alanis is this intuitive empath, how that sort of reframes her musical legacy. Because again, Jagged Little Pill, she's 21 when that comes out. And now, now being in her 50s, how you think her taking hold of that sensitivity and understanding more what she was what was coming out of her, how that kind of reshapes the musical legacy at this time in the world.
Yeah, that's a great point. I think it's been a journey for her as well. When this album came out, like you said, she was 21. I don't think she ever really, she didn't know that this was going to be the behemoth it became. And she just wanted to get these songs out, for herself. And people gleaned to it. And so when she was on tour, there's articles where she talks about the really grave effects it had on her when all of these listeners and fans came and they thought of her as their like personal therapist. And she was carrying the weight of all their stories, and it just really wore on her. And she was so kind of traumatized by that in the beginning she struggled. But as time has gone on, I think she's really embraced this role, and you see it in the way that she still acts like this kind of big sister, best friend persona, whether she's talking about, very real topics that a lot of women in particular are dealing with, whether it's postpartum depression that she has dealt with, or it's menopause that she's currently kind of in that stage. And she has the same unfiltered approach of sharing her experiences and providing guidance. So I think now she's really worn that with a badge of honor, but in the beginning it was very, very hard for her.
I keep on, joking about your type, but the idea of of what I call the good-looking crowd in spite of themselves, and I keep thinking only this time period would actually make Christian Slater and Ethan Hawke stars, and they all fall into the same kind of this rubric world we're talking about. But as always, as a journalist and as a lover of music, you do give her antecedents. You do talk about her love of Sinead O'Connor. You do talk about her love of Tori Amos, so that she understands. She's so smart that she knows she's coming from certain traditions, and so she knows the form she's playing with. And what I think makes her so good is she doesn't think she's reinventing the wheel, but much like the best of the grunge movement bands, is that she understands that she's actually going further back to find things and kind of make them new for a young audience, including herself. That's fair, right?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And it's cute because when she was a kid, she talks about her influences, which were like for many kids. She loved Madonna. She loved Olivia Newton-John. She was a big fan of Grease and Sandy. But she also loved Carole King and Joni Mitchell, fellow Canadian. And she is very adamant that she was not the first person, or was she, to really kind of write in this style. But she was the first to be commercial with it. You had Tori, you had PJ Harvey before her, Liz Phair, and they're incredible. I love them just as much, but they never kind of moved the needle with radio and album sales. They don't have the same exposure. Alanis there was this alchemy that made her this kind of superstar in that world that was becoming so popular in that grunge world. And so I think no one thinks she reinvented the wheel, but she was the most maybe successful, that opened the doors to many women coming after her as well.
We're talking with Selena Fragrassi. Her book, Alanis, oh my God, so good. 30 Years of Jagged Little Pill. She has several other publications. You can find her Pearl Jam live book as well. But of course, today we're talking about Alanis. And Selena, I want to talk about rage. And not because I feel it in my bones at the certain age that I am, even though I do. But, you write in your book about, of course, how Alanis really broke every rule of what a female pop star was supposed to be in the 90s. And, on the rage tip, there's righteous female rage on this album that really feels spiritual, but I want to know about that emotion to you, because why was it so important for women to hear another woman, regardless of what she was saying, just being loud and vocal and sort of getting that out? Why was that important? And I guess the part B of that question is, was the industry ready for that, or did she force it to happen?
Oh my gosh, I think with Alanis, she was the one to yell for all of us. You can see it because in November of that year, when this album was released in '95, she had two covers at the same time, Rolling Stone and Spin, and both had a headline to the extent of "Angry Young Woman." Why is she so angry? No one had kind of heard or seen this before from a woman, a female singer-songwriter, that was at least in the mainstream, right? And so you're coming off the 80s and the pop stars and everything's polished and pretty and fun, Cyndi Lauper and Madonna, and here's this woman who's like, I'm going to growl about stuff that many women have been feeling. I think, for a long time, women in media had been seeing these one-dimensional characters who were just, the Stepford wife or the pretty trophy wife, or, somebody who's like an adjacent to men, right? It's always like the woman was an adjacent to a man. And Alanis was out here being very independent and getting all of our feelings out on behalf of all of us. And so I think she had a huge impact for a lot of women, especially younger women, who felt the license to really feel those emotions they were told not to feel. And I don't know that the industry was ready for it, but she certainly made them listen.
Yeah.
The other thing is that this goes back to both the Kurt Cobain problem. Eddie Vedder had this problem. A lot of people had this problem. We always forget how lucky REM was to actually crank out 7 albums before they really have the engine turn over, before Rolling Stone comes looking to put them on a cover. So much of this is the system wasn't built for them, and I don't mean that. I don't mean that in a pejorative way. I mean, nobody saw them coming. Nobody sees her coming, so that when she arrives, unlike Tori Amos, who, if you like Tori Amos, you were showing your bona fides of being cool. By the time the Alanis Morissette thing hits, everybody likes her. Everybody, is doing this. Do you feel like that she really, and you talk about the idea of her being scared at first, was she even remotely, was being on television as a kid, did that help prepare her for what was to come? Because it became a phenomenon.
Yeah, I think, she had this whole, like you said, she was on TV as a kid, can't do that on television, on Nickelodeon. She also has this pop star past. When she was in Canada, we never really got the albums here, but she had 2 records on MCA Records Canada that were very like Paula Abdul, Janet Jackson, before she made the personal switch to what she was doing. And I think what being on TV and being in pop culture gave her was the idea of what she wanted to really do with her music, which was not just to be entertainment. She wanted to communicate. And she brought that up in a lot of interviews during the Jagged Little Pill era, is that was her main motive. It wasn't just to entertain. It was to be a vessel to really talk about important topics. So I think, it's an interesting parallel to think of how she came through the ranks as a pop star, but then totally flipped the switch and made this niche for herself that really just, again, the industry I don't think was ready for it, but she broke it wide open.
I just have to say that Ironic, we talk about presence on this show a lot, Selena, and I think Ironic is obviously the most ironic song, but is the best song to this day about perspective. It is the best song about perspective. If you ever think, oh, why is this happening to me? Listen to Ironic and realize that there's just something great in the darkness. There's so much light, and she really hit that balance for me. So I have to shout out that track. But go ahead.
The power of that song too is the fact that she changed our perception of what the word irony is.
Yeah.
We now all think of, she was talking about coincidences, not irony, but we now all think of irony as it relates to that song. I mean, how powerful is that? Talk about a movement, changing a description of a word that even Merriam-Webster, I think, had to put an anecdote in updated versions of the dictionary to note that.
Wow. Yeah. Wow. Change. I mean, yeah, it's total perspective shift. So as much as you want to call her a mean, angry woman, dig a little deeper and listen. Yeah. And so on that note, what song, because you talk a little bit about the real meanings behind these songs on the record, and you dive into that in the book, but was there one track on this album in this moment that you can give our listeners a little preview on that stunned you when you researched its actual true meaning or origin story.
Yes. So I listened to this album more than 100 times over the course of a year. I mean, probably close to 500 times, just to really get at the meaning of each song. And like many people, the one that drew me in was You Ought to Know. It's just so impactful and just hits you in the face. But the one that it changed over time, and the one that I love the most now is Right Through You. I think that should have been a single. It is, to me, has more passion and fury and vitriol than even You Ought to Know does. And it's really her taking aim at the record industry, who would not pay attention to her, who really diminished her as just, you know, this woman they could shape and mold and just make money off of. And she was so against that. And she takes these label executives who, you know, ignored her, wouldn't give her a deal, wouldn't listen to her. She takes them to task on this song, and it's biting. It's a great song.
Yes.
Well, and the other thing about it, too, I want to kind of remind our listeners, many of whom are fans. Our good friend Trucker Boson is a massive fan of hers. I want to remind people that nowadays, and it's tough nowadays, but there are end runs that are really available to people. There are platforms and alternatives. If you actually have the talent, sometimes you can construct things and cut through the noise. Taking these people on in 1993, 94, and 95, as Eddie Vedder found out, and he was powerful, is often a very big losing proposition and the kind of way to never be heard from again. So it's an act of real courage, too, to hold to her guns and insist on doing this the way she wanted it done. If you were going to say who are the most important players in that outside of herself, who are the people that really make this happen? Because nothing happens in a vacuum. Courage often requires confidence, and we get confidence from other people. Who's there for her?
There's a few people. So one of the originals from her team back at MCA Records Canada was an AI rep by the name of John Alexander, who signed her at 14 to the Canadian division. And even though MCA dropped her after her second record because it didn't perform well, he still was a big cheerleader, and he gave her seed money to help her kind of move. She got to LA, and he introduced her to her eventual co-partner and producer, Glenn Ballard, who is the other unsung or often sung about hero of this album. Glenn Ballard was someone who she went on 50, she calls blind dates with songwriters, and she could never find the magic or chemistry. But Glenn Ballard was the one that she really locked in with, and it was because he didn't try to change her. He opened the box and the slate for her to kind of be who she wanted to be and talk about the topics she wanted to talk about. So those two are super key figures. The other ones would be Madonna and Guy Oseary. So like I said, every record label under the sun was passing on Jagged Little Pill. And it wasn't until she did this very ad hoc audition in the offices of Maverick, who at the time had like Candlebox, I think, assigned to their roster. So they were very much who I love Candlebox, but they were very much a baby label at that point. And Madonna, of course, being a woman, wanted to champion another woman artist. But it was Guy Oseary, who is now Madonna's current manager, who's the same age as Alanis. And he really was taken by the fact that he thought of her as a Joni Mitchell for their generation. So I think those were probably the four people that were the most impactful.
It's a good question. I'm glad you brought it up, Jim, just because we nobody gets there without people behind them. And also, by the way, nobody gets there without people discouraging them. That's equally important. She had plenty of that as well, and we have plenty of that here in Nashville. Okay, let's we've got a couple minutes left, and I lyrics. I want to dive into a lyric or two, a powerful, important lyric outside of just songs as a whole, lyric from this album. So to you, Selena, if you had to pick one lyric in this moment, I know there's plenty from the album that sort of sums up the female experience of the 90s and now, the female experience, what is a lyric to you that would stand out on this record?
Oh my gosh, you are throwing me a curveball here, and give me 2 seconds to Google.
Yeah, take your time. Take your time because I'll vamp while you search, because it's the reason I say that is because it goes back to my original point of there's so much power behind this album, but do we really stop in any album and anything we listen to that we love but we listen to passively? I think when we take if you sing something in your car at the top of your lungs, maybe pull over, take a minute to see what you're singing. And then I think it's a window into the soul, to our own soul. Like, why is that resonating with me? It might save you 10 years of therapy. That's all I'm saying. So what lyric to you is your therapy, perhaps, Selena?
Well, I wanted to get it right, so I just had to look it up. But I knew right away it was going to be from the song Perfect, because that song hits me so much in the gut from that album. Alanis wrote about it from her own perspective of being someone who always tried to be a perfectionist and people pleaser, whether her parents or record labels, until she started coming out of her shell. And so I will tell you, it is the line, be a good girl. You've got to try a little harder. That simply wasn't good enough to make us proud. And I think that really hits at the expectations that are constantly put on women, even today, to like have to level up to be at the same level as maybe their male counterparts. But especially for her, being like this soldier coming out in this scene and really having to make her presence known, I think that capture those lyrics really encapsulates this album.
Agreed. Wow. I'm gonna literally probably listen back to that today and then do the opposite of everything that says, Jim. You're welcome.
Yeah, that's a good approach, by the way. Selena, we're going to actually go through all of your catalog again and then figure out which one of your books we want to talk about next. We enjoy having you on so much. Promise us.
We just want you on all the time.
We just want you on all the time. It really is terrific, by the way. Do you have good Halloween plans?
I do. In Chicago, they have a big Halloween parade, which is always a ton of fun in Boys Town. So my boyfriend and I are dressing up with he wants to be a pirate because he has like the things available. So I'm like, all right, I'll match you in that. I'm gonna be a dead girl pirate. So yes, we're gonna do the parade.
But like a sexy one. I'm a dead pirate, but make it sexy. Be a good girl. Be a good girl. Do as you're told, Selena.
Yeah. By the way, is your husband part of the good looking in spite of himself crowd? I'm just curious. Oh, boyfriend.
He's a musician, so if that tells you anything.
You do have a type. You do have a type, Selena.
And so do we, and it's Selena Fugazi. That's who our type is. We can't wait to get her back on the show. Happiest of Halloweens, happiest of seasons to you. Thank you for making the time, as always, for us.
Thanks, you guys, too. It's always a lovely conversation, so I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Alanis, 30 Years of Jagged Little Pill. Go buy this book. It's great to add to your music collection. It's great on the coffee table. It's great to give as a gift. It's just great. I'm going to listen to this record on repeat, probably for the next month, Jim.
Trucking with Oida, Nastic, both of them are coming up back to back. Hold on tight, don't get thrown to the wolves. I love you. The Naz has got Lindsay's back.
Get home safe, everybody, and keep listening, and we hope you get there safely with us.
17 Sapp Brothers Travel Centers are known for great food, hospitality, and mom-approved showers and restrooms. But don't forget the service centers. Sapp Brothers ASE certified technicians can repair nearly any issue in shop or roadside, including axle repair. Dig into your free steak dinner with your oil change. That's a Sapp Brothers tradition to thank you for your business. Tires? Sapp Brothers will beat any competitor's advertised price on tires. And download the Sapp Brothers app for exclusive promotions in the shop, restaurant, and store. Your spot under the coffee pot is waiting for you at Sapp Brothers.
There was an era when truckers were out there, alone. Long rides, dark nights, miles from home. As part of the Road Gang, though, Dave Nemo helped change all of that. As a voice in the darkness, Dave kept drivers going with music, jokes, and of course, friendship. And if you miss those days, Radio Nemo's got something for you. Nemo's Night Beat puts the gang back together with an hour of trucking tunes and road songs, classic comedy, and those fun factoids that you came to expect. Nemo's Night Beat is Dave at his very best every Monday night at 7 in the Center on iHeart, Odyssey, and Live 365, as well as Tuesday night at 9 on Reese Across America Radio. So head on over to RadioNemo.com and join the gang on the beat. Nemo's Night Beat.
Here's to a mild autumn and clear roads across the U.S. from the Allen Lund Company.
Welcome to Trucking with OOIDA. I'm Ashley Blackford.
And I'm Scott Thompson.
How's it going, Scott?
It is going great. How are you, Ashley?
Wonderful. Happy to be here.
Happy to be here as always. Happy to talk to a couple people today.
Yes, for sure. We are going to be talking to Jennifer Hedrick with Women in Trucking. Their annual conference is right around the corner, so we want to chat with her about that.
You've been?
I have been.
Yeah.
Great conference.
Yeah.
Yeah.
A lot of energy.
So much energy.
Yeah.
And it was so much fun. I had so much fun there.
Yeah.
So we're going to talk to her about that. But also, I'm always curious how people have gotten into the industry. So definitely want to ask her a little bit on her background.
Yep. We'll find out that. And then a name that might be familiar, should be familiar to people who listen to this particular show, Jimmy Mack.
The one and only.
The man, the myth, the legend. We're going to talk with him. You may think that you know everything there is to know about Jimmy Mack, but we are going to dig
a little deeper,
deep down into his psyche and figure out what makes Jimmy tick. I also want to find out if the man ever sleeps. I'm
gonna go with no on that one.
We'll be taking wagers on that. We'll be talking to Jimmy Mack a little bit later in the show as well.
Yes, but coming up first, here is Jennifer Hedrick, President and CEO of Women in Trucking. The annual Accelerate conference is right around the corner, and I want to talk about that. But before we get into that, Jennifer, I wanted to ask you a little bit about your background, how you got into the industry. I know you joined Women in Trucking, I think, in 2023, but I'm curious, before that, what was the road that got you there?
Yeah. Well, thank you for asking. Yes, I've been with Women in Trucking since 2023, so almost 3 full years now, which feels really hard to believe. It's been super fun and just absolutely terrific organization to work with and industry to be in, and I feel so privileged to be part of it. I've been in the association space for my career. I live in the D.C. area, Washington, D.C. area, so doing a lot of nonprofit work over my career and mostly with trade associations. I've worked with a number of different trade associations, including National Industrial Transportation League. They're a shipper group led by Nancy O'Litty now, and they focus on rail, ocean, and trucking issues. And so I was their executive director for 6.5 years and really loved it. And then went on to do a couple other things after that. And when this job came up with Women in Trucking, I thought, wow, it would be a privilege not only to work here and continue the work that Ellen Boya had started, but also to jump back into trucking and transportation. So that's a little bit about my journey here.
Nice, yeah. And you had big shoes to fill with Ellen, right?
Yes, I have a board in my office that I check the box every time, make a check mark every time someone says that, and we're up to, I don't know the number now, but it's a lot.
Yes.
So, yes, absolutely, for sure. And Ellen has been, a tireless advocate for women in trucking over many, many years, and she's still. We have Women in Trucking has a radio show on Sirius, and Ellen still hosts that. So we're happy to have her engaged with us.
It sounds like with your background, you had kind of some relationship with trucking before this particular position. I think you mentioned kind of shipping there, but was this kind of a natural transition into what you're doing now? Did anything surprise you or, maybe kind of take you aback when you first got in this position?
That's a great question. I don't know if I was surprised by anything in particular. The association space is, I've absolutely loved it. And I've worked with a number of different industries over the years. And I think one of the things that I've really valued, and maybe this surprised me perhaps more than anything, I will say that, but I really value the passion that people have, particularly women in the trucking profession, and the desire to bring more women into trucking careers, whether that is, in driver roles, technician roles, accounting, running a company, dispatch. Everyone seems to have that same passion for this industry and this profession. And that was, I really, I don't want to say it was a surprise, but a joy, I think, to hear and feel. And that continues, every day. And I think it motivates us, our team, to do the work that we're doing each and every day.
That's great.
I'm curious, when you were younger and growing up, was leading a nonprofit that empowers women in the trucking industry, was that on the list or?
It was not. It was not on the list. No, it wasn't. It wasn't. And I do go back to this time to time. My grandfather worked for Pepsi when I was growing up and had, honestly, you're a kid and you're trying to think about what you want to do. And I'm just trying to hang out, like, and spend time with my family and all of that sort of thing. And I didn't think about trucking, and I didn't think about necessarily, what he was doing. He worked at the Pepsi plant in our local community, and was integral in activities at that plant, which thinking about, I think about a lot now as I go back and reflect on my childhood. But I wanted to go to law school, and then I changed my plans, and I feel like the road that I've taken, I've been very proud of and very excited about, and really pleased and happy to be in the association space, and happy to be here right now with Women in Trucking Association.
There is a parallel, though, there, Jennifer, right? If you were thinking about maybe becoming a lawyer and advocating and fighting for people, you're doing that now.
We are, for sure. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah. No, I love what I do. And I'm as I said, I mean, I've been in the nonprofit space for a while, and really love working in with associations and focusing on the work that we do, particularly here at Women in Trucking Association.
Yeah.
Something on your LinkedIn profile that stood out to me in your About Me section, you describe yourself as an introvert. And I was curious, what advice would you have for, women in the industry and not, who are also introverts?
It's a great question. I think one thing that I would say is, introverts are often overlooked as leaders. And I think folks often say, well, if you're an introvert, you can't be a compassionate leader. You can't be a vocal leader. You can't contribute in a way maybe that people who are more comfortable speaking or engaging. And that really, to me, is a myth. To me, being an introvert is where you get your energy. And for me, it's more quiet, and I'm a listener, and I like to have the time to myself to think about things. And that's really, I think, has helped me over the years be advanced in my career and really have an understanding of opportunities and to be effective in a role. So I would say, for folks who are maybe not comfortable being outward or, necessarily talking in front of audiences, those kinds of things, that's okay. But it doesn't mean you can't do the job. It simply means you have to find a way that works for you, and to get that energy that you need for yourself, and take that and apply it in whatever ways that you need to get the job done.
Yeah.
Yeah.
As a fellow introvert, I
yeah,
I understand. Ash, are you
I
would you consider yourself an
think
introvert?
my husband's described me as a professional extrovert, a personal introvert, and I think that's very accurate.
Yeah.
Yes, I resonate with that a little bit as well. Yes. Uh-huh.
Well, you're gonna have to be extroverted in a couple weeks,
Yeah.
right, at the conference.
Right. Oh, for sure. Yeah, and I love our conference. I tell this story to a lot of people. When I applied for this job, they had interviews at the Accelerate conference. And so I felt very fortunate to come to Dallas and meet with the interviewing team. And then I had an opportunity to walk around the conference and really see firsthand what Women in Trucking was all about. And what a terrific selling point. When I interviewed and then had the opportunity to experience the conference. And so I really felt like, wow, this is somewhere that I'd really like to be. And I feel like I could make an impact here. And it was just absolutely the energy and, certainly the issues and the women who were all there excited and ready to learn and, and be with each other and learn and teach each other was truly a selling point for me. And so I look forward to Accelerate each and every year. So this will be my fourth Accelerate coming up in just a few weeks.
So that would have been in 2022?
2022.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. That was the Accelerate I attended as well.
Oh, awesome. Great.
And yeah,
Good.
it was, kind of try to describe for those who haven't been there, what it's like. I agree with you. Like that was the first, I think, trucking conference I'd ever been to. And yeah, what an introduction to the world of trucking.
Right. Yes. And we've had our conference started. We celebrated our 10th year last year. We're celebrating 11 years this year, and we started with 300 people, and now we've got, this year we're expecting 1,200 people, and super excited about that. It's just grown in many, many ways. But we have a truck and trailer show, which we love. We have companies that bring trucks and trailers that folks can explore throughout the course of the 3 days. And our conference, just to note, is November 9th through 12th. In Dallas at the Hilton Anatole. We're still registering folks. If people want to go to our website, womenintrucking.org, there's opportunity there to learn more about it and sign up. But back to our truck and trailer show, really a significant part of the conference. We have a trade show with well over 150 booths from a variety of different vendors. HR, those who are focusing on HR, recruitment. We've got some terrific nonprofit organizations, carriers within the industry, just a range of truck manufacturers, just a range of folks who have booths at the conference and opportunity to chat with those businesses. And then we have education, 6 tracks throughout the conference, and over 180 speakers who participate. Really proud of our educational schedule, and that targets whatever career you may be in trucking, which I absolutely love. So if you're just graduating from college and trying to figure out, hey, I've just gotten this entry-level job with a company in the trucking profession, you can learn a little bit more about what the broader industry looks like. If you are a senior professional in the C-suite, we have education for you as well and other professionals at that level at the conference. If you're a driver, if you're a technician, it really runs the gamut of the education that we have available. And so really want to call that out because I often get asked, are you you're an organization for truck drivers? And yes, we are, but it's beyond that. We really cater our conference to those who are at various stages of their careers, as I said, and at various professions. Our attendees are primarily women, but we would not thrive at this conference or at Women in Trucking without our male allies. And so 10% of our attendees are men who are there supporting their colleagues or who are there on their own trying to understand more about opportunities for hiring women in different roles in trucking.
Can I ask you, and it sounds like you got a little bit of something for everybody there, as you mentioned, drivers and people who are already in the industry and people who may be interested in entering the industry. For those folks, when they come, what does that look like for them? I would imagine a lot of it is information gathering and trying to figure out what place they might be able to find in the industry. But can you talk a little bit about what that pitch looks like for people who do have an interest? Obviously, they wouldn't be there if they didn't. But what does that look like? Who are the people that are coming to you and kind of looking for guidance and maybe getting into the industry?
Well, and it's hard to target really one population.
Sure. Yeah.
As I said, we have attendees who are, just starting their career and, or who might be in a career in some other field who may not be satisfied with what they're doing. And so they are looking at trucking as a possibility. others within trucking who are looking to branch out into a different role. So it really runs the gamut. We have a lot of different activities for folks who attend. We've got networking sessions. We have lunches that target. We have lunch tables that where you can come to our lunch on any day as part of the conference and sit at a table targeted to a specific topic. So you might want to learn about what it's like to be a driver, what it's like to be a technician, or what policy issues are affecting trucking that may have an impact on you and your job, or what your job interests. So we offer that opportunity. And then we really encourage folks to network as much as possible. We do speed networking. We elevate our mentorship program at the conference so folks can have opportunities to gather and meet with each other, meet with potential mentors, and build their connection group. So as they're thinking about different careers, or as they're thinking about their road in trucking, they have resources available to them.
Yeah, for sure. One of the, you mentioned, the education side of it. I know OOIDA will have some representation there. Norita Taylor is a panelist there.
She is, yes. She is on a panel that I'm super excited about that's focusing on regulatory and legislative activity, mainly at the federal level. And as we all know, at this point in time, it's been a really interesting year. We've got a government shutdown right now. We have a new head of the Federal Motor Carrier Safety Administration, Derek Bars, which is super exciting. And we have tariffs, and we have executive orders that have affected, nearly all of our companies, and of course the trucking industry at large. And so, super excited about that. Norita will be part of a panel that will be led by Tom Jensen, who handles government affairs for us at Women in Trucking Association. There will be others there from Transportation Intermediaries Association, Sue Lawless, who was once the acting administrator at FMCSA and now with Copolitas Law Firm, and a few other, and Ranky, who is with IANA now. Really just a super group of panelists. I'm missing a couple, but a super group of panelists to talk through some of these issues that are incredibly timely right now for not only the industry but the country at large.
Yeah, and those are issues obviously that are affecting everyone, not just women. Can I ask you about that specifically? Because as an outsider, kind of looking in at everything that's going on, I do feel like there's been progress in kind of leveling the playing field for women over recent years. I don't think we are there yet by any means as to where we need to be, but is that a safe kind of assessment or a accurate assessment of where we are? And if not, what else would you like to see done, I suppose, to continue making the progress that we have been seeing over recent years?
I think it is. I think it's an accurate assessment, and there's always work to be done, and it's why we exist. And frankly, we're seeing strides for women and more women in various jobs, which is exciting. Increases in the number of female truck drivers, those in the C-suite. Those who have supervisory roles within their companies that may not be in the C-suite, but in other areas. Also we're seeing more women getting into other roles that have often been held by men, such as technicians and that kind of thing. And that particular field is growing at at a smaller increment, the number of women, I should say, who are taking those jobs and who are in those jobs. But it's progress, and we're excited about it. And we encourage other organizations to understand more about hiring females and how to recruit females, and that's a big part of our mission. But it is progress, but needed, much more needed still.
Yeah. Let me ask you this, and I think I have an answer, but I'm curious what you would say to this. In terms of making that progress and getting more women into these positions and more women into the profession, why is that important? And again, it is, and I know that it is, and I think I have my theories, but I'm curious what you would say to that in terms, again, of why it is important to get more women in the industry.
A lot of companies don't look at women to fill some of these roles. And so in our view, that's an error on their part. And so what we'd like to do is talk about that and encourage companies to think about that. Companies, I've shared the story a lot, but in my first few months at Women in Trucking Association, I had a man approach me after I had spoken at a conference, and he said, we're in this rural area in the U.S., and I've got 30 employees, and I have no women, and I wouldn't know how to hire a woman. And so to me, I was struck by that in many ways, but what that said to me is, okay, well, what are the resources that you need to bring a woman into your culture, into your company, and make that work? So that's kind of one piece of that. The other piece of that is that there are many stereotypes about jobs that still exist, and we work to eliminate those stereotypes. There, as I said, there are technician jobs that are open, and that's really an area that's been hard for a number of companies to hire folks, men or women. And so we've been encouraging companies to look at women for these roles, and encouraging women to be educated in the way that they need, trained in the way that they need to achieve those roles. So, a lot there, but there are opportunities. And a lot of it is encouraging people to think a little bit more broadly than what they have, and looking at different populations that could be available to them to help their businesses thrive.
Yeah.
We've talked about, empowering and empowerment. Talk to me about, with this conference, that's, I know, one thing that I felt like I walked away with. How empowering is it for women, to come together and, just through education and networking?
I think it's incredibly empowering. And like I said to you, when I was in the environment, simply there, looking in that interview process, you could see the conversation and listen to the speakers, and it's just an incredibly engaging environment. And I still struggle a little bit with how to articulate what that is like. I've met women at the conference. I was fortunate to have a lunch with a group of women last year. A couple of them had been asking their employers for a number of years if they could attend, and they had said, no, I don't really see the value of you going to a conference with a bunch of women. And that's really how it was valued within their company. And so she was able to build the case for the conference, and she was there and was ecstatic to be there and to meet women in her same career, women who are struggling in that same kind of lane of they don't have supervisory support to attend, or they don't think that conferences like these are valuable. They may think of them as recruiting fairs, which they're certainly not, but it's really an opportunity for women to get together and understand each other and understand how they can elevate trucking and grow within the profession and grow together. And it's really a powerful thing to see. And it's why I encourage people to attend. It is very hard to articulate. And I think I think as you've said, it's empowering, but it is hard to really kind of share that until you've been there.
Yeah, for sure. I kind of have a small world story from when I did attend in 2022. I think I'd been in the industry less than a year, but getting into the industry, I thought trucking was, it feels like a huge kind of world. And when I was at the conference, I was walking through, and I grew up in a very, very small rural New Brunswick town in Canada. And I ran into two people. One I went to high school with, and one that I lived near, who worked for a trucking company.
They were following you.
They were following me.
Did you think about that possibility?
So yeah, we were like shocked. Like, it was very cool. And so it just, it really is actually a small world, a big industry, but a small world for sure.
Oh, terrific. Oh, I love that story.
Yeah.
I love it.
For any of our listeners who want more information to sign up, where can they go for that?
Yeah, so womenintrucking.org, and we've got everything lined up there in terms of agenda and registration, hotel, all of that. We're at the Hilton Anatole, and again, November 9th through 12th in Dallas.
All right.
There
awesome.
it is.
Wonderful.
Looking forward to hearing all about it.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sounds like a fun time.
Jennifer, thank you so much for your time. We appreciate it.
Oh, same. And thank you both for having me today. Thank you.
It's one simple act that helps Wreaths Across America fulfill its mission to remember,
honor,
and teach.
Sponsoring a wreath, one more wreath.
Means one more adoring father, one more loving mother,
one more heroic son,
one more brave daughter,
one more beloved family member,
one more dearly missed friend,
one more American,
one more wreath upon the gravestone of someone who served the cause of freedom,
honored for their sacrifice,
never forgotten,
always remembered,
through one
simple
act.
One simple act. Go to wreathsacrossamerica.org/RadioNemo and keep the mission moving forward.
From the wee small hours of the morning to the crack of dawn, Radio Nemo has been there with you.
Whether you've got the overnight or you're the first wheels on the road, Radio Nemo's been where you need us to be.
Providing the laughs, giving the facts, playing the tunes, and keeping it rolling.
We've been your light in the darkness, your first cup of coffee, and a voice of sanity.
Semi-sanity, actually. We're all a little crazy here. Crazy for the men and women who keep this country going and moving and doing.
Crazy for trucking, crazy for truckers of all shapes and sizes.
Is that a fat joke?
Not if we can help it. Because it isn't just about the rules and regs, it isn't just about the day-to-day, it's about your health, your homes, and your hearts.
So we wanted to say thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you from everyone at Radio Nemo for sticking with us, standing by us, and keeping the traditions rolling into the future.
In a video game, if you get enough experience, you level up. And when you level up, you gain more skill. And with enough skill, you beat the boss and win the game.
Sounds a lot like trucking, doesn't it?
Except in trucking, you don't beat the boss, you become the boss. And if you want to be the boss, you gotta meet the boss.
And that boss? Carrier's Edge boss, Jane Jezraoui.
Want your drivers to level up? Carrier's Edge has the training, comprehensive safety, compliance, and best practices on one website. It's a simple subscription with no contract and no commitment. Learn more. Try it out. Level up. CarriersEdge.com.
Hey, come on! We're starting the game!
All right, I'm coming. Wait for me. CarriersEdge.com.
So we launched this thing, Ashley, what was it? About 4.5?
It feels like 4.5 years ago, but it's been, I think,
years ago.
4.5
About 4.5 months
Yeah.
ago. And when we did, part of the reason was we had a great opportunity to connect with RadioNemo.
Yes.
Obviously, anybody who is in trucking, who has ever owned a radio or been near a radio,
Definitely recognizes Dave Nemo's name.
knows who Dave Nemo is for sure. So we had this opportunity, and we really jumped on it for obvious reasons.
Yeah.
And they are humming along down there at RadioNemo and doing a great job. They've got so much content and great people around them. One of them, anybody listening to RadioNemo, knows Jimmy Mack. They know Jimmy Mack's voice.
Yes.
They know how Jimmy, if you give him a topic, he will.
Oh gosh, he could run with it.
He will
for
run to
sure.
the races.
Yeah.
And we thought, we've talked to Lindsay Lawler on the show before.
Great chat
We
with
hadn't
her.
talked to Jimmy. So we thought, you know what? What are we
Let's get him
waiting
on.
for? So Jimmy Mack is, how would you describe Jimmy?
Oh my gosh.
He does a little bit of everything.
Ball of
energy.
excitement, a ball of energy.
Yes.
There we go.
And let's tap into that energy right now with Jimmy Mack. Jimmy Mack.
Can you guys hear me okay?
We can hear you just
Yeah.
fine.
How's it going?
Pretty darn good. It's doing actually really, really good. It's been a good couple of days for a change. As opposed to being one step ahead of the sheriff, I'm a step and a half.
Oh, there you go.
Have you heard the joke that Lindsay and I both say? Because we both come on, we actually on our show say this is the greatest live transpo show in the known universe, and then Lindsay ends the show by going, and now the best produced show in the known universe, because there's nothing about our show that feels produced. So it's just we just kind of flop by the seat of our pants.
That's the beauty of it, though, and I think that's probably a good place to start, Jimmy, because Ashley and I, our mission by the end of this conversation is to figure out what makes you tick, and we're gonna get there, and we're gonna figure it out, and we're gonna be able to diagnose you and
rage.
Rage is what drives you. All right. Well, that doesn't come through on the show. I mean, you launched this thing. How many months has it been since you launched this thing?
4
4 months.
change. Actually, no, wait. June, July, August, September. No, it's been 4. It's been 4.5. 4.5.
How many months or years does it feel like it's been?
I feel like Dick Vermeil when he became coach of the Eagles. He woke up 6 months later and he was 15 years older. So yeah,
it's kind of like the presidency. It ages people that are in there. You feel like you've aged a little bit, huh?
Yeah, actually, when you bring in a couch pillow and sleep on the floor of a place to kind of get things right, and you think it's like a little slice of heaven, you're a little stressed out. That's the reality of my life.
All right, so now we're getting to the bottom of Jimmy Mack here. So let's talk about that, because I don't think people listening realize what it took and what it takes to do what you're doing every day, and not just you. Obviously, you've got a team around you that's supporting you and helping things along the way. But launching this thing, 4.5 months ago, I think you said it was, to where you are now, what has that taken? I mean, from concept to where you are now, you talk about sleepless nights and sleeping on the floor of your office and things like that. It takes a lot, doesn't it?
Well, I can give you a piece of really great news, and one of the biggest problems is we're so busy. There's a line from Citizen Kane where he says, I'd make my promises now if I weren't too busy arranging to keep them.
Mm-hmm.
And one of the things that's happened is that we are moving so fast that often things that are really, really positive happen, and we're not as aware of them as we could be. So to kind of give you an example, like today on the show, and even Dave wasn't aware of the depth of this, what Nick DeMeo and Tara Garris and my wife, Claire Marie, have kind of created on the back end was, and I knew we were headed there, I just didn't realize how fast they'd done it. So the way I've been kind of describing the show as kind of a 30,000-foot view is that RadioNemo shows, all 4 of them, exist both now and forever. And that you have to kind of figure out this format where you're doing 4 hours of radio and you're doing different segments every day. We have over 20 unique segments that include an education for CDL segment, 2 technical segments, one about new technologies with Tech Talk with TMC, the TA Petro segment on maintenance matters, just to kind of give examples. And then the lifestyle stuff like the Last Empty Places with award-winning author and adventurer Peter Stark and Western of the Month and all that kind of guy stuff that these people like. Each one of these segments, though, not only exists on a podcast in the show that gets released, But what you then do is, like, let's just say you like the segment with Kevin Lindsay, Maintenance Matters. If you go to any streaming service and you type in Maintenance Matters, what you end up getting is this kind of crazy thing where you can actually listen to just Maintenance Matters. You can just be a fan of that they exist both live and in the immediate now, and at the same time, if you like a particular segment, it's a podcast. And so you're doing it live with phone calls and all the mistakes that come along with it, but then it has to live later on as a podcast. And I say that because you're moving so fast through time and space that one morning you wake up and you realize that these wonderful people you work with have built this whole world around you. And then you've got to take the next step to fill in what they've done. So it's this constant sense of like this amazingly big picture while still at the same time intimately being a host with, as you guys know, you never, if you host a podcast or a radio show, you're never talking, you're not giving a speech. You're talking to one person. So you're talking to one person while this gigantic world comes to life. If I've made any sense whatsoever, I don't know how I did. But that's kind of the overwhelming sense of what doing this show is like, is that because you're having to make choices in the live where you're also saying like, okay, take a breath here so that when they go back to cut this, to put this on a separate platform, there's a clean space to start the clean podcast segment of the show. And you're balancing both doing the show live, where you've got people in chat rooms and people making phone calls, and at the same time saying you're also doing the show for posterity, because so much of this stuff has to live evergreen, and so you're making choices about what news stories to cover before you kind of transition to the segment and all of that kind of stuff, because you don't want it to get too dated if you're dealing with maintenance and stuff like that. So that's kind of that's a difficulty, but the kind of crazy joy of the show is that you're in two places at once. You're in this kind of immediate now and this sort of timeless continuum at the same time.
So, Jimmy, you're doing this thing, this huge project, and again, we're 4.5 months in on this thing, which, again, it's one of these things where it feels like it's either been 4 days or it's been 4 years, depending on the situation that you find yourself in. Things are going well. You guys sound great. We've talked about the rapport that you all have there and the kind of the support system and everything. Challenges though, and this is something Ashley and I have run into too with kind of launching this new thing on our end. There are challenges that pop up that you didn't even know existed until they pop up, and then you got to figure out how to deal with them. You I know I've been dealing with a number of those things too, and I think, on air you can't really tell what those are, but behind the scenes, what's been kind of the most challenging thing for you and everybody else there as you embark on this new endeavor?
Sometimes upgrading your equipment isn't always the best thing. As you probably noticed, I tend to talk in movie metaphors a lot. One of the things when you watch these kids listen to old music for the first time on all these YouTube videos, a lot of them talk about the cleanliness and how clean and gorgeous everything sounds. But it's also because they had limited technology. They couldn't blend. Everything had to be really kind of crisp with really kind of clear beats. When you get the kind of equipment we have with all of its bells and whistles and newfangled technologies, as you two well know, sometimes wrong buttons get pushed more often than they used to in the old days when you were simply working from a plain old basic board. And so as you kind of attempt to make the jump into new technology, sometimes you just can't keep pace with them. And we've had a couple of bumps there in regards to like, is that mic on? Is that mic on? Mm-hmm. That mic's on. Oh my God, people can hear what I just said about them. That's terrible. That kind of stuff happens. The other big thing is the programming thing, in the sense, and you guys probably know this as well too. I can't tell you the number of times I've looked into the chat on YouTube or looked at a comment on Facebook and somebody literally uses the phrase, "Here you are. I thought you'd gone away." And once we get people listening to the show, and you guys have the same experience, once they hear you, they stick with you. But it's like the biggest challenge behind the scenes is actually getting people to get there, to understand, and it's the craziest thing. It has never been easier to listen to us. And yet it's like, marketing's still marketing, my friends, and that's always a hard thing. But the biggest technical problem I have is that you don't have you have to really kind of make room for backups. You have to have backups inside of backups, because we had a situation just about a week and a half ago where we went down, and it had nothing to do with us. We did everything right, but the cable service we used decided that maintenance in the middle of New Orleans' biggest tourist area at 9 o'clock in the morning on a Friday was a good idea.
Yeah, of
Why
course.
not?
Why not? Yeah.
And you're dealing with that, and you're going like, I don't even know what to do here, because like if we were in New York or we were in like a bigger market space, it would be an easier thing. There would be a backup. But sometimes you're you guys are over in Grain Valley, but it's like, you guys get it, where it's like sometimes everybody thinks all this newfangled technology makes things a whole lot easier. But I got to tell you, and Lindsay will be the first to tell you, the first 2 months of the show, Lindsay was straight up heroic because, as Ashley pointed out, Nick's in Florida, I'm in New Orleans, and she's in Nashville. She couldn't hear herself. Meaning on her headset, she could hear us, she could hear the guest, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. The one person she couldn't hear because of the equipment that the previous people we worked with had set her up with, she couldn't hear herself. And I didn't realize the depth of the problem until I went up there. And she was begging people like, hey, can you hook a sister up? Yeah. And I got up there and put those headphones on and went, oh, my God. Imagine doing a show and doing it well for 2 months and not even knowing what your levels were and having to trust your two partners in New Orleans to tell you when you're too loud or too soft.
Yeah.
Wow.
No, thanks.
Yeah, no.
Hard pass.
And she did it.
Yeah.
And she did it because she's so much experience, being on a stage where the monitor blows out and you're like, I just got to guess from the audience reaction that I'm doing okay.
Professional.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sure.
No, seriously. Seriously. Have you guys ever seen Lindsay perform live on a stage?
No, haven't had the
Oh, my
pleasure.
God, dude. It's a lake of fire. It's like, her recorded stuff is great. I love it. It's terrific. Lindsay on a stage with an audience is just like a different experience. Mm-hmm. It's like, if you don't get it by that point, you just hate music and life in general, and you suck and should go away.
She did invite us out to Nashville.
Yeah,
right,
she did.
Ashley?
Yeah. We chatted with her a couple weeks ago.
Yeah,
It was great.
Yeah, I heard it. It was great. I don't miss a single episode. You guys know I sit there in like absolute terror that something's going to go wrong every time we play one of y'all sing on the air. Not with you guys, with me. And I sit there like with my thumb in my mouth going, oh, my God. And then finally, I got to tell you, every time I get y'all's show description, thank you for that, by the way. Every time I get that, I'm always like, we always listen to the first part of it going like, okay, there it is. Okay, good, we're good. And then Dre puts it on the monitor, and I sit there and listen and just be like, oh, that's a good way to spend my afternoon. So, yeah.
Well, we love to hear it.
Yeah.
Jimmy, I'm curious. I kind of want to get a little bit of your backstory and talk about where you came from.
It's an open-ended question.
I have a standard answer. I am one of 32 grandchildren on my mom's side of the family. I come from a big Irish Catholic family in the city of New Orleans. My dad's people got through the Depression because they were all railroad people. My father was an oil and gas attorney, and we grew up around yard masters and porters and railroad executives and teamsters. And so when I ended up in a situation where I met a beautiful woman, and it turned out that her dad was Dave Nemo, and he and I became very, very good friends. And someone basically left the job, and Dave said, "Look, I'm not offering you a job. I just need somebody to fill in for a couple of weeks." And I said, "Sure," because it was a weekend gig, and I had another gig at the time. I'm a reporter. I worked for the Times-Picayune and the New Orleans Advocate. And a number of news services in the 90s. And I said, I can handle the job. I don't know how much about trucking I know. I said, I know how Teamsters work, and I know intermodal transport, and I know a lot about law enforcement. I said, so I'll fake my way through it until I get to the other side. And then it turned out I did a couple of weeks and then a couple of months, and then the previous platform said, no, he's fine. We'll go with him. That'll work. And that's kind of how I get here. But, I mean, all of it is based on the fact that, Sunday the 26th of October was my 8th wedding anniversary. I didn't forget the flowers, by the way, guys. I actually was ahead of that by a week.
Nice. What kind of flowers?
It was a fall floral arrangement that looked a lot like the arrangement that we had for our wedding.
Oh,
and
okay. There you go. Nice.
Love that.
Yeah, it was active thought. I wasn't just like, here's some roses. Go with
yeah,
price.
that's why I asked. That's why I asked.
Yeah, I wasn't faking it. But yeah, and so I did that, and and I've been doing this ever since. And I'm a playwright. I've written a lot of plays. one that's been produced at the World War II Museum in New Orleans. And I like putting stuff together. I mean, I realize a lot of that is my railroad background, or the idea that I realized at some point, because I run the programming over here as well, I'm the one that actually came up with the format for all of Dave's show, Nemo Nation. And, Lindsay is her own hub on We Should Write. That's her bag. And I kind of just said, like, I'll make some suggestions here or there. But at the end of the day, she runs that. But like Nemo Nation and Road Gang Radio is kind of like one of the decisions I made from leaving previous platform was just to make an effort to give people more fast-paced stuff. I wanted to basically cram in as many guests and as much diversity as I could, both on Dave's show with giving marginalized voices a voice. And I don't mean for the sake of, but I mean like the Punjabi Trucking Association is a big player in trucking. So we should have them on, you know what I'm saying? And it's like, and there are people who do logistics and supply chain stuff all over the world who we should have on. People need to know what's going on in India and what's going on in Eastern Europe. And so, I'm having a blast. It's just like you don't realize that the whole world is being built around you because you're so into your own one little pocket. That's the other thing that you guys probably are experiencing too. You're working so hard on just your content, making sure that each individual project is wonderful. You don't realize if you have people you love and trust, they're building a world around you, and you've got to stop every once in a while to say, good God Almighty, you people need to toot your horn because I forget to toot my own.
Mm-hmm.
And you got, you know what it's like to be a workaholic. You understand that. Always be working,
At Truck Stop, we built a better load board for carriers like you. Sign up today and access over 600,000 loads on the most trusted online load board. Learn why the best in the business rely on Truck Stop to make more money and start driving your profit today.
Penske is the trusted source for quality used trucks. Whether you search our website, call our sales staff, or bid at our online auction, you are sure to find the right used truck for your business. Visit PenskeUsedTrucks.com to view our inventory and learn more.
House Products provides your diesel with total performance and protection. Use Diesel Defender for a full system cleaning. Start treatment early with Diesel Treat to prevent gelling all season. And protect yourself from winter emergencies with Diesel Lifeline. Stay moving with House.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them, but let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me now for a free consultation at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-557-4020.
Truckers, your engine works as hard as you do. Don't let torsional vibrations sideline your rig. Vibrotech TVD viscous dampers protect your crankshaft, cut downtime, and keep you earning mile after mile. Over 75 years of trusted protection made in the USA. Find a dealer at vibrotechtvd.com.
Since you started, what you've loved about trucking is the freedom. Heading out on your favorite route, a good driving song, and thinking about truck insurance. Well, maybe not that last one. That's why we're here. At OOIDA, we have a full range of truck insurance products, expert advice, and great customer service, helping you get the right coverage for your operation. Go to OOIDA.com because your job is to drive. Our job is to help with everything else.
You mentioned your background, and you've done a lot of different things. And I think just looking at your biography, you've led an interesting life in that you've, again, done a number of things in a varied number of areas and whatnot. Trucking obviously speaks to you, and it's something that you enjoy, and it's something that you have really embraced. And you kind of talked about the origins of that. But is it just one of these things that just hooked you from the beginning? And I think your background maybe you kind of had a foot in the door, it sounds like, a little bit, but were you just immediately enamored by the industry?
Yeah. I mean, I won't lie. The first thing I had to do was Dave Nemo's idea of training is, I'm going to walk away now. Go ahead and do it.
Good luck, yeah.
He actually just threw me in on a Friday, and then that week, Tim Ridley got ill, and Dave's like, you got to fill in for Tim for an entire week, which is fine. It's only 2 hours in the morning. It's 4 o'clock in the morning. 2 o'clock in the morning West Coast time, which is where I did most of the shows. Don't forget that. I was doing most of my first shows in California from 4 to 8 in the morning, hours that are so bad they're almost good again. But I did a show where there was a moment like when I first started 2017, 2018, when people began to realize the importance of the trucking industry, even before COVID, and it was kind of a trucking moment. So I called all these people, and I asked on the show, I said, guys, think that you just met me in a coffee shop or a diner, and I asked you point blank, what is one thing I need in order to be a great truck driver? And the phone lines lit up. And all morning long, it was calls about learning how to read a map, learning how to actually use a pencil. I know that sounds like a joke, but there's a whole thing about that. Remembering to carry matches, all these little tiny bits of business. And what I loved is that it's the action. I just love situations where I feel like people are in the middle of it. So even though you spend 7, 8, 9, 10 hours alone on the road, there's docks and there's all these people kind of mixing it up and figuring stuff out together and logistically trying to solve problems. So I love trucking, and I love the industry as well, because I like the idea of my great uncle, the one who was who was the vice president of Kansas City Southern. One of the things that he did was he was in charge during the Marshall Plan. He was in charge of bringing troops back home, and so he actually figured out how to bring the buses into the city of New Orleans and then ship people off out west when they got in. And I just love that, the idea of moving pieces, train yards and hub yards and trucking yards, and the idea of people going off by themselves for long distances and then coming back together and telling stories. What's not to love about that?
Hey, one thing we wanted to ask you about, your bio on RadioNemo.com says you have been to 49 states. Which one haven't you been to, and what do you have against them?
Well, I don't, and that party is over. I got to change it. It was Rhode Island.
Oh, and you went? And you went?
I went. I went to Rhode Island. I went for an H.P. Lovecraft convention.
All right, there you go.
It was Rhode Island. It was just this kind of weird fluke where I was like looking at Rhode Island. I'm like, have I been to Rhode Island?
Ashley, and I don't think Ashley, you haven't been to New Orleans, have you?
No,
I've never been either.
No.
So there's one place that we need to come down and
I
hang out.
I got it. So you go to Nashville, you do the Nashville thing with Lindsay, and then I meet you guys up there, and then all 4 of us come back down to New Orleans. That's what we do.
Sounds like a good time.
All right. Well, this weekend I got no plans. Let's do it.
I'm in. By the way, don't tell that to a New Orleanian ever. They're like, okay, when can we expect you?
Yeah.
I want you down there.
What's the one thing? Then we'll wrap it up after this, Jimmy. But since we've never been to New Orleans, forget tourist trappy, places and all that. Where would you take us? Where should we go if we've never been?
I won't lie, guys. I'd walk the neighborhood. I mean, we talk about it on the air on a regular basis. I'm not kidding. I would walk the neighborhood that we're in. The Edgar Degas house is smack dab in the middle on Esplanade Avenue. We are less than 3 minutes from the French Quarter. We are less than. It's a 15-minute walk to the French Quarter from where we are. It is a 10-minute walk to the 3rd largest urban park in the United States. We're less than 10 minutes away from where Jazz Festival is. The best fried chicken in the city of New Orleans is 6 blocks from where we are. Cafe Degas, which is an amazing restaurant. Lawler's, which has amazing paella. Some of the best donut shops. The donut shop across the street from us, about 2 blocks away, opens at 5 o'clock in the morning with fresh donuts. We would walk this neighborhood, and I would feel good about standing pat, because there's actually a beignet parlor that's open 24 hours. It sits in the middle of City Park as well, too. You could do a lot worse than being here.
How do you not weigh 400 pounds, Jimmy? Just listening to you, I think I put on a few pounds. A lot of walking?
Walking, 15,000 steps a day. If I don't get them, I feel like I don't know if I'd be able to sleep. I don't know if I could get 5.5 hours if I didn't walk as much as I did. That's the truth.
Man.
You got to exhaust yourself. That's it.
All right.
I'm fired up. Let's do some radio.
Ashley.
Yeah.
Ashley and I will bring our walking shoes and some stretchy pants for all
those
that food.
donuts and all the food.
Just do me a favor. If you come between October and the middle of April, because after that, the joke about October in New Orleans is we call it Oxygen Restoration Month. You do not want to be here in the summertime. So let's make sure you get here in the fall or the spring, okay?
Noted.
Jimmy, we'll take you up on that. We really appreciate you. We appreciate everybody you work with over there at RadioNemo, and we appreciate you talking with us today.
Yeah, thank you.
Hey, guys, we love playing you guys after our show. It is such a great show, and really appreciate being a part of it. Thank you, man.
And that is our show for today. Our thanks to Jimmy Mack for his time. As we said there, thanks to him and
Mhm.
everybody there at Radio Nemo for being
Yeah.
so supportive of us.
Yeah, they really
and
have
for
been
doing
very
all
helpful.
they do. Yeah, doing all they do on an everyday basis as well. You can catch them every day, every weekday, I guess, on
Yeah.
RadioNemo.com. And you know where to catch us.
Yes.
So until next time, we say thank you for listening, and thanks for all you do out there. Take care. Thanks for listening. Today's episode of Trucking with OIDA was brought to you by a dedicated team of people. That includes Jim Fetzer, Tennille Flick, and Kim Boren.
You can listen to new episodes and extended interviews on your favorite podcast platform and on the OOIDA YouTube page. Please subscribe while you're there. If you've got thoughts, we'd love to hear them. Call us at 1-800-324-6856 and leave a message, or send us an email to podcast@ooida.com, and we might include it on the show.
17 Sapp Brothers Travel Centers are known for great food, hospitality, and mom-approved showers and restrooms. But don't forget the service centers. Sapp Brothers ASE certified technicians can repair nearly any issue in shop or roadside, including axle repair. Dig into your free steak dinner with your oil change. That's a Sapp Brothers tradition to thank you for your business. Tires? Sapp Brothers will beat any competitor's advertised price on tires. And download the Sapp Brothers app for exclusive promotions in the shop, restaurant, and store. Your spot under the coffee pot is waiting for you at Sapp Brothers.
At Radio Nemo, we believe in finding your tribe, your people, your gang. But you can't find your gang unless you find yourself, and you can't find yourself unless you write, right? Lindsay Lawler's We Should Write is a podcast about the healing power of writing. It dives deep with creatives of all types to discover how putting a pen to paper helps them work their stuff out, and maybe gives you the permission slip to do the same thing. We Should Write, live at noon in the center every Wednesday, and then everywhere you get your podcast. Go to RadioNemo.com and learn how to write yourself to healing, creativity, and clarity. Right?
There are precious few nonprofits in the trucking industry, and even fewer that make a tangible difference in the lives of professional drivers. So thank goodness for the St. Christopher Fund. Since 2008, over 4,000 over-the-road semi-truck drivers have turned to the St. Christopher Truckers Fund when a medical issue took them out of work. The SCF steps in and pays necessary household expenses such as mortgage, rent, utilities, insurance, and vehicle payments. The SCF also provides free health and wellness programs for drivers. So find out how the SCF can help you, or help the SCF yourself. They'll turn your dollars and cents into that tangible difference for the professional drivers who need it most. Support our highway heroes with a donation at truckersfund.org.
Pro drivers, say hello to your perfect fuel stop, Racetrack. Perfect as in hello, everything you need on the go. Oh, hi there, dedicated truck lanes. What's up, hot and delicious grab-and-go food? And hello, cat scales, clean restrooms, and large, easy-to-maneuver lots. Racetrack has what you want so you can get in, get out, and get back on the road, turning miles into money. Next time you need to stop, say hello to the fuel stop built for pro drivers. Racetrack, whatever gets you going.
Hey, Lindsay Lawler, how you doing?
Groovy. I'm doing good. I'm just doing a little jiggle and a wiggle in my seat to that groovy tune there.
Yeah, I thought we would introduce this additional bonus content courtesy of our friends at Nastic. So let's, since you're here with me, you can kind of sum up what's coming next. This is the moment. We actually played the first half of your conversation with Dave Nemo and David Owen over at Nastic. But we actually managed to kind of cut it right as Ellen Voyo was making her appearance on the scene. Just give people a sense of what's coming.
Absolutely. And by the way, great interview with Trucking with OIDA, Jimmy Mack.
Thank you.
Good to hear you on there. I love that we're our voices and our faces are in so many different places, including this next conversation. Dave Nemo and I got the pleasure of being part of the NASTIC conference that happened last week. That's the National Association of Small Trucking Companies, of course, led by their fearless leader, David Owen. And we got a chance to be a part of a bigger conversation, a larger conversation with him during a podcast they recorded there. Like Jimmy said, you heard the first half yesterday. You can go back and hear that on our YouTube channel. And this conversation is with Ellen Voya, who is the founder of Women in Trucking. She is also a radio host. She's an author now. She's a pilot. She's an all-around badass woman. And we got to talk a little bit about what being a disruptor is, what that means, and how the good ones don't really set out, Jimmy, to be it. You just wake up one day and realize you're in the middle of it. So that is this conversation here.
Dre, without further ado or doubt, take it away.
Y'all are going to be the co-host here for the next 15 or 20 minutes and run through this program because I'm going next door. I've got to be on another show.
He's in high demand.
So we get to talk about you when you leave? Is that what you're saying?
You get to talk. You get to take over.
Oh, well, we don't know anything about the next guest.
We'd like to welcome Ellen Voya to the program here this morning.
Ellen Voya, of course, is the founder of Women in Trucking and radio host and author and pilot and amazing woman. And we could take this time real quick to tell everyone how to listen to us. Dave, what do you think about that?
We can do that, yes.
I think that's a good idea. We've started our own platform. We're at RadioNemo.com. And if you're listening on RadioNemo.com right now, you already know that. We are on iHeart, Facebook, YouTube, and all streaming platforms. And you do Nemo Nation, which is a fast-paced, high-stakes journalism madhouse on Mondays, right?
It really is, yeah. From 7 a.m. to 11 a.m. Central Time. So Monday mornings is Nemo Nation, and I'm there with Jimmy Mack. And then Tuesday through Friday, it's Road Gang Radio, bringing back the original name of the original trucking radio program ever. And Lindsay and Jimmy Mack take on those 4 hours with Jimmy doing how to make a living on the road from 7 to 9 a.m. And then from 9 a.m. to 11, Lindsay and Jimmy talk about how to have a life on the road.
We make a living, then we make a life. And our whole idea is if we can get you down the road a little faster and realize, not realize time has passed, really, then we're doing our job. And we talk about all kinds of things on that second half that you can listen to on the road, including beautiful authors and new creations out in the world. And is your book available on Audible
yeah,
yet?
it just came out on audio. Yeah.
And is it you reading it?
No, it's not me reading it.
It's not, okay.
Yeah, I didn't have the equipment. I should have come to your studio.
Well, next time you write a book, let us know.
All right. You all heard it here.
So Ellen, we've gotten to have you on our show talking about the book obviously before, and this is new with all this new free time you have, and that's a wink, of course. As to passing the torch with Women in Trucking. What's the thing? What do you even feel like now with that time? I mean, you wrote a book in that time. You're continuing. You still do your radio show. You continue to talk about policy and hit those issues. I would love to hear from you, though. Again, my biggest plight, talking about taking this message outside of trucking. Now that you're not specifically working, I mean, you're still hand in hand, of course, always with Women in Trucking. But as with this book and with all your additional endeavors, taking the message outside, do you feel the weight of that as well to now go forth and prosper outside the world, so to speak?
It's interesting because I've been on a lot of radio shows and a lot of podcasts talking about my book, and a lot of the podcasts and radio shows are not trucking. So I think part of the message in the book is just being a disruptor. And it doesn't matter what industry, but also I talk about the challenges of starting a nonprofit association. And in the middle of a recession, of course, 2007, don't ever start a nonprofit in the middle of a recession. But so I talk a lot about the challenges of growing an organization and how you have to be a disruptor and how you have to build your credibility. Because the first year, everyone's like watching you and saying, let's see what you can do. But if you don't produce and don't say or don't do what you said you're going to do, they're not going to renew their membership. So it was building that credibility and making sure that we were the resource that we said we were going to be. But I've been pleasantly surprised that other groups have asked me to speak about being a disruptor. And it's not trucking. So I get to spread the message about what a great career this is in the industry, especially for women.
Was that a bit of a surprise to you that you kind of like turn into a different lane when you got out into the bigger world beyond trucking?
The bigger world.
Well, I mean,
no,
yeah,
you're right.
yeah.
Trucking is a very small family.
Mhm.
It really is. I mean, you see the same people all the time. So yeah, it is. It's refreshing because a lot of people have so many misconceptions about the trucking industry. You know that.
Oh, sure.
And so I get to share. I get to be the myth buster and say, this is not true. Women can do this job. It's not as physically demanding as you might think it is, and it's not as lonely as you might think it is. And the people outside of the industry who say, well, I see trucks on the road, but I don't think about them. Well, they don't think about them unless they're in their way, they're slow, there's an accident, something like that. As long as they're doing their job, they don't think about them. And that's unfortunate because they should be thinking about them.
Well, you know, one of the things that I've pointed out in observation too, and Lindsay, we've talked about this. If a guy in a four-wheeler, if a guy in a Tesla or a Camaro cuts out in front of you or does something stupid on the road, your reaction is, look at that idiot, look at that guy, look at that blankety blank. They zero in on the driver.
Mm-hmm.
But if a truck does something, it's look at that truck. That truck did this. They forget about the fact that there's a human behind the wheel because that person is almost invisible. They're up here, way up high, and then the windows are usually such that you can't really see in very well. So the truck is an entity unto itself.
Right.
And the driver, and you know, ATA tried this big campaign to put families of drivers on the sides of the trailers to humanize. We've been trying to humanize this industry for longer than I've been around, and that's a long time.
You know, when you drive, I think Indiana first did it. When you're driving in a construction zone, it'll say, instead of saying don't hit a worker, it might say that's my mom in the construction zone. To me, that was very touching, and I hope that it makes people change their behavior instead of just thinking don't hit a worker. You know, it's that's my mom, or you know. So
she's the one holding the flag.
Probably. But how do we do that in the trucking industry and say that's a grandma driving this truck, or an aunt, or...
And you do that, and they'll say, oh, no, grandma should be driving a truck, so you can't win for losing,
This is true. This is true.
It starts young, though, too. I think, you know, more and more by teaching children. I mean, we develop our thoughts about everything from a young age, and you know, we're seeing such a shift too, as it pertains to women. It used to be my granddaddy was a trucker, my daddy was a trucker, and now we're starting to see my grandmother was a trucker and my mom was. Like, there's been a big shift in that, and there's disruption in that. And with that being said, I'd love to know your take on and just explain what, after writing this book, what your sort of definition of a disruptor is, because I don't think anybody successful that does it successfully sets out and says, I'm going to be a disruptor. I think you all of a sudden realize, oh, I'm disrupting. Now I'm a disruptor. But anyone, the intention behind I'm going to go do this is the wrong force. So now that you've written this book and you are you're in the middle of being a disruptor, what is on the other side of it, what's your definition of disruptor?
So some people think disruption is bad. You know, people think change is bad. The disruptor part is making people reshape their thoughts. And the trucking industry, you know, the trucking industry has always been, well, we've always done it this way. You know, it was, you know, every large carrier out there started with a man in a truck. You know, whether it was Schneider or Werner or, you know, J.B. Hunt or whatever, it was a man in a truck. And so they had a certain way of doing things, and it's hard. Change is hard. You know, adding the technology. Remember when they started putting Qualcomms on trucks? Well, I'm not going to drive a truck. I'm not going to let them track me. Oh my God, they're tracked all over these days, you know. So change is hard, and the disruption part is making people think of things differently. And the biggest change that I hope that I've made in this industry is when I started Women in Trucking, companies didn't even track what percentage of their drivers or their CEOs or whatever were female. And so I started saying, well, what percent, you know, and here's the national average. And they started being a little embarrassed, you know, like, wow, we're way below. But the ones that were above average, They bragged about it all the time. We're way above average on our percentage of female drivers. So then what are you doing differently so that you're attracting so many female drivers? Is it that you're allowing pets? Is it that you're home more often? Is it the equipment? What is it that you're doing? Started looking at why they were different and then creating best practices and learned a lot about what brings women into the industry, what makes women leave. Safety is a huge part of it. Just getting into the heads of women and saying, how do we get more women in the industry, and how do we keep you, and how do we keep you happy, and sharing those best practices. So the disruptor part was, instead of thinking of women as just another employee, think about what they're bringing to the industry.
Think of what they're bringing. I love the idea of, I think it's brilliant, back to the construction campaign, because I think about the song that I wrote for Women in Trucking, and the chorus is, I'm a woman, somebody's sister, somebody's mother, somebody's baby, somebody's home, and I fight just to stand on my own for the long haul. And so I
still get chills.
Well, I just had a brilliant thought, if I do say myself, so which I'm going to talk to you when we get off air. But that, you're right. Just the humanizing it point is that's oddly enough, that's the disruptor.
Yeah.
Where can everybody find your book?
So everybody should have gotten a free copy of my book in their bags, and if you didn't, stop by. I have a table by Jim Edwards, who wrote a book as well, and so we're kind of over in the back. Stop and get, if you want it autographed, even though I can tell you my autograph is not worth anything. It's not going to make it more valuable.
No.
And if I find you've resold it on Amazon, or anyway, they can find me over there.
All right, go get
Thank
it.
you.
We love you, Ellen Voy.
All right, we love you. I love you guys too.
Ellen Voy, everybody, and her book is From Dispatcher to Disruptor. And Gary Mead is about to join us.
Where's Gary?
He's the VP
Gary.
of Truck Service at Travel Centers of America. Welcome, Gary. And of course, every Tuesday, we have Maintenance Matters on. Homer Hogg started that out a few years ago, and Daniel Mustafa was with us, and Kevin Lindsay does an incredible job, and every once in a while, the guys from Castrol come on, and they have a blast. So it's great to see you, and good morning.
Great to meet you, Dave. Happy to be here on the show.
I'm going to say, looking at your title and what you're over, I get a little bit of anxiety because it's there's a lot under your belt. First of all, you lead technical innovation, safety, and operational excellence, that's a lot to maintain, especially in this ever-growing, ever evolving. But out of all that, with all that said, what do you feel your job is the one thing that if the most important thing, if I have one thing that I'm really going to focus on to make sure that then we can achieve all the others, what is the
Obviously,
baseline?
it's safety.
Sure.
Right, safety is going to be most important. Keeping our technicians safe, but also ensuring that we're putting safe tractor trailers back on the road, because we're all driving. So safety is always number one in my mind.
One of the things that we talked about, when all of the above became the mantra for, what are we going to fuel in the future? Well, all of the above. So, electricity and natural gas don't really get along very well, and then you have diesel over here and gas. In other words, you have all of these fuel sources competing for space, and of course the space considerations are based on safety. You don't want something blowing up. If you're going to do CNG or LNG, you have to have some fans in the shop and for ventilation. So all of that stuff got way out of the box. On the day-to-day basis, though, for the safety of the techs that are do you find that you're having a little bit of a real estate problem in terms of separating things that would be like bleach and ammonia, so to speak?
Well, that's a great analogy. But really not. I mean, the training aspect, which we're pretty regimented on, a lot of it comes to you get in, as humans, we feel like we're invincible. And it's getting them to maintain self-discipline. We're getting a lot of younger techs now in the industry. It used to be 10 years ago, average age of a tech was 50s. We're in the 40s. I think we're going to keep getting younger. A lot of guys are moving on. This is a hard work job. But it's more about their self-discipline. And with our regimen and training, we pretty much can segment things out to understand what to work on. Because, we work on anything that comes in. But you got to have specialized shops, and not every shop specialized. It's a lot of money to get there. and it's just keeping everyone understood, and then the constant reminder and trainings that we do each year on safety.
Technician retention. And so I'm curious, as we, of course, continue to talk about AI, are you finding that anyone, as Jimmy Mack and I always say, the why bother effect, do you find anyone coming in or as you're training to be, it's like, well, AI is eventually going to take over, so why bother? But we have to really ingrain in people's head that that's not the case. Is that part of your mission and message, teaching people it's not, we still need the human at the core, especially as it pertains to the technician side?
Until AI can replace a set of brake shoes or a tire or even a sensor, we have nothing to worry about on our side.
Yeah.
It may tell us what we need to go do, but it's not going to replace
what we
have to do.
Yeah.
So, talking about AI, I think it's a huge advancement of what's going on. It's going to expedite a lot of repairs and really take our industry. A lot of people talk about predictive, but you never hear anybody talk about prescriptive. Right? So really AI, predictive is just basically taking my system and saying, okay, I can predict that this is going to fail by then. Okay. What are you going to do about it? Prescriptive uses AI and tells me what I need to do and when. The whole problem is when you look at today's truck, so if you go back years, even before, we got into ProLink, for those who've been a long time. I mean, actually the military had the first device. They had what's called a stay-ice, which stood for Simplified Test Equipment for Internal Combustion Engines, did very few tests. Then we went to the ProLink, multiple cartridges. Then we went to laptops. But if you go all the way back to there, where we had to have stethoscopes on to listen to cylinder failures, right? And we said, okay, it's cylinder number 5, to where we are today, where we were plugging into a laptop, where we are today, where the computer is sending me a message on what's failed. The advancement with AI now is really taking that and evolving that around and taking to where the maintenance schedule, for example, was, well, I'm going to do it by 50,000 miles. Well, now with AI, I can utilize it to really save more money and look at my idle time, my fuel MPG, and then get into my usage to give me a more optimized PM schedule to help me last longer, minimize my breakdowns, and save me money at the same time and lower my cost per mile. And that's where we got to get to from a leverage, and that's that prescriptive standpoint. Because if you ever look through an OEM manual, it tells you, everyone says, oh, Detroit diesel, 65,000. But if you look in there, it all still depends on your idle, your MPG, but no one ever reads that. It is so 65,000. That's what they do. So AI is going to get us away from that, I hope.
So there are good parts.
There are. I mean, it's going to take some jobs. You can't, imagine that. Like, some of the AI you look at is you don't know who you're talking to anymore. I mean, think about these video things. I mean, you don't know what is real news and what is fake news anymore because the videos are so good. It's the same with a call agent. You don't know if you're talking to you call up. Some of it's an AI agent really directing you and telling you what to do because they're that smart. But it moves a lot faster also. I should tell you, when the automated transmission came out, and really then it adapted through intelligent power crane management, where I can look ahead, utilize GPS, select the proper gear. There was a lot of drivers said, man, I can outshift that. And then, I ran some tests when I was at a fleet, ran a pretty large fleet, and they could never outshift the transmission, the ECM. It was impossible because it was so fast. You could make the decisions much faster. But if you adapt that and you go with it, it really makes your job easier. I had drivers tell me afterwards, because their right hip was wearing out, right, from that clutch. Or if you drive an old Mac with, you had dual shifters. I mean, you were wearing out faster. But if you adopt it and go with it and then leverage its abilities to help you, it really makes things a lot easier and faster.
Gary, one of the things my wife and I just took a trip, 8-hour drive, 8 hours back, and I have a new car. It's a 2024, has all the ADAS, and I won't say the car drove itself, but it kind of almost did, to the point that I thought, and I know a lot of drivers, when they started hearing about, automated trucks and automated transmissions and lane assist and all of that stuff, well, what am I going to do? I'm sitting behind the wheel, well, what am I doing? Well, I'm sitting behind the wheel, and I'm actually it's weird. I thought I was going to be disengaged. I was more engaged when the car was doing everything, and I was just kind of sitting there watching road and looking at other traffic. I was totally engaged, completely 180 degrees from what I thought I would be. Do you find that folks are telling you that more and more, or am I weird?
You know, I did.
Well,
No, you're
beside
not
the
weird
point.
at all. I mean, I have the same thing. I mean, my vehicle, I got a couple. I got a 2025, 2024. I'm more attentive as well because I'm constantly scanning, but now I can see the light in the mirror where I might have made a move if I didn't have that because, I mean, I look over the shoulder, but I still do all that. I think what I find, even with technicians, you're still verifying, right? I mean, it's the old trust but verify factor, you know, from back in the day, and you still have to do that. I mean, it's sometimes it's not exactly right all the time because it may say, hey, I got this code and this sensor's bad, but technically it's not the sensor, it's actually the plug, right? We got a cross wire or something got in there, so you still have that. So that's where it's going to continue to evolve. But when you talk about especially the corrosive environment we're in today, wire harnesses, we still have people poking them. I mean, you still have shaking. I mean, things come apart, and the computer can't see that all the time. So you have to still trust but verify. You still have to have the diagnostic skills to be able to go out and make repairs today on these dynamic trucks that try to lead you down the path to where you got to go.
Dirty Harry said a man must know his limitations. And I think what you're saying is, yes, and the man must know the limitations of the computer.
I thought you were going to say, Dirty Harry said, this is the 44 Magnum, the most powerful handgun in the world. I thought you were going to say.
He said a lot of things because it could have gone a lot of ways.
How you would answer that question.
Well, you know, it's correct. I mean, it's, you know, you still have to depend on people. You know, I'm sure you've been to a lot of stores. They lose their power and someone can't count your change.
Mm-hmm.
It's the same thing as today. Or say your GPS goes out. If you can't read a map, you're in trouble. You know, even when we came to the point and you drove across the country and you used to log onto the site and print all your directions and have the map with you.
Oh, yeah.
You know, compared to
My
what
dad
we're doing.
still does that.
Yeah, compared to what you
Even though it's on his car.
Isn't that a triptych?
Yeah, exactly. You know, or if you belong to AAA, they gave it for you and they send you all the maps and stuff. But you still have to maintain your basics. There is no, you know, you have ABS. EBS is coming. I mean, obviously in Europe, and it's coming this way. You have roll stability, but still to diagnose that the S-cam has excessive play or my brakes are out of adjustment all the way, you still have to have the skill set to be able to go out there and make that happen.
How long have you been with TA Petra over at Travel Centers?
7 months. I knew Homer. Homer actually talked me into coming to TA. I tried to hire him back in 2008 when I was a vice president of a small trucking company, and I was going to take some time off, and he said, hey, I'm going to retire. Come take my job. So I was like, well,
wait a minute. They just flipped the script. What?
You know? So here I am, and it's been a great time. And, you know, Homer would tell you, I'm Homer 2.0, but, you know, no one can replace Homer Hogg, and I don't try. I'm just myself, and I bring the value that I bring with my fleet knowledge and hands-on technical experience, the same as Homer had. We both worked up the same way.
No one replaces. We only evolve. Well,
100%.
Thanks for making the time. This is, you're hearing it now. You'll be hearing it with NASTIC. It will be airing as well, or maybe you're listening to it over their quote-unquote live over on RadioNemo, but thanks for making the time. We love us some TA Petra. It's the only place I stop. I don't drive a truck. You're welcome, America, but my four wheels pull in almost every other day. So.
Well, thanks for stopping, and it's a pleasure to meet you both, especially Dave. Dave listened to your show for years, and glad Kevin's doing well for you. Hopefully, I never have to pinch hit for him. So, I mean,
oh, you do a great job.
But I appreciate it.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Well, Dave, we're making room for actually one of your long dear friends. Y'all are going to have discussion. I've got to run over, get on Road Gang Radio, which is happening live over there. While you wrap it up, I think Rick Gobble, who's going to be joining us, is the last guest here today, and David Owen will be coming back in a minute. So please make welcome to the stage, Rick Gobble. You're a long time. I'm going to get out of the way so you guys can throw it back.
Years ago, and I don't remember how many years, and that's saying something right there. We were up in, what's that town? It was 50 miles north of Cincinnati.
Wilmington, Ohio.
Wilmington, Ohio, at this big luxury hotel and convention center literally in the middle of a cornfield, you know. And
it was, yeah.
You had R&L Trucking over here on the east side.
From that hotel.
And the hotel was on the other side. It was a Holiday Inn, actually, I think it was.
I don't remember that part, but most of the rest of them, our memory's still pretty good, isn't it?
Not too bad.
Somebody asked me one time, said, how long you known Dave Nemo? And I said, about the same time they chiseled them corners off them wheels.
Yeah, exactly. I remember that guy. He actually put an eye out when he did that.
No, man, that's been it seemed like a long time ago, but I tell you what, a lot of water's gone under that bridge. We've seen a lot of changes. There was no guy up in Knoxville, Tennessee that used to do a radio show. He had, and I think he was a city councilman or something, and I always remember what he said. He said, you know, ever since I've been here and I'm an old man, there's been a lot of changes, and I've been again every one of them.
If they happen anyway, right?
Yeah, they happen anyway.
Indeed.
Nothing you could do about it, but that's just life, man. We have seen a lot of changes. You know, even go back that far, there's been a lot of regulations just going into effect. Was that 18 years ago, something like that? 17, 18 years ago? And, you know, the only thing that bothers me sometimes, all these regulations, I was there when there was no CDL, there was no drug and alcohol testing, there was no CSA, SMS, there was none of that. And we were losing about 5,200 lives a year in truck crashes. We're still losing 5,200 something lives a year.
The more things change, the more they stay the same in so many ways.
Now I understand, and I know when I was division administrator of Tennessee with the FMCSA, if the crashes went down, I took full credit. If they went up, I denied any responsibility. That's just the way, you know, we do in government. But I know that the vehicle miles traveled are tremendously larger now than they were in 17 years ago. And I think that's a good thing. And I think our trucks are safe, still are safer than they've ever been for the driver.
Mm-hmm.
Even though, as I saw David told somebody the other day, that we're still losing around 1,000 truck driver lives a year in truck crashes.
Yeah,
you know.
yeah.
That's still tough. All that we haven't accomplished a whole lot as far as losing lives.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, with all the bells and whistles, you know, you strip it down, it's still the same tree that it ever was, and things don't change as often or as fast as we think. And now, you know, I got here yesterday evening just before everything closed down. Did you do a thing yesterday? Did you do a seminar or anything? Or
No, I did not. I do one today.
That's okay. That's what I'm getting at. Yeah.
And it's on data queues and the kind of what's going on with our industry, and there's some interesting things going on. And I'm you know, I've always been an optimist, and I always believe things will get better, and I hope they do, and I hope that each administration, even when I worked there, I always thought, well, maybe, you know, with policy changes and things of that nature, things will get better, that we can somehow or another one day quit losing all these lives and all these people getting hurt. Because we have about 150,000 truck crashes a year. And out of that, 5,000 injuries. Mm-hmm. So I guess all in all, but, you know, with airbags on our tractors now, and we've done a tremendous amount of work on the highways to eliminate hazards such as the old concrete poured around telephone poles and the viaducts left exposed, and, you know, people lose control and hit those. We've understand more now about skid factors. I always said when I worked for the agency that we engineered away more crashes than we ever regulated away. And I'll always
that's a good. Yeah, wow. Engineered away more crashes than regulate.
That's right. I do believe that. And with the increase in vehicle miles traveled by large commercial vehicles, we've had to do a lot of engineering to get those crashes down.
So I'm back.
Hey, Rick. Hey, Dave.
I feel like a one-armed paper hanger here. going back and forth.
I bet.
How you doing?
Man, I'm living large.
What do you think about what's going on with our new administration? I think we've got a more receptive Federal Motor Carrier Safety Administration. I'm eager to get this guy Bars approved as the administrator. I'm not necessarily satisfied with the process of how he got to the top of the list and nobody else did.
Well,
I thought you'd have made a good one.
Well,
but you're too damn country and you're too damn old.
I probably talk too slow.
No, the fact that you talk at all.
Well,
typically, a bureaucrat like that has just got to clam up.
Well, I actually got an interview.
Did you really?
I did, and that may be my
Despite the letter I wrote for you?
Yeah, in spite of that letter. Guy said, do you know a guy by David Owens? I said, never heard of him in my life. but I actually got an interview from Sean Duffy's, administrative assistant. The top guy was Sean Duffy. And that was okay. I mean, like I say, that may have been my lifetime accomplishment just to get an interview for either the administrator or the deputy administrator.
Well, from what I understand, that is a pretty high compliment since you didn't come through the good old boy channel.
Yeah.
Called the American Trucking Association.
There was a way to apply online under the Trump administration's website. There was a way to apply, and I applied. And I mean, I got an interview real quick. But right after Duffy was appointed as secretary, and I'm real proud of that. And am I disappointed? Well, you never know where would have taken you, but I was real excited to get the interview. I believe it. I've thought about that a lot. I'm not saying I'm the most qualified, the most knowledgeable person in this country. Truck safety and regulation. But if the guy who is most qualified ever dies, I'm number one.
Well, it would be a shame to waste your 45, 50 years of experience in the enforcement side of the business. It'd be a shame if you didn't get listened to.
Well,
because you've got a background that just and you've got a way of doing it. You were the only regulator that, when Buster and I started, that paid us any attention.
Well, all my philosophy in when I was a government employee, I started in 1972. I started checking trucks on the side of the road for the state of Tennessee in 1972. So that's 53 years ago. So I've been doing this 53 years. And then, of course, went to work for the Interstate Commerce Commission. Then I went to the Federal Highway with safety, and then there when we made FMCSA. As I was just telling Dave, I was there when we put drug and alcohol testing in place. I was there when we put CDL regulations in place. I was there when they did CSA, SMS, and the predecessor. Now I ran a $14 million a year motor carrier safety assistance program to the state of Tennessee. The Tennessee Highway Patrol, that's who you see out there checking trucks. You don't see many federal people. Every once in a while, they have to check 32 a year or something. They'll go out and check those. But 99% of what's done out there is conducted by the states under funding by the Federal Motor Carrier Safety Administration. So that's how that works. So, anyway, hey, if they're still interested in me, they got my number. I don't expect to hear from them.
We got your number, all right.
I want to thank you for all the kind words and all the support you've given our members and the hundreds, if not thousands, of companies that are NASTC members that you've helped work through some of the obnoxious, particularly data queues and the lack of uniformity from state to state as far as enforcement is concerned. Do you think we'll ever get a definition of personal conveyance?
I think they're scared to death to try to do it because that's so subjective. And if it wasn't for false log violations, written up by state people relating to personal conveyance. I'm not sure they'd have anything to write up. I'm serious. The only ones I see false log is improper use of personal conveyance. And there is no definition, basically no clear definition of what personal conveyance is.
It's like, well, you call it playing badminton in the dark, but I would call it like trying to have a baseball game with no umpire.
Yeah.
Okay, that was a strike. You're right. What?
I've won a few data cues on it, but it's very difficult to win them because you appeal them back to the state guy, and the state guy's boss overrules you, and you're pretty well dead in the water.
Well, it's a perfect example of the wolf of the fox taking care of the hen house. And
absolutely.
And anyhow, thanks. I've got one more interview to do, and I'll be seeing you later in the day. Yes. And are you involved with our luncheon, our Driver of the Year luncheon? I think you're.
I'll have to ask Brittany.
Is he one of the table captains? Well, I'll see you there in a few minutes. We're going to be getting to spend some time with it. You and Dave both are going to be spending some time there. Our next guest is, I call her Dada Danielle Chaffin. And Danielle is, I call her Dada Danielle because she's very good at peeling back the onion and dealing and getting through some red tape and some very bad information. And she's a good writer, and she actually agrees with about 50% of what I say and think.
I would say
That's
it's more
not
than
bad.
50.
Welcome, Danielle.
Thank you.
Talk to us about you wrote an article called "If Everything Is Trucking
Freight fraud, nothing is.
Then nothing is." I don't know exactly. Explain that title.
So one of my frustrations, which you and I both share, are the buzzwords, and people use them all the time, like synergy.
Yeah.
So I have serious problems with those, which is part on me. Freight fraud became one of those terms for me, and it was really because we had a ramp up in technology trying to solve freight fraud. And just like personal conveyance, what is the definition of freight fraud? Because there's 72 or more of those definitions.
So you've actually counted 72 ways they're
I made that number up. But
because I thought it was 71.
To be a good data diver, you've got to be able to have an imaginative, make up your own stats sometimes, or to be a good salesman for that matter.
That's right. But there's so many different types of freight fraud, and when we group them all into the same umbrella, we're not going to solve anything. And that's what the nothing is part. Because it doesn't matter if we fix everything in trucking today that is incredibly broken and get it back to a state of a trust industry, there's still going to be fraud. So how do we solve that fraud that's different than it was yesterday?
Well, I'm convinced that you've put us on to a good starting point, and that starting point being, let's identify the however many number there is.
Absolutely.
And I wouldn't be surprised if it wasn't close to 72, but because we heard, and William Fitzgerald, who's been on 2 panels now, he could talk for days about just one small, I call it small, it's huge. It's a problem, but it's a fuel card fraud.
Yeah.
And how the fuel card fraud can actually kidnap and hijack a fuel transaction, not just by skimming at the pump, but 100 different ways.
Yeah. And that's not even one that I've dug into. Just because I don't have enough knowledge about it.
Right.
I understand that it is a problem, but I don't know enough about it to know where to start.
But that's what we've got to do. We've got to take each of these deals and you're right, it's never going away.
Yeah.
You're not going to win that game. You're not going to get zero. There's no such thing as zero in freight fraud. There's always going to be mischief out there. What we've got to do is try to help our guys, our NASTC members, our 12,000 companies, help defend themselves. And he came up, I've got a couple more buzzwords for you, friction being one of them.
Yeah.
And the other one being, what was it? I forgot, it left my brain.
AI.
No. You know how I feel about AI. Anyhow.
But if you used AI, you wouldn't forget.
No, I wouldn't, but I wouldn't own the idea originally anyhow.
That's right.
It would be AI's idea, not mine. Anyhow, I don't want to dig down that rat hole with you, Nemo, okay? So, what is, talk about what was it, the Hope accident?
Hope Trans in Texas.
Hope Trans. Tell me a little bit about that.
That one is very interesting. I spent 3 days. I don't know that I slept more than 4 hours over that 3-day period digging into that one. I've had to put that article behind a paywall because there were so many people taking it and republishing big news channels. That's not what I'm here to tell you about, though. So I spent a very long time digging into that one. And what I found was incredibly disturbing, but also follows the exact same behavior of thousands of other trucking companies in their criminal behavior. And so Hope Trans, they had a guy out on the road, young kid. He originally came into Florida from Cuba on a Spanish visa of some sort. And he was going to pitch an energy app to the Florida government. I guess that failed. Somehow he got into trucking. This is one of the predatory young kids. They use them to do the frontline work that we were talking about yesterday.
How old was he?
He was 20-something.
Okay.
20-something. He was from Florida as well, but...
And he was not a citizen. He was here on a visa.
They haven't released that part yet. I checked his jail booking last night to see if they'd added the ICE hold, and they haven't. So I think it has to be legitimate. They would have added it by now. Legitimate in some sense.
Okay.
So he was worked for Hope Trans, was booked on a load was tendered to Hope Trans by Covenant Logistics, so a brokered load from USPS. On the USPS contracts, any load over 500 miles has to be a team, 2 drivers.
USPS being United States Post Office.
Correct.
So this was a government contracted load.
Mm-hmm. That was brokered out. Alexis Campagnoni, there's some other names in there, but I forget what they are, but Alexis was the driver on this load, 1 driver, not 2. It was going from Georgia into Arizona, I think like 1,900 miles. He was by himself, wrecked, plowed into stop traffic. Awful accident. He ended up killing 5 people. They said 6 in the beginning, but it was actually 5, an entire family and the grandpa, and left the 20-year-old daughter as a survivor, but she lost her foot. She was getting ready to go off to college to play volleyball and lost her foot. And that one, it's heartbreaking.
Yeah.
So when I started looking into it, I just wanted to figure out how in the world this happened. And so knowing that it's supposed to be a team driver, it's supposed to be a team because that load has to get somewhere at a certain time on a certain date. And with the HOS regulations, 1 driver can't get there at that date. And so it's supposed to be a team to get there so they can switch out.
Well, now, was Hope responsible for illegally dispatching this driver?
Absolutely.
Okay.
And so Alexis is on the load by himself, falls asleep, wakes up to a loud bang, and that loud bang was him slamming into these other cars. When I started digging into Hope Trans, they were using an illegal ELD, one that can be changed. And the way that they change it, they had like a code phrase of, "I need coffee," And so they would text that into the ELD provider, and they would reset the logs. And it would be a brand new shift.
As if he'd taken a restart?
Correct. And there are hundreds of these ELDs. That is one thing that the FMCSA has ramped up on, is checking into these ELDs. I've never seen so many ELDs revoked as quickly as we are right now.
Can I interject a question real quick?
Absolutely.
Because we try to get to the root cause, the core of a problem. Is the core of this problem, because we just saw another short list of ELDs have been revoked.
Yep.
Self-certification.
It's awful. We should have never done that.
Yes. And Canada it has not followed that rule. They do so. Why do we have self-certification? It's because there's no funding to explore these units and to certify them?
Possibly.
Or no
interest?
I can suggest something. It's part of DEI.
Well, they do have, which I found
They were afraid to create a certification protocol because they said, well, anybody can do this. Make up your own rules.
That was stupid.
Which is absolutely insane.
Yeah. And with the self-certification, there is a research study that the FMCSA, it's ongoing. The last time the article was updated was in 2025, so I don't know where they are on that. I've asked, but haven't heard back yet. I just asked a couple days ago. They are researching how they could set up that program. And I was like, copy paste from Canada, do something.
Yeah, really. Yeah. We'll do
something.
20 years of studies now on how to change this.
Yes.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes. We're spending, this is probably not accurate, but more time on studying what went wrong than we did on the ELD mandate.
And what comes out of the studies is we don't have enough money, we don't have enough people, we don't have the resources to actually accomplish the mission, and yet we don't want to delegate back to the states. And now here's another problem with all these illegal CDL holders.
Mm-hmm.
They did relegate back. They never took away the. There's no national CDL. You know, it's state by state, and so now they're going to blame the inefficiencies or the negligence or the ignorance of the states individually, which could lead to a nationalization of the CDL process, which is, I'm so frustrated. I don't know which jurisdiction to aim at, but but we're going to get blamed. What's so wrong about all this is the industry and small truckers and independent contractors are going to be blamed for this. They're going to lump us all into that category of people that can't speak English and shouldn't be driving, period. Not even an automobile.
I think if we get this part done during this administration, I think we'll be okay. But if it prolongs and I don't know what the next administration would look like, I don't know.
For 50 years plus, I've been hearing the idea that truck drivers and airplane pilots really are doing the same thing, only different. And they say they have the same types of federal regulations, only different. You know what I'm saying? And if I'm not mistaken, a pilot has a license in a state, and then he's certified. So his pilots, the ability to be an airline pilot in the United States is not the license he has, but the certification that he has. I wonder why we couldn't do that with trucking. I mean, the model is there, the template is there. Just plug in trucks.
The same reason, Dave, that they can't rate carriers. We were talking about that earlier. I've got 12,000 members. Maybe 15 or 20% of them are rated.
Mm-hmm. Which is crazy.
Maybe 15% of them have had an audit. We have suggested to the FMCSA to delegate. They're still control. They're still the puppeteer. They make the rules. They design the questions. But why not take contractors or state people and go out and audit the safety programs of everybody that has an authority every so often, and if they have bad numbers, you do it more often. And let the trucking company pay the costs. It doesn't have to come from the federal coffers. Our small trucking companies would definitely pay $300 or $400 a year to be audited on a regular basis so they could be rated. Mm-hmm. And so they could get better pay and freight, so they could get a better reputation with their insurance provider. All of that's doable. Hank Seaton wrote a 40-page argument on that, and it got absolutely nowhere. The Federal Motor Carrier Safety Administration says, whoa, we're not going to turn loose our power. We're not going to delegate away our power. When we weren't asking them to do that. We were just asking them to use some common sense, business sense, on how to handle the problem, because they have failed miserably.
They're not using the power to do them now.
No, how can they do it when the workers there in that department show up 10% of the time to go to work? And they don't answer the phone. They don't respond to anything. I am so excited about having a big turnover in FMCSA.
Yeah, I have heard from them directly, and I mean that's huge. I couldn't have done that in a different administration. I would have never heard from anyone from posting on the internet.
Well, that's not surprising.
Yeah. Hope Trans. I need to get back to it because there's one big part in this.
Us there.
Yeah,
so he wakes
on a
up
cliffhanger. Yeah.
with a crash.
So he wakes up, he crashes, 5 fatalities, ELD issue, the contract with USPS issue. When I got to looking into the trucking companies and running those VINs, there were 2 other companies before Hope Trans. There was Cardan Trucking. Well, there was one more, but it goes so far back that we don't have the data on it. It was Fiorito Trucking. But then there was Cardan Trucking, multiple fatalities from different wrecks. And I found the news stories. It's actually their fault, not just the data that says it's a fatality and it wasn't their fault. Multiple fatalities. And then there was, after Cardan Trucking got shut down, there was B-Zone Logistics, based out of Nashville. They were not here. I don't know if they were ever here, but they weren't here. B-Zone Logistics, B-Zone wrecks, fatalities got shut down. And then they were Hope Trans. And that is my warpath right now, is getting these people out of the market after they get shut down the first time.
So what is your best guess on how many trucks and how many drivers were driving or out there under their authority?
There, Hope Trans?
Yeah.
There were 65 trucks.
And were any of them insured?
Yeah. Actually, I can't say yeah. I know that some of them were. There is an indictment for someone, they haven't said who, because there was a falsified cab card. I don't know how many. It's all under seal. But I do know that there's at least one indictment. I don't know who it's for. I wish I did, so I could tell them it's the right people or not. But yeah, they owned other companies. Everything is gone from the internet. They took everything down, changed their address 2 days after the wreck happened. The original address on Hope Trans was a shared office space in Washington. And then a few days after the wreck, it changed to an apartment complex in Florida. FMCSA showed up to the apartment complex. No one answered the door. The news station that took the information from my article, they went to the apartment, knocked on the door. No one answered. So then a neighbor came out, I guess, and they asked. The neighbor said, "We've never seen anyone. The apartment is vacant. I don't know."
Well, it sounds like to me that they figured out how to game the system pretty badly at the expense of a lot of people.
Absolutely. And that we have a lot of duplicates. I wouldn't even say duplicate. They have 12 authorities. A lot of them are very easy to catch in the FMCSA database. Easy. They use the same names or email address. But then there are some, Hope Trans was pretty smart with it. The only way I was able to track them was, there are way more companies than just those 3, but those 3, the whole fleet of 65 moved from one to the next. The others are different names, different VIN numbers. I'm not sure what they're doing. But all the others, smaller trucking companies, 1 truck, 2 truck that have 12 authorities, those are very easy to pick out in the database.
So if you can pick them out in the database, why can't FMCSA pick them out in the database?
I have no idea. I've yet to get an answer on that. They told me to keep calling them out, though. It's how things are being changed. I said, you got it.
Well, I'm excited about meeting you, and if you'll agree to it, we're going to make you a regular contributor to our quarterly newsletter. I don't know what exactly we're going to call your column. It might be Data Danielle Speaks Again or whatever. But thank you for doing what you're doing, and I think you've already made a difference. I know you've made a difference in the way we look at things at NASTC. So thanks for doing what you're doing, and thanks for being here. And
yeah,
I look forward to trying to unpeel more onions.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
Dave, I want to thank you for helping me with this. It's been a pleasure sharing the microphone with you again.
It is. It has been. Thank you so much, David. It's been a wonderful experience here. We're just getting started.
I know. Thanks again, Danielle.
Get $25 off on your next preventive maintenance service. Stop by TA Truck Service and save when you choose Castrol oil and a Fleet Guard oil filter. Now through September 30, 2025. Enjoy premium performance with trusted brands. Castrol, protection for the long haul guaranteed. Fleet Guard, run cleaner longer with filtration science. Our ASE certified technicians are ready to deliver expert preventive maintenance and more. TA Truck Service, Castrol, Fleet Guard, your partners in preventive maintenance.
Hey drivers, are you hauling for a carrier that wants to help Reefs Across America keep moving forward but just doesn't know how? Well, you've come to the right place. RadioNemo has pushed in our chips all the way with our friends at Reefs Across America, and your carrier should too. So tell your company to answer the Reefs Challenge and join us to reach 50 states and 5,000 locations. Join the ride, join the mission, and help Reefs Across America keep moving forward.
Answer the Wreaths Challenge at wreathsacrossamerica.org/RadioNemo. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org/RadioNemo.